Hello everyone, welcome. How are you doing? Hopefully you're all doing well. Finishing episode 6. Wow, okay. Yeah, we're deep, huh? Whoa.
54 months of Rysair. Rysair VT Heart Pog Champ Agantef Spin.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the resub, Shira. 54 months of support. Sorry, I'm gonna look weird today because my Wi-Fi has decided that it doesn't want to function the same way as every other Wi-Fi device on the planet. And it just wants to not exist. Sometimes. Now, it's not my internet, it's just Wi-Fi, which is how my webcam goes to the stream. So, let me try something really quick. Oop. But thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the tournament staff. 54 months of support. Always appreciate everything you do to support the stream. Okay, I think we're back. So yeah, I don't know how to troubleshoot this Wi-Fi issue right now. So if I freeze up, that's all it is. It's not on your end. It's on me. It's not my internet. Excuse me. It's just the Wi-Fi. So it'll happen from time to time. Okay. Oh. Bitches, yes. They do exist. Without love, they cannot be seen. Yep, there we go. I'm freezing up again. This is really frustrating. I restarted it last night, too. I'm not sure why my Wi-Fi gateway decides to do this. Because the stream isn't cutting. I'm not dropping frame. So it's entirely just my Wi-Fi. It was happening while I was working yesterday, too. I would constantly drop off of the network. I might actually have to call and troubleshoot this. Because it's not going to work all day like this. God. Yeah, it's cutting. I don't know why. Let me see if I can maybe drop a couple devices from it. It might just be where it's located now. I don't know if it moved or something. Kind of in a corner. I don't know if that's to do with it. I don't know. I'm just gonna truck along. I know it's gonna bother me though. And I don't know. Not feeling great today either. Feeling a little tired. So it might be a no cam, just read stream until I can figure out what's wrong with this one. Okay. Vandal. 1976, 86 million, so not a whole lot of views. I mean, that's a cowbell. Is this Don't Fear the Reaper? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's the meme. That is the joke that everybody's 42 to 68-year-old male family member loves to rip with literally zero context and literally zero connection to the situation. But if cowbells, Christopher Walken are mentioned, you know they're hitting the more cowbell. Urge. Nudge. Train. Whoa. Well, there's brain. Got it. Lucky. Connections. Quality. Birth. Birth control. Cruise control. Remote control. Quality control. Wow, that was the purple. Okay. House plant stick. House hotel. Deed. House hotel lodge. Compound? Token. Wedge. Stick. Wait, are these? No. Stick hybrid. Compound. Wait, compound interest. Token. Appreciation. Blend, compound, hybrid, cross. A mixture. Yes. Feed, house, hotel, token, Monopoly. Ah, yeah, it is. Wow, items in a Monopoly box. Plant, lodge, wedge, stick. Oh, just to, like, put something into something. Embed. Nice. Miniature. Direction of the sunset. West. Uncle blank. Fred Armiston. Is this Fester? Flatten out over time. Long, slithery finish. Long, slithery fish is an eel. Piece on a coat rack. Wearers of collars with their owners' numbers on them. Wednesday character played by the hand of Victor, a professional magician. Yeehaw. Rolling in the dough. Wealthy. Jokey suspect with bestest. The first instruction in a list of instructions. Step 1. Savory Chinese snack with a cracked shell. Group of naval ships. That's a fleet. Potentially tricky spots for vacuuming. Spirited energy. Run out of battery is to die. Flatten out over time. Piece on a coat rack. Wearers of collars. 7 is plateau. Yes, it is. Savory Chinese. This is a cracked shell. Potentially tricky spots for vacuuming. Rugs, I guess? This would be a peg. Wearers of collars. Something dogs. This is a tea egg thing. Is the Wednesday character. Spirited energy is pet dogs. Nice. Guess the audio. Get me? Oh boy. I don't think I know this. 88? Passion out. Nothing shocking. Jane's addiction. Do not know this one. End to the lies. It was Mountain Song. Sure. Nerdle's getting a little one dimension. 45 minus 23 equals 22. It is a subtraction problem. 53 minus 40. Nope. 53 minus 38 equals... Oh, the equals moves, actually. Huh. So it's actually like... Let's go 13 minus 4 minus 5 equals 4. So we have now 14 minus 3 minus 6 equals 5. 14 minus 5 minus 3 equals 6. Okay. I don't know if it cares about being commutative in this. Like, if I had typed 14 minus 3 minus 5 equals 6, if it would have given it to me, I think it does calculate for that. Movie to movie. Transformers 1 versus Descendants 2. Okay, we can definitely get here again, because this kid is easily connected, excuse me, to the Adam Sandler verse via Grown Ups. We did that for the other Descendants movie. I don't think we have terribly many other things to latch onto here. So we might have to go through the Adam Sandler. There's Bobby Moynihan, which we could maybe also do. I think we did one with him through, like, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs or something. Okay, we have Inside Out for him. Clerks for him. Secret Life of Pets for him. Okay, so we have a couple routes via this Bobby Moynihan, too. Okay, so starting at Transformers 1, we have Scarlett Johansson, Chris Hemsworth, Keegan-Michael Key. We can probably get to the Adam Sandler verse pretty quickly through Keegan-Michael Key. Steve Buscemi. Wait, Steve Buscemi, we can get almost immediately to the Adam Sandler verse. Steve Buscemi, Mr. Deeds, Adam Sandler, Grown Ups, The Kid. I could go the other way to find his name. There he is. And then Descendants 2. Easy. Got it in 3. Could have got it in 2. Could have done Chris Hemsworth, The Cabin in the Woods, Dan Payne. And I don't think a lot of these are terribly doable unless you really, really know your stuff. I'll take an in 3. I think in 3 is pretty good. Especially through some of my most powerful territory. My domain expansion. Box office game. Oh no. April 12th, 1985. Warner Bros. Third week out, didn't do super great. With Steve Guttenberg and Bubba Smith. To protect, to serve, and to make you laugh, America's funniest crime busters are back. Is this like Police Academy 3? 2? It is. Okay, let's go. Wow, Police Academy 2 is the most popular movie this weekend. This is a screwed weekend. Universal, 6th week out. Yeah, there ain't much going on April 1985. Chair. This is Moonstruck. This is not Moonstruck. What else is Cher in? Sam Elliott, and Cher. They told 16-year-old Rocky Dennis he could not... Oh, Mask? Yeah. Who played Mask? Who played Rocky Dennis? His top build is Cher and Sam Elliott. It's not even the kid who put on the mask. First week, Drew Barrymore. A young Drew Barrymore. Follow the newest cat and creature game as played through. James Woods. Drew Barrymore. Cat and mouse. Cat and mouse. Cat and dog. Mouse trap. I don't know. 3 short stories linked by a stray cat that roams from one table to the next in this triptych that begins as Dick tries to quit smoking by any means necessary. Next, we meet Johnny, an adulterous man who's forced by his lover's husband into a building's hazardous ledge. Finally, Amanda is threatened by an evil gnome who throws suspicion on the family cat. What the hell is this? Cat's Eye. That is a very young Drew Barrymore. Wow. Warner Bros. Tree Millie. Matthew Broderick. Matthew Broderick. Could this be Ferris Bueller? Is that even Matthew Broderick? No force in heaven will release them. No power on earth can save them. Like Lil Devils or something. Captain Etienne Navarre is the man whose shoulders lies a cruel curse. Punished for loving each other, Navarre must become a wolf by night, whilst his lover takes the form of a hawk by day. Together with the thief Felipe Gaston, they must try to overthrow the corrupt bishop, and in doing so, break the spell. This movie sounds awesome. Lady Hawk. Yeah, this movie sounds awesome. Is his name Matthew Broderick in the movie? Wait, is this an isekai? This movie looks awesome. I'm so in. Yeah, I'm so in. That movie looks... Orion Pictures did better in its third week. So this was a sleeper hit that people started noticing. Rosanna Arquette. That's not Roseanne, is it? Roberta is desperate to be Susan. Susan is wanted by the mob. The mob finds Roberta instead. Madonna. Roberta supports Superman is fascinated with a woman she only knows about by reading messages to and from her personal section on the newspaper. Fascination reached a peak when an ad with the headline blank 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 proposes rendezvous. Desperately seeking Susan. With Madonna. This is not Roseanne. Oh, she was married to Arnold, Tom Arnold, not Arquette. All right, give me a arm. Samira. All we know is they use mana. They're melee mana non-human. That was released before 2020, not from Noxus or Shurima. Melee mana non-human. Trundle. Okay. Not jungle or top. Not jungle or top. Mana melee. Mana melee mid laner. Or support. Not from Freljord and is male. Mana melee mid laner or support. Thresh. Get support out of there. It is a support. It's a male support. They call Thresh ranged. Okay. I guess he is. From the Shadow Isles. A male support from the Shadow Isles. Pike. It's not Pike? He's from Bilgewater, okay. A male support with mana from and was released after, looks like was released, oh, well, was released very recently. Wait. No, was released between 2011 and 2012. And Shadow Isles. There aren't that many from the Shadow Isles, right? Male melee support from the Shadow Isles. Oh, for sure that would be Pike. I don't even know who this could be. I used to play support too. Oh, Nautilus? He's from Bilgewater too, right? Yeah, he's like literally Pike, just released earlier. The 2011 champion. I am. Kent? No, because Kench can be a top. The demon or a spirit? Probably a spirit. Probably a spirit. I just feel like it's like the last person I click, too. I don't feel like any of these fit. Demon? Demon? I'm like straight stumped. This one would be obvious once you saw it. How many male supports like are there even, right? Where is your darkness? Can't be Senna. I mean... Streamer spends 1,000 minutes on Lodel. More at 11. Brad? Gotta be right. He's ranged. And it was released in like 2011. Oh, we got a quote clue. We must pull up our roots. Darkness corrupts the land. Is it Maokai? They're calling him a support? Okay, I guess. I don't agree. But okay. Take me to the quote game. Perfection? I got that. I don't know who Perfection is. Rakan, Mira, Ari, Cat, Jace, Timer, Raven. Him running with his clown axes. Ability. This is Bard. This is Annie. This is Molder. It's called Gleaming Quill. This is Rakan. This is Q. Emoji. Villain. Evelyn. Villain Orb. Syndra. Villain Orb Sword. Mage. Kale. Villain Orb Sword Time. Yeah. Villain Orb Sword Time Looking? It's the only time I haven't gotten... the emoji one. Orb? Oriana? Sword? Aatrox? Aatrox? Who else has sword? Garen, but like... That looks like a villain on the left. Orb Sword. Bless you, thank you. Riven? Oh, Rise? Doesn't make sense either. Tryndamere? Yone? So? They're calling it the worst Lolol of all time. Who's the guy that can make the big fake turret? Azir? It's like eyes? I I don't know, Fior. Looking. Jax has eyes. He does. Ball. We might just have to go through every champion for this one. Acidin. All right. I had no idea. This is Elise, Evelyn, Shyvana, Camille. Zoom me out. This is Lysandra. That was the worst one I think I've ever done. On to Pokidoku. Ghost Poison. I mean, I'm gonna go Haunter. Because fewer people are gonna say that than Gengar. Poison Water. Literally all types. Poison Water. Brackish. Dirty. Sewer. Okay, Ghost Flying. Uh-oh. Ghost Fighting. That was like max. Ma'am. There's like one. Malamar? Flying Water. Gyarados. Water Fighting. Wait. Is Krogunk water poison? He's poison fighting, isn't he? Water Fighting. Is Urshifu Rapid Strike. Bug Poison. Beedrill. Give me Weedle. Flying Bug. Butterfree. Boom. Bug Fighting. Punch Fly. Ghost Fighting. I think I'm out of option. Ghost Flying. Ghost Bird. Bird. Spiritomb. I think it's just Ghost. Poison Water. Is this Croagunk? I already tried that. Toxic Crow. That's Water Fighting. Poliwrath. How about Grunk? Right? Everybody knows Grunk. Right? Iron Jugulas. I'm done. I think I am just done. Okay. We did okay. We, of course, have Gengar, Toxapex, his water. Oh, Tentacruel. Duh. Beedrill. We got some other good choices here. Driftbloom is Ghost and Flying. Pretty much the only one. Marshadow is what I was thinking of when I was typing Malamar or whatever I was typing. You got Polyrath. You got some of these other dudes. Tauros Palladia Aqua, of course. Pelipper is Flying Water. Flying Water's no problem for me, though. Fighting Bug was Heracross. That's one I probably could have gotten to if I remembered it existed. Pheromosa. This is a pretty cool design. Guess the game. This is Beyond Good and Evil. This is Jack and Daxter. This is Ratchet and Clank. There's no way. This is a third-person shooter. This is from 2003. This is not a game I have ever played. Metal Arms. Daily DAZN. Before 2008, the Patriots agreed to trade Rob Gronkowski to this NFC team, but the deal fell through when Gronkowski threatened to retire. This is the Packers. After a big junior season with over 1,000 receiving yards and 11 touchdown catches, this Ole Miss world record wide receiver, became a 2016 Vikings first-round pick. Daniel Trevor. Danny Ainge played the first 3 seasons of this NBA career with this Western Conference team, the Nuggets. Geography. What is the state capital of Michigan? Is it just Detroit? Damn. Lansing, right? Celebrity mashup. Oh god. This is impossible. This is Tom Holland and I don't know. It's not. It was neither. What is the original version coming in light green and white bags? This brand of pre-made popcorn. This is Skinny Pop. TV. Later getting their own spin-off, Flavor Flav and Rocky IV actress and model Brigitte Nielsen began a relationship in season 3 of this VH1 reality show, The Surreal Life. This was my entire personality in middle school. I loved The Surreal Life. Drunk Vern Troyer driving around on the scooter pissing himself will forever be a memory that I cannot forget. Movies. The sentient green goo with enormous elasticity and kinetic energy is created at a flopper. Music. This New Jersey native changed her name from Ashley Frangipane prior to breaking onto the music scene in the mid-2010s with albums like Badlands and Hopeless Fountain Kingdom. Is this Billie Eilish? Nope. This wasn't Lansing. Okay. It was Liv Tyler and Shawn Mendes. Sure. And this was Halsey. This is The Last Voyage of... Nope. This is The Green Knight. This is The Lobster. Whoops, I skipped. This is The Lobster. This is... Yep. Denzel. This is Man on Fire. This is The Equalizer. Yes. They're kind of the same movie in my head. What Greek god used pomegranate-based legalese to make Persephone spend winters at his home on the wrong side of the tracks. Hades. This TV film, Elvis, was a collaboration between Kurt Russell and what director of Starman? Ridley Scott. What director compared the martial arts scenes in Big Trouble in Little China to photographing a dance? Oh, this is, oh my gosh, what's his name? I know this. I love Big Trouble in Little China. This is... He did... Oh my gosh, his name is escaping me. I know this. John something? He did the... Not the Evil Dead movies. John Carpenter. Bam! In 1954, the Topps Trading Card Company created what violently named chewing gum that aptly tastes like cardboard? Big League Chew. Bazooka. Fortune's riddles and awful, awful rap lyrics. Yes, it's gotta be Bazooka. You're so right. This shit is ass. What U.S. president from the late 1800s was known as the Buffalo Hangman? Late 1800s. Late 1800s. Grant. What 22nd president broke up the 1894 Pullman Railroad strike? Cleveland. Grover Cleveland. Yeah, he was 22 and 24. The Ross, Gordon, and Draper prizes are 3 main awards for people with what STEM job? Russ, Gordon, and Draper. Program? Even though MIT's mascot is a beaver, their sports teams are named with what for what apropos profession? Accountant? Managing wind tunnels. For over 30 years, Kitty Joyner was the Langley Research Center's first female... What? Engineer? Anyone? 10 out of 15. We'll take that. Had to do food guesser today, because... Holy moly. This looks really gross. But this looks like salchipapas. Kind of. French fries, sausage, ketchup, all that stuff. Salchipapas, I think, comes from, like, Argentina? Yeah, it is. Okay. I mean, you had a million right answers. But, yeah, salchipapa is just, like, potato and cut up hot dog. Yeah, it's 50-50, right? Like, George Gobby was not pleasing anyone with this, and he just squeezed the mustard there. But, like, this looks really good. Okay. Rice, beans, onion, garlic, oil, salt, pepper, cumin, ají amarillo, meat, optional, egg, optional, plantain, optional. So it's just rice, beans. Oh, it's that, like, rice cake. This dish involves leftover rice and beans forming a dense mixture, sauteed garlic and onions. This looks like it could be, like, Puerto Rican? Cool. Southwest of Puerto Rico. Give me a Colombia? Borders Colombia. Venezuela. Warm. Brazil. Borders Brazil. Borders Brazil and Colombia. I don't know South American geography. Is it Argentina again? Peru. Dang. Taku taco is a traditional taku taku. Taku taro. Jesus Christ, Marie, what is this? Your yellow is ready. Yellow split peas. Water, onion, a little bit of nutmeg, optional. Everything but the yellow is optional. This dish involves boiling yellow split peas with a ham hock or bacon in water until they are soft. I mean, you know what I gotta say. And why is it gotta be right, dude? Peas pudding. Oh, yeah. Spiked it in one. The traditional English nursery rhyme will also make that a thing it's acceptable. The traditional English nursery rhyme, peas porridge hot, reflects this dish's presence in historical British cuisine. The rhyme goes, peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot, 9 days old, which suggests a long shelf life and prevalence as a leftover meal. Absolutely shameless. Unfortunately, I don't think we're beating the doesn't know geography allegations. Literally 2 perfect scores, and then I could not find Peru to save my life, so just under the bell curve here. Framed. This is Armored Core. Is this The Last Jedi? Holy. Oh, this is, what's that Anne Hathaway movie? Annihilation? Nope. Oh. It was Into Darkness. Whoa, big Myrtle today. I'm not doing the big Myrtle today. Too big. When the Myrtle is too big. All right, peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold. Time to start episode 8. Or not start, continue episode 8. I'm actually going to go grab a soda. I'll be right back. Okay. So, where do we stand in Umineko episode 8? Battler is telling a tale to Angie. Battler is playing a game with Angie at the end. It's a little sus. Oh, you know what? I didn't change the title of this, did I? I think it still says starting the final chapter. Change that title. So something's definitely fishy around here. We don't know what, but essentially it looks like, from the surface, it looks like Battler is trying to show Angie a happy Rokkenjima on October 4th, 1986. That there wasn't a whole bunch of family murdering each other, that there wasn't a whole bunch of death and destruction, and that, yes, there was an explosion, but everyone was pretty happy for the time while they were surviving. Angie is very skeptical of this and has started questioning it, and that's kind of where we're at, because Kinzo particularly was just very, like, I guess nice, for lack of a better word, and Angie didn't really buy it. So let's see where this takes us now. No family murder, Sag? Well, that's kind of what it's looking like, but we'll see what this is actually being weaved, because We did see that at the end of the last episode, Bern Castell was also saying that she will not give this tale a happy ending. But we have Battler as the storyteller right now. Outside, the rain had started to pour down hard. However, inside the cousin room, it was loud and cheery. It could have been raining spears, and no one would have paid any attention. Full house. Take that. Whoa, you weren't bluffing. The cousins were all bursting with energy, sitting in a circle on the bed. And I thought Battler always had crap in his hands every time he acted tough. Of course. I've been losing all this time just to make you think that. Ushumiya Battler, the man who loses strategically to win in the end. Oh, that's me. Except I don't win in the end either. Oh, Battler's incredible. All my coins have disappeared again. Here, I'll give you some of mine. Let's crush Battler together, okay? With just a deck of cards, the cousins could enjoy themselves for hours and hours. They were so engrossed that the occasional thunderbolt hardly even registered as static in the background. I'm starting to get hungry. I wonder if dinner's ready yet. Who knows? Umineko fighting game tip, first game's data? So true. Should be ready soon. Goda and the others really went all out for tonight. It means I've got a lot to look forward to. Is this to celebrate my long-awaited return? I heard from Shannon just now that it's going to be a Halloween party. They'll set up a buffet in the hall. Sounds incredible. Yeah, they're making peas porridge. Halloween party. Incredible, incredible. Hmm? Yeah? Who is it? There was a knock, a door opened, and Angie was there. She had been sleeping in her parents' room. Hey, Angie. So, you woke up? They said it's time for dinner, so we have to go to the mansion. They said to get ready. The food. I'm hungry. Perhaps because she was the hungriest, Maria celebrated more vigorously than anyone else. She jumped up happily and hopped off the bed. As the others all clambered off the bed and started putting their shoes on, Kiri and Rudolph came into view. Hey, brats. Time for food, so get ready. Looks like today will be extra special. I can't wait to see it. Oh, I know. It's a Halloween party. A Halloween party? I know, and Auntie doesn't. Mom, what's a Halloween party? Who knows? We'll have to go and see for ourselves. Everyone ready? It's about time to go. Is everyone here? Please, follow me. Maria, over here. Your collar's crooked. Ugh, I'm starving. The food is the best part of these family conferences. Are you hungry too, Angie? Ava smiled at Angie. Yeah, I'm starving. Angie, that's... I'm hungry, right? Don't worry about it. I'll bet you're starving. My stomach's rumbling too. Okay, let's get out of here. Looks like the wind's blowing hard outside. Make sure you don't lose your umbrellas. Everyone, please take an umbrella. Here's your umbrella, Angie. Thanks, Aunt Ava. Girls really are so cute. Come over to play at your aunt's house one of these days. It's a promise, okay? Looks like Aunt Ava's taken a liking to Angie. Yep. Apparently, mothers really wanted a daughter. Oh, I've heard that too. Have they cried? Umineko has not cried yet. Have not cried yet. Well, sort of. They've cried at the end of every episode. I think she adored me too when I was little. My mama said she really wanted a son. Ew. Your kid grows up happily. It doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl. Maria's my precious, precious gift from God. Oh, okay, yeah. It's kind of sus here. Everybody's a little too happy. When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Ava, who really hit it off with Angie, offered to share an umbrella with the little girl. It was hard to tell what they were chatting so excitedly about, but they seemed to be getting along splendidly already. Battler opened his umbrella as he watched this. His little sister was cute when she clung to him, but she was just as cute and adorable when looking up at someone else with a happy smile. The wind and rain were strong, but even this must have been a perfect spice to heighten their anticipation of the coming meal. Thanks to some festive decorations, the main hall had been remade into the scene of a Halloween party. The Ushirimiya family always took meals in the dining hall. This was the first time I'd ever seen a buffet-style party set up in the main hall.
Yo, Battler!
Hey, Battler.
Oh, Maria!
Hey, Maria. Long time no see. Beto! Happy Halloween! Trick or treat! I have some candy for you, but now is not the time. After all, it's just before a meal. Thank you, Beatrice. I see you're looking as beautiful as ever. You too, Rosa. You certainly don't look old enough to be a mother. Have you been drinking? Your ears are looking pretty red there. Well, after you left, Kinzo said he'd brought this rare drink, so I couldn't help but sample a bit. And this coming from a person who tells little kids not to eat candy before a meal. Pardon me, Beatrice. The master is calling for you. I saw Kinzo beckoning from over by the portrait. Good grief. When it comes to ceremonies, that man is always so obsessed with form. Probably about that ceremony for the gold's return. This is a huge turning point for the Ushirimiya family. You'd better go and play along. It does make one feel a bit lonely, though. This won't change the fact that you're the Ushirimiya family alchemist. Perhaps. Then, I'll be back shortly. See you later, okay? According to Genji, today's party has a bit of a theme to it. You'd better look forward to it. You make it sound like you did any of the work. Ah, yes. You're another one who obsesses far too much over the details. Later. Oni-chan, is something going to happen today? Holy moly, 3 Fire Luxums in top 8 at Singapore. I just got pinged from a friend by that. Singapore really just doesn't play slimes, huh? Probably just a bunch of Merlin. Probably just a bunch of Merlin. Hold on, who's in? Is Kaben in top 8? Kaben over there eating on slimes was the follow-up message. Probably an easy path. Absolutely insane. 3 Fire Luxums. They are good at playing Fire Luxum over there, I'll say that much. But I don't know. Oni-chan, is something going to happen today? Is it... He's the first seed at 8-1. That's so funny. Kaven first seed on the slimes. Oni-chan, is something going to happen today? Is it a special day? It looked as though Anchi had picked up on that much. She seemed to be getting tense for no reason. This is a special day for the Ushirimiya family, but it doesn't have anything to do with you personally, so you should just relax. Okay. Ah, that's right. Hey, did you know? I just heard a huge secret from Aunt Eva. Even Maria doesn't know. Excuse me. Even Maria doesn't know, but I'll tell you. Oh? So what's the secret? Okay. I heard that if you get an almond in yours, you win. Win? Is this like a lottery or something? Anyway, if you get an almond, you win. Angie puffed out her cheeks. Apparently, she wanted to be praised for sharing this exciting secret. But just knowing that almonds win doesn't really explain much. Okay, got it. Thanks for letting me in on that major secret. You're mean, Oni-chan. And I even told you my secret. Angie, her cheeks still puffed out, headed back to where Aunt Ava was. They really are getting along well. Well, I guess I have no problem if it's her aunt. If it was some guy from her class, I don't care if they're in elementary school. It's not happening. No playing with the opposite sex without Oni-chan's approval. What? At that moment, Genji's voice rang out. The chatter gradually subsided, and the rain outside once again became apparent. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your silence. Silence filled the room. All of the relatives seemed vaguely aware that tonight's festivities consisted of more than just a Halloween party. Valor already knew. This was a ceremony to mark the return of the gold from Kinzo to Beatrice, which had been borrowed for so many years. Now that that fact was being announced by Kinzo himself, he spoke of how this gold had not only restored the Ushiromiya family, but brought it to a level of wealth it had never before experienced. He spoke of how he would finally return this gold to Beatrice, the one who had saved the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo personally handed an ingot decorated with a bright red ribbon to Beatrice. This is the debt we owe to 3 generations of Beatrice, the Golden Witch. The Ushiromiya family will never forget it. Sheesh. If you've nowhere to put it, I'd be happy to take it off your hands. Beatrice. It was hard to imagine Beto of all people getting admonished by Genji. I couldn't help but laugh. I am Beatrice, the Ushiromiya family alchemist. Tonight, I acknowledge the end of the loan contract for the 10 tons of gold. Now, several decades following my grandmother's generation, the time has come for the eagle that lost one wing to fly once more. I will watch over that eagle, and I pray for its prosperity in all generations to come. Applause filled the hall. Though she'd managed to make such a dignified speech for once, as soon as it was over, she stuck her tongue out and leered at us. I guess that's about the limit of how long Beto could stay serious. By passing her name on through the generations, Beatrice, the Golden Witch, may live for thousands of years. Therefore, even her descendants shall be Beatrice, and all shall be alchemists to this family. The descendants of the Ushiromiya family will praise Beatrice for her gratitude forevermore, and this will be passed on through the generations. This family will always be indebted to Beatrice, and she will always be our family, tied by a noble bond. Let those who acknowledge this show their recognition with their applause. I really still don't know what's going on here. After Genji's words, the relatives all looked at each other, then started applauding at once. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Beatrice, you are a member of the Ushiromiya family, and that is a bond more sacred than one of blood. Lending money is more important than being a blood relation. Beatrice. After that, Kinzo's long-winded speech continued. Tonight, Kinzo would retire as the Ushiromiya family head. Then, he announced that he would reveal the distribution of his inheritance. A stir of excitement spread across the siblings in money trouble when they heard that they wouldn't have to wait for Kinzo's death to get their shares. I am aware that each of you is in trouble with money. This should be enough to resolve all of those problems. But do not grow complacent. This is my inheritance, given to you before my death. In the past, though I have been strict, I have always watched over you. However, beginning tonight, your father will cease to provide support of that kind. I shall watch on as you take flight, as though watching down upon you from the heavens. No longer will I interfere. You may live however you please. Dad. Father.
わかりました。
We understand. We will certainly take flight on our own. Here and now, all of us siblings swear to work together to make the Ushumiya family even more prosperous. That's right. If we stick together, nothing can stand in our way. Hideyoshi laughed, but Genji admonished him. However, he could understand why they were so happy. So far, the siblings had quarreled ruthlessly over the inheritance. However, this evening, the inheritance had been neatly split apart, and they had no longer had any need to scheme for money. In other words, the siblings had no longer had any reason to squabble with each other anymore. On the contrary, this was a time for them to join hands and help each other become more and more prosperous. Ava and Rosa were sniffling, with tears in their eyes. And so was Rudolph. Perhaps now, despite their ages, they had finally left the nest for real. Tonight, the eagles of the Ushumiya family would leave Rokenshima, the nest weaved from the witch's magic, and go their separate ways, with their own power and determination. It made Kinzo think, if only I had done this from the start. If he had settled the inheritance problem himself, there would have been no need for his children to quarrel at all. Instead, he had acted in a sullen manner and left the problem to them, which had resulted in their strained relationship. Yes, it was all his responsibility, and now the intertwining bonds had been released. It was as though an invisible rope had been wrapped around Kinzo's body. That rope was now gone, and he felt a sense of release he hadn't experienced for many years. The four siblings stepped forward, and before Kinzo, they swore to all support Kraus, the new head, and lead the family to greater prosperity. Their faces sparked with an unexpected youthfulness. It was only natural. After all, none of the four had made such natural-feeling promise since the time they were kids. As the vibrancy of their youth returned to them, the siblings made a promise once again. When Kraus finished his announcement, a friendly applause filled the hall. The cousins, and the servants too, joined in on the applause that continued on and on. Angie watched this, dumbfounded. The four siblings were supposed to have quarreled with each other constantly since they were kids, and they were supposed to have pointlessly locked swords with Kinzo's inheritance as their goal, their worries over money spurring them on. Thanks to this ceremony, even the world of truth, the world I acknowledge, has been rewritten. Were they actually friendly towards each other? Or did they quarrel all the time like I believe? Doesn't matter. Either way, right here, right now, all of those problems have been resolved. I mustn't believe. This is just Oni-chan's farce. Even though I knew that fact, when I watched Dad and the others hugging each other, with teary smiles on their faces, I couldn't help but feel something warm welling up in my eyes. I won't believe. This is all Oni-chan's farce. What will you have to see? What will you have to hear before you'll let yourself believe? Red. If you say it with the red truth. Is everything that can't be said in red a lie? I won't believe. This is just... Angie looked at the floor and fell silent. As the game master, Battler was able to use the red truth. However, that rule only exists on a witch's game board. In the world of humans, red truth doesn't exist. People see things, hear things, and when they believe that something is worth believing, they accept it as a red truth. Unless Angie accepts it, no kind of truth can become truth. Battler wanted her to realize this. There was no point in using the red truth, a rule of this game, to force the truth upon her. Angie would have to use her own power, her own heart, to accept the truth as truth. The decision was Angie's. No one could force her to decide either way, so there was nothing wrong with Angie declaring the scene to be a farce. But if so, then what about the hot tears dripping down Angie's face? Angie would have to think that through herself without anyone telling her. After one sniffle and rub of her eye, Angie let the 6-year-old version of herself take control of her piece. What followed was a harmonious, fun stretch of time. Beautifully adorned dishes were brought in one after another, and champagne corks were loosened with pleasant sounds. Several small tables were set here and there, each with its own theme. This was where the fun lay in this stand-up buffet party, as the guests wandered from table to table, pondering what they should eat first. This sort of performance was where Goda's genius shone through. The hotel that let him go should have regretted ever having done so. Of course, a stand-up buffet would probably be a tiring affair for the middle-aged, so chairs had been set up as well. However, each time a new dish was brought into the hall, they could get up to look, wandering through the tables however they pleased. This way, they could each bump into a new group of people, and then mingle elsewhere with that group when that group melted apart. People are interesting. As the members in each group changed, so did the topic of conversation. The bustling Halloween party played out like a colorful kaleidoscope. The origami chains decorating the walls brought back youthful memories. Those would help anyone enjoy themselves like they were kids again. Even to Angie, it was like a dream. She chatted happily with her cousins. She also chatted with her aunts and uncles. Beto showed her several tricks that she called magic. Maria said they were magic. Angie said they were tricks. And the night grew even more lively. The two young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they'd ever seen this one or that one before. And it became a party of magic, just perfect for Halloween. In addition to magic tricks, several quizzes, riddles, and games popped up, reminding everyone of their childhood days. Even the servants who were serving food got dragged into the groups, and the whole hall was filled with chatter. Hold on, I'm just looking up something really quick. These are incredibly generic Fire Luxem Xander lists. Hi TJ, thank you for the head pat. Yeah, these are incredibly generic Fire Luxem Xander lists. They just have Dustlight Communion to deal with Sylvie. So it's 3 Nico. No, 2 Nico. Gaben's on Slimes. 2 Merlin. 2 Merlin. 2 Nico. 3 Xander. And a Slimes. Sounds about right. And that's in top 8. But I think they're going to top 32 tomorrow, yeah. Isaac is on Slimes. And then Terry didn't make it. To Angie, young as she was, every single magic trick, quiz, and riddle was an entirely new experience. They stimulated her intellectual curiosity, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Add in the wide variety of delicious foods and drinks that they could choose from, and it was like being in a dream. Angie felt a floaty sensation, as though she was walking on a cloud. Angie, did you drink some of this? This is Daddy's drink. I wanted to try some adult grape juice too. So it's okay. Your face is looking a little red there. Are you feeling okay? She only had a bit, so I think she'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm not a kid. Angie, drink this one, okay? That stuff your dad drinks is nasty, so don't try anymore, got it? Yeah, that's right. If you drink bad stuff, you'll end up as a bad adult, too. I won't be a bad adult. I'm gonna be a princess. That's right. Angie is our princess. Yep. She's our family's princess. I agree. You'd better come out over to my house to play sometime. We'll have lots of fun. Why does Ava keep saying that? Okay. Thanks, Aunt Ava. Everyone's being really nice. It almost feels like I've become a real princess. I feel so great, I could almost believe that this whole celebration was being held for my sake. Badler stood outside that group of people. As he watched Angie smiling happily from the distance, he smiled too. When she smiles like that, she really lives up to her name. It's so sad. I agree. It really is a smile fit for an angel. I hope that smile comes from the real Angie, and not just the piece. Even if it doesn't, she's watching this. She can think it through herself. This game between you and Angie really is overflowing with affection. So much that it's irritatingly slow for me. And what's wrong with that? There's no one to get in her way. No obstacles or tactics or anything else to worry about. That's right. This game is no longer a battle. Now that you mention it, this is cleaning up. Cleaning up after our game. I'll never be able to make up for the sin I did to her through my careless actions. We have to take responsibility for our game. We'll make up for our sins together. That's why we're showing Angie this final game. Do you think that Angie will be able to use that key the right way? Of course. I've thought about forcibly dragging her in the direction we think is right. Such an attempt would probably have been meaningless. When you're forced to make a decision, it's hard to accept that it was truly a correct one, no matter how much time passes. Exactly. Angie has to think and choose for herself. Even if she doesn't make the decision we view as the correct one, I think we should respect it. You are the game master. I cannot argue with you anymore. I will simply watch on and enjoy this night. This game is really significant for Angie. But for us, it's kind of like a party after the show. It's almost time. It's almost time, but are you sure? Angie might get the wrong idea again, right? It'll be fine. In fact, this is necessary. Just like how you appeared the way you did. And everyone else too. Then let us enjoy this final celebration with the others. After all of them enacted their parts so well in this long game. That instant, the sound of someone clapping for attention rang out. Your attention, everyone. Please gather. And now for today's special event. Goda had been the one clapping. Everyone gathered together, wondering what was going on. On the serving cart in front of him was a large sliced chocolate cake. As the height of tonight's Halloween party, I have prepared this sachet torte for you all. As you can see, it was made specially for the Ushimiya family and bears the crest of the one-winged eagle in chocolate. The stupendous cake drew a gasp of admiration from all present. What a splendid cake. A perfect highlight for the party. Oh no, it's not just the cake. Tonight's cake has a little secret. Master, I ask that you explain that secret to everyone. Very well. This is a bit of a game. One slice of this cake will be used to select the winner. It's got an almond in it! Angie shouted happily. Kinzo looked at her and nodded. In just one slice of this cake, there is a single almond. The one who chooses that piece shall become tonight's king. Ooh, been a long time since I played the king game. I'm guessing the subject matter was a bit different when you played it. Huh. So what happens to the person who becomes the king? The king gets to name one wish. Then we shall all try to grant it together. It's cool. Oh, sounds interesting. Oh, kings are boys. Girls can't be kings. If a girl wins, they get to become the princess. The almond. The one with the almond wins. Right? Right? Yeah, that's right. You're incredible, Angie. In times like this, luck can tell you something about a man. Can't let myself lose now. Hold up there. Let's let the smallest kids choose first. Good idea. Angie, you can go first. Hey, you're the big cousin now, Maria. Let Angie go first. What if Angie wins? I'm gonna win. The almond wins. The almond wins. Seems we old fogies must hope the leftovers are good enough. Or lucky today. If we're going by age, I guess that means Kinzo's last. But aren't you 1,000 years old? No. Everyone bust out laughing. Her real age was unknown, but she claimed to be 19. In front of Angie lay a large cake split into several pieces. Just one of those pieces was the winner. Well then, Angie, which piece would you like? Whichever you choose, it will be ever so delicious. No way. I only want the winning one. Well then, you'll have to try to guess the right one on the first shot. Go ahead, pick one. Battler pushed Angie's small back towards the table with the cake. Which one should I take? The chocolate cake was cut into 15 pieces. I want to pick the one with the almond and become the princess. One of them has an almond. Which could it be? I get to choose first, but it sort of feels unfair. I mean, it is, isn't it? My chances of getting the right one are 1 in 15. There's no way I'll get it. And then when Maria goes after me, she has a 1 in 14 chance of picking the winner. The next person has a 1 in 13, then 1 in 12. Then the last person will win for sure. Oni-chan, this isn't fair. It's harder for the person who goes first. Everyone laughed. Apparently, there was something wrong with my calculations. But I still didn't like it. Then let us start the contest of luck with Angie-sama. Please, feel free to make your selection. Okay. Okay. If I have to pick one out of so many things, there's no way I'll win. But for some reason tonight, it feels like I might actually win after all. I have no reason for feeling this way, but when I'm in a good mood, Lady Luck always brings me fortune. Have you decided yet? Yeah, I've decided. This one's the winner. I concentrated on my fingertip and pointed at one of the 15 slices. The slice I chose was... Choose a slice? Huh? I get to choose a slice? Actual gameplay? Oh, it only took us 150 hours to get here? To click a slice? Does it matter? This one. This one? Are you sure? I've made up my mind. I want this one. When he asked me whether I was sure, I felt a little uneasy. Still, at times like this, it's better to stick with your instincts. It was one of the few bits of philosophy that this young girl had learned from her few life experiences. Yoda took the chosen slice, put it on a plate with a fork, and handed it to Angie. I go next. Which should I take? It was Maria's turn next. She was excited, determined to be the winner. I walked away from that group, all by myself. I was struck by a temptation to quickly cut the cake open and check for the almond inside. However, I stopped myself. If I check my piece first, my chance of winning is 1 in 15. However, if I wait for some other people to check their slices, when I see that they've lost, my chances will go up, if only slightly. It's not how that works, but okay. In other words, instead of searching for the almond right away, my chances will go up if I wait for some other people to lose. Yeah, simply just wait for everyone else to lose, and then by default, you win, right? But if someone picks a winner while I'm sitting around here, the chances of my slice being a winner will go to 0. It'll be tough to calculate the right moment. I need to wait just long enough for as many losers to show up as possible. My chances of winning are highest if I can check my piece immediately before someone else wins. Yeah, that's the trick to winning this game. What a strange thought. It feels like I'm missing something. Even though no one else can touch the cake that's sitting in front of me, that almond inside will appear or disappear depending on whether or not the other people win or lose. I was in such a good mood that I felt dizzy, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my theory. But I did realize that something was strange. There's always just one truth inside a cat box. No matter what happens outside the box, I shouldn't be able to shake the truth inside. And yet, I'm being shaken about by the events outside the cat box, trying to use those to change the way I observe the box's contents. I don't even know what I'm saying. Another me inside me is trying to say that, but it's too hard for me to understand. I feel like I'm drifting. I got so cheery and excited that even though I'm not sleepy, my mind feels hazy. Maybe it's because I drank Dad's adult drink. In the end, even though I chose the first piece, I decided to check it last. After I've seen that everyone else has lost, my chances of winning will be 100%. I tried to find the contradiction in my thinking, but I didn't really get it, so I stopped. So much better to have a 100% chance than a 1 in 15 one, so I decided to bet on that. I couldn't wait to open this precious treasure chest, but I waited for everyone else to choose their pieces and check them. How's it going? Has anyone found a winner? Mine didn't have one. I lost too. Guess I'll have to give up on being the princess. Even if you lose, the Shatcher Tort is really beautiful and delicious. It's such a good decoration, it's almost a shame to eat it. How about you? Got the almond? Nope, not me either. What about you, Hideyoshi? Mine's a loser too. Looks like I've used up all my luck with this company and my wife. What exactly do you mean by that? What about you, Dr. Nanjo? I'm checking it now. Games like this can truly be fun every now and then. Indeed. Sometimes a simple test of luck, without any strategy or tactics, can be quite entertaining. What about you, Beto? Where's the liar who said the leftovers would be lucky? Garrr. That's roars in Italian. What about you, Angie? Where was the almond was the almond in yours? I'm checking now. Oh, you still haven't touched yours? I'd been following my own personal probability theory, but I didn't think I could explain it well to Oni-chan, so I didn't mention it to him. I wonder if there's an almond in here. If I win, I'll be tonight's princess. I'll be happy if I win, but even if I don't, it'll still be a really fun night, so that's okay. I got to put on hold when this cake game started, but before then, everyone was having a lot of fun trading tricks, quizzes, and riddles. This game is fun too, but I want to play like that again soon. Huh? What's up, Angie? Oh? I lifted up the timing thing with my fork and stared at it, then showed it to my brother. This is an almond, right? Whoa! Angie got it! That's awesome! At the same time, a stir rose up in the other corner of the room. Oh. I got one! I won! Whoa, so Ava won! Ooh, interesting! Congratulations, Ava! That's wrong! I won! Mine has the almond. I held the almond high and shouted across the room. The crowd around Ava split, and everyone stared at me, surprised. I was surprised, too. The thing in her hand was, without a doubt, an almond. What the heck? What's going on here? Goda? There seem to be two almonds. So are they both winners? But that shouldn't have... Does this mean that one of the two winners made a mistake? Angie's is clearly an almond. How about your end, Canon? Ava's is clearly an almond. Ho ho, then it seems that they both win. Master. What an odd occurrence. What's all this, Goda? Seem to have made a little mistake. Perhaps they should do rock, paper... Come now, don't be stingy. It just means that two almonds have appeared to signify the queen and the princess. Precisely. Let's have them both be winners. Okay, yeah, let's have them both be winners to not cause a problem, but after this, let's pull Ava aside and be like, Ava, what the fuck? Like, why? What are you doing, Ava? She's 6. Just let her have this. She's 6. We know Ava brought an almond from the kitchen, probably, because she, like Angie, found out the secret to this game. Well, but Goda was hesitant. Actually, he had prepared a single special dessert for the king. It had been decorated in a way that made it hard to split for two people, so it wasn't convenient for there to be two kings. When Ava heard Goda mumbling something to this effect, she shrugged and laughed. In that case, let's have Angie be the princess. Okay. Okay, good. The princess? Oh. I'm the princess. I'll be your attendant. That works, right? Of course it worked. Angie had been worried that Ava would be declared the winner since she had spoken up first. She hadn't even dreamed that Ava would give it up to her. But are you sure? You won too. It's okay. I get to be your attendant. Come, princess. What wish do you want granted? Let's hear it. I've already chosen my wish. Oh, and what is it? Won't you tell your aunt? I want this fun time to keep on going forever. The young me spoke for the desire in my heart. What we were doing before was fun, so I'd like to keep doing it. I get the feeling that the nuance has changed. Still, that was unmistakably my wish. What were we doing before this? Oh, you mean those tricks and quizzes? Oh, thank you. Then let's do this. Listen up, everyone. This is an order from your princess. Remember how much fun we were having earlier? Let's all entertain Angie with tricks and quizzes. Hold up there. I've already used up all my magic tricks. Then let's do quizzes and riddles. So, we just need to entertain Angie with quizzes? We can all present quizzes for our princess to enjoy. I see. Understood. Yes, how intriguing. Then Angie, let us do it this way. Everyone will give you a quiz or riddle, and you can try to solve them. Each time you succeed, I will give you a medal. A medal? He probably means some sort of commemorative medallion. If you get a lot of puzzles right, you'll get a lot of medals. Just gathering medals is a tad boring, don't you think? Yes. Depending on the number of medals you collect, I shall give you a fantastic present. Well, do you suddenly feel fired up? Sounds amazing. So there's even a prize. Isn't that great, Angie? Yeah. Everyone gathered around me, smiling as they thought about what sort of puzzle they'd give. They're all thinking about me, so they can play with me. Just the feel of having that all to myself almost made me explode with joy at becoming the princess. Oh, it's nice. So Angie is to solve puzzles. Is this the game that Battler has set up? It is the game that Battler set up, but is this the point? Alright. End of chapter. Let's take a short break. Refill your water, stretch your legs. I will be right back as well. And we'll keep going. back. Let's get it. Kind of a fun story. Let's see where this goes. I became the Halloween party princess, and the tournament of quizzes and riddles for me began. It looks like I get a medal for each puzzle I get right. If I get a lot, I'm supposed to get a wonderful prize from grandfather. Okay, here I go. Who should I start with? I don't think it matters. Start with whomever you like. I'd better think up a killer puzzle while I have the chance. Maria, didn't you have a quiz book in your bag? I do. I'm gonna give Angie a nasty one. Maria and Achan laughed with an evil smile. It looks like everyone's gonna try to bully me. I'm sure they'll think up some really hard questions. Don't worry, I'll lend a hand. Really? Of course. After all, I'm the princess's attendant. So let's give it our all together and get a huge pile of medals. Okay. Come now, Angie. Start wherever you want. I, Goda, am ready to challenge you whenever you please. Whoa, not so fast. The honor of the first audience with the princess belongs to me. Angie, begin with my challenge. Okay. I suddenly got tense and my stomach began to feel tight. Then Aunt Ava gently held my hand. It'll be okay. Let's do this together. Oh, okay. Then let us begin, Angie. This is a story about December 25th, Christmas Day. Christmas? Even though it was October, he suddenly started talking about Christmas. Is he going to ask what day Christmas is? I know that. It's December 25th. On Christmas Day, a woman looked up at the night sky and spoke. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if, after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if, after the sun sinks and it became night once more, it could be Christmas again? And then the man spoke. Okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible? The day after Christmas is 26th, a normal day. That's impossible. Still Christmas, even after the sun rises. Oh, I've got it. How? How can the day after Christmas be Christmas again? Think about it for yourself, Angie. Why is there gameplay? I'm like so confused. Like, what are we doing here? On Christmas Day, a woman looked up at the night sky and spoke. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if, after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? Then the man spoke. Okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible? I believe this is possible. If you just cross the international date line. If you start on the side of the international date line that is tomorrow, and then cross it, and experience the day again, you would get December 25th again. I think it's possible. I wonder if you can get these right or wrong. Like, I wonder if it matters. I don't know. I'm like nervous that I'm gonna blow it. It is possible. Yeah, that's right. After all, there are 2 nights in every day. What? 2 nights in every day? December 25th starts at midnight. Midnight is during the night, so that's the first night. Then morning comes, and when night falls again, it's still the same day until midnight. This reasoning is possible for Rysair. I would never quote such a creature. Exactly. And both of these nights are nights on Christmas Day. Oh, okay. Well, that also works. Am I awesome? Am I awesome? With a delighted smile, Aunt Ava patted my head vigorously. Well done, Angie. I tried to make it a hard question, but you solved it like it was nothing. Congratulations, Angie. Here is a medal for getting the first question right. Genji held out a gold-colored medal. Grandfather smiled at me, urging me to take it. Thank you. Keep up the pace. Well, now that is all for my puzzle. Head over there and ask whomever you choose for a quiz. It was a heavy gold-colored medal. If I get a lot of these right, my pocket might burst. I'm gonna go get so many that I can brag about it to everyone. After bowing to grandfather, I hurried off with Aunt Ava to where everybody else was gathered. You got 1 medal. Fladge. Kinzo watched Angie go with a warm gaze. Did I make it a bit too easy? No. I think it was just right. Genji, have I managed to act the part of a good grandfather? Of course. Angie is young, and she frequently grows sick and is unable to come to Rokkenjima. You probably won't remember me well. Young children have their own kind of cruelty. They think that kindness is something they'll naturally receive, and because they think of kindness as only natural, they forget about it quickly. It is no different from gratitude than gratitude to one's parents. It will probably take Angie many years before she understands. It is no different from gratitudes to one's parents. It will probably take Angie many years before she understands. Do you think she will eventually remember that I was a fun grandpa? Yes, I am certain of it. Kinzo's expression grew slightly darker. Eventually, even Angie will get older, and she will probably hear how the public at large regards Kinzo. The Ushimiya Kinzo known by the public is completely different from the Kinzo who plays with his grandchildren. When she learns, will Angie remember the face of Kinzo the Tyrant, known of by the world, or that gently smiling face? I would hope for her to remember my smile, if possible, but such a thing is probably too much to ask for. There's no way around it. That's what children are. Oh, it's you. Children just eat up kindness, and it never remains in their memories. By the time 12 years have passed, she will surely learn what a bizarre eccentric Ushimiya Kinzo was. Your smile is fated to be painted over by that and forgotten. Most probably, no matter how much I spoil her, my love will not be rewarded. However, just as it takes a long time to remember what you owe to your parents, Angie will surely remember someday. She will remember the smiles you showed her. Let her forget. One smile from her is the greatest parting gift I could ever take with me when my time comes. This is the essence of unrewarded love. I guess grandfathers are always unrewarded. Oh, but I have been rewarded. With Angie's smile just now to look back upon, I could happily pass on in my sleep tonight. With a lonely laugh, Kinzo spun around, setting his cape fluttering. This was all the love he could offer Angie as a grandfather. Part of him wanted to be remembered, but he knew he mustn't wish for that. This was how unrewarded love worked. After looking at Kinzo's back, Beto stared at Angie's back again. Angie, even so, please remember it someday. Remember the smile that Kinzo once showed you. Okay, whose quiz should I take next? I'm going to challenge more and more people, get more and more medals for getting them right, and get a wonderful present to show everyone. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsu are over there. They're looking this way and smiling. I'm sure they've thought up some interesting puzzles. There's Uncle Hideyoshi, beckoning for me to come over. He's a fun uncle, so I'm sure he's thought up a fun question. Mom and Dad are across from him. They're waving at me, telling me to have lots of fun. Dad probably knows a lot of really hard questions. He might be tough. Over there is Aunt Rosa and Maria. Looks like they're reading a quiz book together, searching for a problem. Every now and then, Maria glances over at me, saying, "Hee." She can be mean sometimes, so I'm sure her puzzle won't be a nice one. Beyond them are Battler, George, and Jessica. Battler is usually nice, but but he sometimes says really mean things, and I think he likes seeing me get confused. I get that feeling. I get that feeling that he'll give me a really tough problem. Is there anyone who looks like they won't be mean? If I can, I'd like to start with some easy puzzles to warm up. All the way over there are Genji and Dr. Nanjo. I don't think those two will be mean to me. And then there's Shannon and Cannon. Shannon knows about a lot of quizzes and fairy tales. I'm sure she'll give me something unique. Then we have Goda and Kumasawa, who are serving tea. Kumasawa might be tough. I kind of think she'll give me a really confusing problem. Are you finishing the entire VN tonight? No, definitely not. Probably in the next two or three streams. It looks like everyone might be pretty tough. Enji, I've got a good one for you. Over here. Uncle Hideyoshi is calling for me. What should I do? Should I go? Do you want to try Uncle Hideyoshi? Yeah, the order doesn't matter. After all, I'm going to challenge everyone. I rolled up my sleeves and headed towards Uncle Hideyoshi. Here you are. Mine's a tricky one, okay? I wonder what sort of question you'll give her. Don't make it hard, okay? It's okay if it's hard. I'll solve it. Oh, looking pretty confident there. Okay, here it comes. After clearing his throat, Uncle Hideyoshi started telling his question. Mine's a riddle. Listen closely now. You know the story of Momotaro, right? The boy who floated down a river in a peach? Yes, that's right. But you know, one day, an apple floated down the river. An apple? Yep. And the next day, a butternut squash floated down it. I hate butternut squash. And then the next day, some cabbage floated down it. His name was James. And the next day, a dill pickle did. And the next day, an eggplant did. And the day after that, a fig did. What a strange tale. Did a green grocer live upstream or something? Okay, here's the question. What floated down the river the next day? Oh. I've got it. Did you get it, Angie? I don't get it. Then I'll give you a hint. There's a pattern to the things that floated down the river. Apple, butternut, squash, fig. Ah! I bet it's a grape. Can you guess what the pattern is? What a huge hint. Apple, butternut squash, cabbage, dill pickle, eggplant, fig, grapefruit. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I wonder if all the answers are A. It's a grapefruit. That's right. It wasn't one of the choices, but green beans would have worked too. The names all followed the alphabet. Apple was A. But yeah, okay, we know. That's why the answer had to be something that started with G. Thanks, Aunt Ava. I got it right thanks to your hint. You solved it by yourself, Angie. Incredible. Yep, nice work. Now here's your medal for getting it right. Hideyoshi took out a gold-colored medal and placed it on my palm. It felt heavy in my hand. Yeah. This is what victory feels like. I'd better keep it up. You got one medal. Got another medal for Ava's puzzle, but I can't think of any more. Then maybe I should give Angie a puzzle. Huh? You will? Sure. How about a quiz for the princess from her attendants? I've got a fun one, so please have a go at it. Aunt Ava smiled brightly. I want to get as many medals as possible, so of course, I want as many chances as I can get. Okay, I'll have a go at it. That's the spirit. Okay, here it comes. We've talked about how I love to travel, haven't we? Yeah, you said you like traveling overseas a lot. That's right. So this will be a puzzle about traveling. There was a traveler in a certain place. A traveler? First, the traveler walked 5 kilometers north. Oh, I know this one. Should I write this down on a piece of paper? I already know this one. Don't worry. The puzzle isn't that hard, so listening will be enough. Traveler first walked 5 kilometers north. Then he walked 5 kilometers to the east. Then he walked 5 kilometers to the south. 5 kilometers north, 5 kilometers east, 5 kilometers south. You mean like a blocky N? That's right. So he ended up at a spot 5 kilometers to the east of where he started. That's what you'd think, right? But incredibly, this travel ended up in the exact same spot he started. Is something so mysterious possible? There's no way. His compass must have gone crazy. Of course it didn't. Do you know, Angie? It wasn't because of his compass. Is this a play on words? Nope, this is a real quiz. For a hint, why don't you try thinking about a globe? This is, he's on the North or South Pole. He's in a very cold place. Because he walks 5... So imagine you're at the top of a globe, you walk 5 kilometers north, and then east, and then south. Wait. He's at the South Pole, not the North Pole. If you walk 5 kilometers north, and then 5 kilometers east, and then 5 kilometers south, you'll just go around a little bit, and you're at the South Pole, which is a very cold place. I got it! It's a really cold place. Must be incredibly cold there. Perfect! Angie, you must really be a genius to get something like that at your age. If you start at the South Pole, then after you go north, going east just draws a circle around the South Pole. So anytime you head south again, it takes you right back to the South Pole. Tried to make it an extra hard puzzle, but Angie was just too good. Congrats, here's another medal for you. Got a heavy gold-colored medal. Alright, I did it. I wonder what happens when you get these wrong. I wonder if there's actual consequences. Do you need to get them all right for like true end or something like that? Oh no, the nerves. Okay, that's all for our puzzles. Go ask one of the others to give you one. I gotta solve like 15 of these. Thank you, Uncle Hideyoshi. But I have chat to help me, right? Smile. Your aunt's really clever. With the two of you together, you'll be getting medals right and left. Yep, that's right. Yeah. Let's do our best together. I dashed away. Who will I ask next? Uncle Hideyoshi waved goodbye, smiling. You got one medal. Hideyoshi and Ava watched as Angie ran off happily, looking for the next quiz. Even though that kid can wear such a cute smile, I will be the one who takes that away from her. Ava. Ava hung her head. A single tear sparked in her eye. Her reaction was only natural, considering how she felt. If you get it wrong, you will miss this conversation. Okay. But I wasn't able to see past it and accept her feelings. It can't be helped. You are as human as anyone else. Humans tend to be more fragile than you'd think. Even so, it was my fault. So, you get to see how all of the pieces, in this case, feel about what happened with Angie and how she looks back at it. The Kinzo conversation was to do with that as well. After all, I already had the experience of bringing up a child, right? I should have become her mother. And yet, I let sadness overwhelm me, and I didn't do it at all. Can't be helped, I tell you. Don't think you were the only one at fault. You shouldn't blame yourself so much. By now, Ava was unable to hold back her sobs. Large tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the ground and shook. What a sin I've committed. My sadness was no greater than hers. And yet, I decided that I was suffering the most, so I didn't accept her feelings. I'm a failure of a mother. I wasn't able to become a mother for her. That's wrong. You did your best for her, Ava-ne-san. Kiri. Kiri and Rudolph were standing behind Ava now. I know the lengths you went to keep the truth from Angie. You held out well, Aniki. Guess that daughter of ours really has been a pain. Clueless about how much you suffered. After the accident on Rokkenjima, Ava, the only one who left Rokkenjima alive, adopted Angie, the girl who had been absent and survived. While they would eventually develop a sad and mutually painful relationship, it wasn't like that at first. Ava tried to show affection for Angie, her last remaining blood relative. She tried to become Angie's new mother, even as she fought back the sadness she herself felt. However, Angie wasn't able to accept that kindness. She lashed out at Ava, the only one who had returned alive, for stealing her parents away from her. Ava, understanding that the wounds that this little 6-year-old girl bore, withstood these attacks. She grit her teeth and poured all of her affection onto Angie, affection that went ignored. However, the wounds Ava herself bore were also extremely deep. There's so many differing ways you can view this. Is Battler showing max copium? Is this the actual truth? Does it even matter? I think that third statement is the most important. Does it even matter? And I mean, that's the big theme of this, right? Is does what actually happened matter after the fact? Or is it more important about how it makes us feel? Or is the most important thing, you know, framing your own perception of the situation that allows you to be the best person that you can be? You know, if hardships have come upon you, or if things have been bad, you can spend your whole life saying, well, things were bad, so of course I had no shot. Or things were bad, so, you know, of course I couldn't have done anything about it. Which might be true. And it might be the truth. But if it makes you a better person, or if it makes you better able to do what you need to do, sometimes that doesn't matter. And sometimes it's not necessarily about being right. It reminds me of Rosa and Maria's relationship not being perfect, but Maria chooses to believe it in a good way. That is absolutely one of the most, I guess, clear-cut examples of this theme. I don't know exactly. I mean, that's kind of where the idea of magic lies, right? It's looking at something in a way, and you know, a lot of people nowadays really focus on not. I mean, you can call it what it is, like not being in denial, right? And in some cases, I don't know if many people would agree with this, but I think you need some healthy level of denial, or some healthy level of, you know, choosing your own truth about a situation to get on with your own situation, to get on with your own life. Like, you have to be able to say, yeah, like for Maria might say, yeah, my mom wasn't perfect, but she did try. And she kind of did. Right? But isn't it so much better? Isn't it so much better for Maria if she survived this incident and she looked back and she just thought her mother was always busy at work and was trying, rather than being a, you know, shitty mother? Yeah, truth is important, but happiness is more important. Actually, this reminds me of a friend of mine that I used to speak with a lot, and we haven't spoken a lot recently. And part of why that happened, I think, was we saw things very differently about certain things. And again, this is now talking from my perspective. He valued what he saw as the objective truth very highly. And when I didn't, when I said, I remember they kind of stopped when I flat out said, I don't care what's actually happening here. You should view it this way. Here's the quote. I'm not stupid. You're saying humans need fantasies to make life bearable. Really? As if it was some kind of pink pill? No. Humans need fantasy to be human. To be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape. That's me, the rising ape. Tooth fairies? Hogfathers? Little? Yes, as practice. You have to start out learning to believe the little lies, so that we can believe the bigger ones? Yes. Justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing. That's... Man, that is... What's up? Like... It's not about being right. Right? It's about feeling right. It's about doing right. It's not about being right. And I think if people could let go of their hubris and just say, yeah, you got it. You know, like, I think we've been trained, especially in Western culture, I think we've been trained that you gotta win an argument. You have to either make your opponent submit, or you have to objectively prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that what you're saying is true and what you're saying is correct. And that's not always what matters. And I've kind of known this. I feel like I've kind of known this for a while, but It's great that a story like this has really put it into a digestible, like, form. Because, I mean, we don't have infinite time. We don't have... There's no, like... There's no cosmic scorecard that we keep to decide winners and losers. There is no witch's game going on above our heads that is determining a winner and a loser. Ultimately, the only victory you need is the internal one, where you are happy with what you are doing. That is all that really matters. And everything else is, you know, it's side stories. She was never rewarded for her sad effort, and the future in front of her grew dark. You tried to show Angie the same affection you once showed George, but that was for my own satisfaction. Angie never felt any of it. Angie was the one who couldn't accept it. It isn't your fault. But who could possibly ask that of Angie when she was just 6 years old? I should have held out much, much longer, until she can understand my feelings. Ava, I want you to believe one thing. We don't blame you in the slightest. Kiri, thank you so much for suffering so long for Angie's sake. If that kid had a human heart, then I'm sure she'll recognize the affection you showed her someday. Thank you, Aniki. We'll always be grateful. Isn't that wonderful, Ava? Your efforts haven't gone unnoticed. Aww. Younger me would have hated a story like this because I would have seen the story as a way to justify horrible people's actions. Yeah, right? Like... And I would have hated it because it doesn't have, like, conclusive, like, what happened on that night. And, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happened on that night. How are you doing, Angie? If you wish, I, Goda, would be pleased to challenge you. And I, Kumasawa, have a very tricky puzzle for you. Doesn't matter how hard it is, I'm not alone. I'll solve it with Aunt Ava. Goda and Kumasawa offered to challenge me. I have to go up against everyone in the end, so it doesn't matter who comes next. I waved at Aunt Ava to hurry up, and she ran towards me. So, we're challenging this pair next. Who will we start with? Goda. Very well, as you wish. Here's my puzzle. I'll warn you, it's a toughie. I'll still solve it. I've gotten the knack of it. You'd better not underestimate Angie, right? My. Well then, being the humble chef that I am, here's a puzzle about food in the kitchen. We'll fight together this time. If you don't get it, just ask me to lend a hand. I'll give you a hint. If I get a hint, does that mean I won't get a medal? It won't affect your medals, so feel free to ask away. Whoa, it's big. In a witch's house, there was a magic kitchen. Every day it would serve a freshly made meal for the witch when she returned at an appointed time. One day, the witch had to work very late. When she finally got home, all of the food greeted her. Welcome home, Great Witch. I've made some vegetable stew for you, said the stew in the pot. Welcome home, Great Witch. Please quickly dip me in the stew and eat me, said the hard bread. Welcome home, Great Witch. You must be thirsty. Please drink me right away, said the white wine. Welcome home, Great Witch. If you eat me, the heat of the day will be wiped away, said the ice cream dessert. Now then, one of these is lying. Which one is it? Well, the stew didn't make the stew, did it? You must be thirsty. Please drink me right away, said the white wine. Welcome home. If you eat me, the heat of the day will be wiped away, said the ice cream dessert. Please quickly dip me in the stew and eat me, said the hard bread. Ah. The ice cream's lying. She came home late on a hot day. The ice cream's melted. Right? Is that it? I think I'm gonna ask Ava just to be sure. I've got it. The hint here is that the witch got home much later than usual. What happens when she gets home later than usual? Think carefully. The food is always freshly made and served at the usual time. Okay, yeah. I think we got it right. The ice cream! The witch got back really late, so the ice cream would have melted. She couldn't eat it. Let's go! See? Angie's a clever girl, isn't she? I also like to see Ava's hint. Congratulations, Angie. Very impressive. How quickly you saw through the puzzle that I, Goda, put all my efforts into. It was totally easy. Aunt Ava's puzzle was harder. Thanks. Congratulations. This medal is your prize for answering correctly. Thank you. Okay, that was easy. Now let's take a shot at Kumasawa's puzzle. You got one medal. Looks like I'm up next. Now let's test Angie's with my specially made, super hard puzzle. Are you ready? How hard is it? Oh, you'll have to wait and see. And now, let the mackerel dessert puzzle begin. Mackerel dessert? This is Kumasawa we're talking about, so you can bet it'll be a strange one. Be careful. Okay. The cook was in trouble. Dinner had been fully prepared except for the dessert, but he had no ingredients except mackerel. Then, the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of these leftovers. Which letter did he change? Okay, so it's from Sabara. By changing just a single letter. Make a grand dessert out of those leftovers. Sabara. Now this might be to a Japanese word. Read the question carefully. The cook was in trouble. Dinner had been fully prepared except for the dessert, but he had no ingredients except sabara, mackerel, and leftovers. Then, the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of those leftovers. Which letter did he change? He had no ingredients except sabara, mackerel, and leftovers. And the cook had a flash of inspiration. Sabara. Aboba. Abare? You probably rearrange it. Let's see what Ava thinks. Did you get it? She says you have to change one letter, so the answer is probably some sort of word game. Her choice of words is suspicious to say the least. Try to think of some kind of dessert you can make by changing a letter in... Oh, I've got it. What is it? Forget changing a whole letter. You only need to change one line. In fact, this pretty much gives you the answer. You only have to change one line. Fully prepared except for the dessert, but he had no ingredients except sabara, mackerel, and leftovers. Then the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of those leftovers. Gotta think about this one. What letter did he change? Like, well, I see. Okay, hold on. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I'm thinking. Cook was in trouble. Dinner had been fully prepared except for the dessert, but it had no ingredients except Sabara. Then the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand desert. Oh, this is stupid. You know. Sahara, right? Does that work? You changed the B? That's a clever one. Kumasawa's kind of tricky. If you change the B in Sabara to H, you get Sahara. That's correct. I'm illiterate. I read it too fast. My brain tricked me. Desert, not dessert. I figured out a trick in Japanese and English. And so, this, I will say, nothing against her. This piece, Angie, is kind of cocky and kind of annoying. I know she's only 6, but she's kind of getting a little cocky. I like it when you do that. That does feel good. Changing just a single letter, and even Mackerel can make a fine desert. Are you starting to see Mackerel's true power? Classic 6-year-old? Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. The day I'm forced to serve a joke like that for dessert, I imagine heads will roll. I wouldn't like it either. I like ice cream for dessert. Of course. By the way, we shouldn't be worried, should we? What about tonight's dessert? I can hardly wait to surprise everyone with a mackerel fruit parfait waiting there in the kitchen. Kumasawa's great. For some time after that, I was tormented by the terrifying image of a parfait neatly topped with mackerel chunks. What a shame. I tried so hard to stop Angie from getting that prize, but she solved my best riddle like it was nothing. Though she said that, Kumasawa smiled. A gold-colored medal glittered in her wrinkly hands. Angie took it. Well then, that's all for our puzzles. Please keep up the pace, get more and more medals, and win that splendid prize from the master. Okay, thank you. I'll keep it up. We did it, Anaiva. Let's keep it up. We rushed away. Okay, who should we take on next? You got 1 medal. Seems that all of a sudden the tiny girl who used to hide and tremble in Kirie's shadow has grown to be bright and cheery. With each passing family conference, one can feel the growth of these youngsters. After just a few years more, Angie will certainly learn of love, of makeup, and will eventually grow to become a true lady. Very true. She grows normally with the passing time, that is. A cruel fate will force this chick called Angie into a lonely future. If an egg isn't warmed, it won't hatch. The egg she is now will not be warmed by anyone, and it will not hatch. Inside that frozen egg, will Angie have no choice but to face an isolated future. An eggshell can always be broken from the inside. A cold shell may be very, very hard, but that doesn't mean it cannot be broken. Does Angie have the strength to do that? Is she capable of achieving that or not? I hear that question is what this final game is all about. Perhaps we should have sent a clearer message. If the egg cannot be warmed, could we at least strike it from the outside to make it easier to crack? If a chick without the power to break its own shell is forced outside of the egg, it won't be able to withstand the cold winds. Angie will have to find that power and resilience herself. But can we not somehow explain that power and resilience to her? Words mean nothing if they are merely given. They must also be accepted. No matter what we try to give Angie, it will be meaningless unless she accepts it. You're right. No matter what we try to tell her, it won't matter unless she listens. Oh, we can do nothing but watch over her. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. This is like Revolutionary Girl Utena? I don't know that one. We can do nothing but pray that Angie chooses a better future for herself. If Angie does not abandon herself to anger for the sole purpose of distracting herself from her resignation and sadness, if she can just be honest about that one single wish that she truly desires more than anything else, then you can be certain that she will make her greatest wish come true. It is ironic, since in the very beginning she has been denying the greatest wish of hers herself. Laughter brings happiness. Tears bring misfortune. Those who believe will be saved. People have the power to create their own futures by the strength of their emotions. I wish we could let her hear those words. Battler's very strict. He's hoping that Angie will realize it by her own power alone, and is not permitting even words of this nature to be told to her. Seems we can do no more but watch over her. And so, let us at least pray. Pray that she grasps the world she desires most with her own hands. Oh, have you selected me? Yeah. I'll have to face everyone sooner or later. Right on, Ava? Right. Come on, let's have a puzzle. We'll solve it in a flash. I see. Then it seems I must make it a good one. Genji, you should give her one as well. A tough one. As you wish. In that case, a tough one it shall be. Whoa. I'd hoped that Genji would give me a simple puzzle, but now he's saying it'll be tough. Scary. But I'll beat both of them. I can't let myself get scared. Then let us start with mine. I am a doctor, so how about an ambulance puzzle? When you're in Japan, the word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. QQ. If you add an emergency to blank, you'll get an ambulance. If blank is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. What number is the question mark? Hint, the difference between two cars is half an emergency. The math problem. If you add emergency to blank, you get an ambulance. So, sorry everyone, I have to nerd on this one. I can't do mental math terribly well. Well, I can, but like not... I can't do mental algebra terribly well. Flashbang incoming. The word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. Okay, so is emergency... Oh, okay. That's probably 99 then. Emergency is probably 99. So when you add emergency to blank, you get ambulance. So ambulance equals 99 plus emergency. And if wait. Sorry, not emergency. Question mark. We'll just call that X. So ambulance equals 99 plus X. And then if... Oh, my Wi-Fi's lagging. Hold on. Then if question mark is subtracted from 130, so 130 minus X, you'll get a police car. Police. What number goes in the question mark? Hint, the difference between the two cars is half an emergency. So the difference between two cars is half an emergency. So ambulance equals 99 plus X. So essentially, we would have... If we add these equations together... We have two variables, though. So actually, we can do this. We can do... X equals police... minus 130. So X equals 130 minus police. So ambulance equals 99 plus 130 minus police. So ambulance is 229 minus police. Just interesting the two cards is half an emergency. Ambulance equals 229 minus police. Doesn't quite get us there, huh? When you're in Japan, the word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. Is emergency 18? Then, if you add an emergency to a number, you get an ambulance. If a number is subtracted from 130, you get a police car. What number goes in the question mark? Hint, the difference between the two cars is half an emergency. Hmm. Think about it. Let me see what Ava has to say. The question mark is a number, but emergency is a word. You can't add a number to a word, right? The part sounds like some kind of word game. After all, QQ means emergency, and Q means 9. Okay, so 99. We got there. Why does some number added to 99 get you an ambulance? I've got it. Really? What is it? I'll give you a hint. You've got a big advantage here that most people around the world don't have. Then again, even people from other countries could narrow it down to 2 answers with a little math. Okay, so essentially we're trying to figure out... It's like a 911, right? Like that's when you get an ambulance. But it's a different number in Japan, right? I don't know what the emergency line for Japan is. Riddles are hard. The difference between the two cars is half an emergency. When you add emergency to blank, you'll get an ambulance. Well, we can just use these choices, right? So 5 plus 99 is 104. 10 plus 99 is 109. 15 is 114. 20 is 119. And then 25 is 124. I think 119 is the equivalent of 911 in Japan, right? And then if you subtract 20 from 130, you get a police car, 110. 110. The difference between the two cars is half an emergency. So police car is 110. And ambulance is 119. Ah, and then the difference between the two cars is 9. Half an emergency. 20. I think it's 20. I'm shipping it. Emergency sounds like 99. If you had 20, you get 119. That's the emergency number for ambulances. And if you subtract 20, you get 110. That's the emergency number for calling the police. Okay, cool. Nailed it. And then the hint helped with not knowing those localized numbers. Even though it's not half of 99, it is one of the 9s. I knew you were a quick thinker, Angie. Well done, Angie. What a wise granddaughter I have. Congratulations. This medal belongs to you. I like doing it with the multiple choice. Yeah, well, we didn't really need that part. If you use that hint, you can make a pretty good guess at the answer, even if you forgot what the emergency numbers were. At any rate, the gold medal glittering in Nanjo's hand is now mine. Now to defeat Genji and get another one. Yes, that's the spirit. Let's solve more and more. You got one medal. Your turn, Genji. My friend here doesn't speak much, but his knowledge is quite extensive. Even I cannot wait to see what sort of puzzle he whips up. Now then, Angie, prepare yourself. Sorry, I'm just reconnecting my webcam to my Wi-Fi. Yeah, I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream. I'm currently having Wi-Fi issues. Not internet issues, but Wi-Fi issues. Where my internet doesn't go out, but my Wi-Fi doesn't connect to my devices frequently. And I use my my phone as my webcam, which connects to the Wi-Fi. So it is currently experiencing those issues. It'll be on and off all night, but it is what it is. Prepare yourself. The puzzle starts now. I've never heard anyone say prepare yourself like that when giving a quiz. I started to get so tense that my stomach began to hurt. It'll be okay. Hang in there. Aunt Ava gripped my hand firmly and my stomach ache got a little better. Angie, have you learned division? Yeah. I learned it in cram school. Hold on, I'm just making sure, because now I think my phone is just malfunctioning. Yeah. Hold on, my phone just has to reconnect to YouTube Studio. Let me just restart that. Such a pain in the butt. Okay, we're probably back now. Incredible, a 6-year-old who knows division. There we go, we're so back. Then there should be no problems. Here it comes. This is bad. I did learn division, but I'm not very good at it. We have a lit candle 5 centimeters in length. Every hour, half of that candle's remaining length is burned away. Then, when its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. 3 hours later, the flame had disappeared. What was the length of the candle at that time? Whoa. Okay. We have a lit candle 5 centimeters in length. Every hour, half of that candle's remaining length is burned away. Then when its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. Okay, so 1 centimeter is 100 millimeters. And then 5 centimeters is going to be 500 millimeters. So, half of its length will burn off. 3 hours later, the flame had disappeared. What was the length of the candle at that time? Ah, so this is tricky, right? Because it's a candle. So even though the 3 hours will have passed, when the length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will be gone. Or, I'm sorry, not 100, it's 10, right? So 10 centimeters is, or 10 millimeters is a centimeter. So we start at 50 centimeters. Or 50 millimeters, excuse me. Hour 1 will go to 25 millimeters. Hour 2 will go to 12.5 millimeters. And then hour 3 will go to 6.25 millimeters. But what was the length of the candle at that time? When the length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. This is super tricky. It's going to be about 10 millimeters. Because as soon as you get under 1 centimeter, the flame is going to disappear. And it can't keep burning. I'm sending it. After 1 hour, the 5 centimeters becomes 2.5. And the next hour, that becomes 1.25. And in the next hour, that becomes 0.625. Angie, you don't need to use math. Make sure you remember the problem clearly. How long is the candle when it burns out? That was a close one. The candle goes out when it's 1 centimeter long. So the rest doesn't matter. Nailed it. The flame on this candle dies when the candle is 1 centimeter in length. In other words, it can never get shorter than 1 centimeter. So the right answer is the 5th choice, about 10 millimeters. That's right. You are correct. They jump scared me. I thought I clicked the wrong one. How clever of you not to be misled. I didn't even need division. I almost got tricked. You were pretty mean there, Genji. You even asked her if she could do division. That was a trap, right? Correct. My humble apologies. After all, Genji is the sort who can trick you without changing his expression in the slightest. Congratulations, Angie. This medal is proof that you have correctly solved my puzzle. Thank you. I got another medal. Nice going. I'll get lots more. I'll get a ton. And then grandfather will give me a great prize. Indeed. Give it all you've got, my granddaughter. Good luck, Angie. I'm rooting for you. There must be others waiting for you. Perhaps you ought to search for the next challenge. Okay, thank you. I'll try even harder now. We dashed away. There are still many people waiting to give me puzzles. I have tons of chances to get medals. Okay, who should I challenge next? You got one medal. After Angie and Ava left, Battler, who had been watching their progress, came over. How's Angie doing? Oh, Battler. I'm not certain, but she does seem to be enjoying herself. I heard your puzzle, Genji. Even I was almost taken aback there. You honor me. Still, not quite what I would have expected. Who would have thought you'd give a trick question like that? I figured you'd make it straightforward. Simple puzzle. You might expect such a thing from him, silent as he is. But he is much more of a schemer than he appears. Very true. If you play a chess match against him, you'll see that right away. He even fools me from time to time. He'll trick me right to my face with that stern, serious expression of his. He has always been like that. And yet, despite the numerous occasions on which he had fooled me in the past, I keep on getting tricked. Come to think of it, what sort of relationship do you and Genji have? For just an instant, Kinzo glanced at Genji's face. Apparently, he hadn't planned on touching on the subject if Genji had any objections. However, Genji spoke as though there was no point in hiding it any longer. I knew the master once, in Taiwan. Whoa. Knew me, he says. We were partners in crime, you might say. The two of us were both prodigal sons of rich families, a pair of ruffians who caused their parents nothing but trouble. Genji, a prodigal son? That's a surprise. So, Genji also moved to Taiwan, where he met grandfather. No, I am a native of Taiwan. Genji was born in Taiwan. Well, since Taiwan was under Japanese rule before the war, he is still Japanese, of course. He was a man who hated losing. When we first met, we fought all the time. Once we hit it off, we became the best of friends. There was a lot of disorder and conflict after the war. The master is the one who saved me during that chaotic period. If I spend the rest of my life trying to repay that debt, it would not be enough to pay it back in full. Don't say that, my friend. If only I had been a little more persuasive, I might have been able to bring your family back with us as well. Because I was so inadequate, I was unable to save anyone but you. I don't know much about the details of Taiwan's history, but apparently there was still a lot of chaos there even after the war ended and Japan pulled out. Kinzo, predicting this chaos before it happened, worked out a way for Genji and his family to escape. However, Genji's family possessed great wealth in Taiwan. They were unable to abandon it, and they decided to remain there. The wealth had been built up thanks to their close relationship with the Japanese government of Taiwan. The new regime after the war wasn't likely to welcome them with open arms. Much mayhem and confusion followed, and Genji was the only one who escaped harm. I don't know what happened to make this man, whom Kinzo just called troublesome, a prodigal son, change so drastically to become the person that he is today. It was a story of friendship between the two of them, and there could be hardly any point in an unrelated person sifting through the history books to interpret it however they pleased. They had been good friends since long ago, and they owed each other their lives. Though the troubled times tossed them about, their friends held firm for decades. Genji's role was now that of the butler, but when they're alone in the study, they sometimes share a drink and think back to the days of their youth. And they're still that way today. Leaving Kinzo and Genshi to reminisce, Battler walked off on his own. It would be rude to ask for any more detail, and he didn't need to know. Kinzo and Genji had been friends since long, long ago. That was something he already knew. What do you think? Do you want to challenge Aunt Nazi and Uncle Kraus next? Yeah, let's beat them. Very well, we'll play along. The two of us have prepared some formidable puzzles for you. Should I go first? Or you? I will start. Very well. Listen closely to what I'm about to say. White, black, white, black, white. Black, white, black, white, black, white. White, black, white, black, white. Black, white, black, white, black, white. White, black, white, black, huh? I'll say it once more. White, black, white, black, white. White, black, white, black, white. Blank, black, white, black, white, black, white. White, black, white, black, white. Blank. What does the blank stand for? This is a really hard one. White, black, white, black, white. Question mark, black, white, black, white, black, white. It looks like the white and black are alternating, but the question mark is between a white and a black. Is it gray? Is it that easy? This is a surprisingly hard one coming from you, Natsuhi. Aneva was groaning. Apparently this one's really tough. Is it really so hard? There's a chance that some people won't understand it if they haven't had the right experiences. Ava aside, I think Angie would have seen it a lot at school and kindergarten. What? I don't have a clue. The problem that I could get easier than Aunt... Is it a problem that I could get easier than Aunt Ava? Is it hard? White, black, white, black, white, blank. Black, white, black, white, black, white. 1, 2... Well, there's 6. There's 6 white flags and 5 black flags. Shirokuro, Shirokuro. White, black, white, black, white. Question mark. Black, white, black, white, black, white. See what Ava has to say. The hint for this one is probably what Natsuhi said, about something you might see in school or kindergarten. Do you know what it is, Angie? No, I'm stuck. See, even Angie says she's stuck. Give her at least a little hint. I see. Then a hint. They may be different colors, but you get a beautiful sound no matter which you push. It's a piano! It's a piano! So it's white. Because there's no 2 black keys next to each other. It's a piano. It's a keyboard, like a piano. Ah, it's a keyboard. Something like that can be found in kindergartens and schools, which is covered with a line of white and black things. It's an instrument, like a keyboard on a piano or melodica. The first 2 black keys are between do, re, and mi. The set of 3 black keys are between fa, sol, la, and ti. Started with white, black, blank. So there are 3 white ones are do, re, and mi. There's no black key between mi and fa. So fa comes right after mi. And since the question mark comes after mi, the right answer is fa. In other words, the right answer is white. I just knew that there's no 2 black keys next to each other. They have to come in between white keys. I thought it might have been a bit too hard, but you did well. Splendidly done, you two. Go ahead, Natsuhi. Congratulations, Angie. Here's my medal for you. Alright, Aunt Ava, I got another one. Things are moving along nicely. Next up is Nissan's puzzle. Let's solve it in a flash and teach him a lesson, okay? How interesting. Looks like it's time you were taught a lesson. Stop it, Aunt Ava. Don't make him mad. You'll make the puzzle harder. If there's anyone you have to blame, it's Ava. Now, take this brain twister. Here's a puzzle about the tenants of a skyscraper I've invested in. Whoa. Once upon a time, there was a 7-story skyscraper. The following companies were located on the following floors. Okamura was located on the 7th. Iwamura was located on the 6th. Tamura was located on the 5th. Now then, Murakoshi Publishing Company was located on the blank floor. What goes on the blank? It was a 7-story skyscraper. The following companies were located on the following floors. Okamura Securities, located on the 7th. Iwamura RST. Iwamura was located on the 6th. Tamura. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tamura was located on the 5th. Murakoshi Publishing Company, Ltd. LMNOP QRST. But that doesn't quite work because it's kind of OITT. Now then, Murakoshi Publishing Company is located on the blanked floor. MP. Hmm. 7-story skyscraper. Following companies were located on the following floors. Okamura Securities was located on the 7th. Iwamura. Tamura. Oka, Iwa. Tamura. Murakoshi. Publishing. What goes in the blank? Oh! It's fourth. It has to be. Because it's TH. It can't be 1th floor, 2th floor, or 3rd floor. It has to be 4th floor. Easy. Well done, you got it. From floor 1 to floor 4, there's only one floor that ends in TH. The 4th floor. Yeah, the 4th floor fits, but the other ones are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Nicely done. Even I didn't figure that one out until I had the answer given to me. Apparently Uncle Kraus once had this puzzle shown to him, and he wasn't able to answer it right. He looked a bit downcast, like that a kid like me could solve it. For some reason, it looked even more mortified to see that Ava had solved it. Sorry, give me 1 second. Come on now. Let's see that medal. The medal is the mark of Angie's intelligence. I mustn't let you have it, Ava. Sore loser. Thank you, Uncle Kraus. Am I incredible? Very much so. You're a more flexible thinker than your uncle. I'm proud to have you as a niece. These are cool riddles. I like these. That's all for our puzzles. I do hope you've enjoyed them. I did. Thank you, Aunt Nazi and Uncle Kraus. I hope you can enjoy all your tricky questions without worrying about your medal count too much. We all hope that this becomes a wonderful night just for you. We really are enjoying ourselves. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. Kraus and Nazi smiled at them as they dashed away. Oh, it's you, Natsuhi. How did your puzzles go? We did the best we could, but I'm not sure how much they enjoyed them. On the other side of the room, Angie and Ava were counting the medals they had gathered so far. Angie and Ava. It was such an unexpected pairing, but they looked like they were having a great time. A future parent and child, unrelated by blood. Watching them like this, they look just like a normal parent and child. Yeah, they do. Bonds between people are nurtured by the heart. Ties of blood do not bond as strongly. After saying this, Natsuhi bit back her own words and stared at the floor. What's wrong? I was just surprised that I would dare to say such words. You don't need to worry about me. Because I rejected you, you met a painful fate in so many worlds. All of that is my responsibility. I understand how you felt. Unable to become pregnant, you were forced to feel shame for many years. In that situation, any woman would be shocked if they were handed a baby, whose parentage they didn't even know, and then told to adopt them. That was no reason for me to push you off a cliff. True. You will have to carry that cross for the rest of your life. Yes, I am prepared to do so. In that case, the suffering you must endure will come from the cross you bear, not from me. You don't despise me? Don't make that dejected face. No, perhaps it's the other way around. As long as you continue making that dejected face, I will feel no desire to punish you. As long as you continue to carry that cross, I will feel no desire to hate you. Do you mean that you don't hate me? Tell the truth, I did hate you. I hated your guts. I hated you so much, I wanted to hang up a pillow with your picture on it and use it as a punching bag. But as I watched you, that feeling faded away. You regretted and lamented, and I'm sure you'll never forget that feeling for as long as you live. How could I forget? After all, I'm a murderer. Your cross is a heavy one, doubtless. I can feel compassion for you now. I'm serious. After all, Kinzo was the one at fault, right? It's his fault for having an illegitimate child in the first place. And the way he forced that child on you was even worse. He should at least have been able to avoid hurting you by saying, please take care of this poor child, instead of, you can't give birth, so adopt this kid. Men. Kinzo. I no longer hate you. Doesn't that make that cross you bear feel any lighter? No. I still don't know how I can make up for what I did to you. Then let's do it this way. Hold out your arms. Like this? As Natsuhi spread her arms uncertainly, Beato leapt forward and hugged her tight. This is a little... I'll never say this again, so let me say it once. After all, I never had the chance to meet my mother. Aww. Still hugging Natsuhi, Beato spoke in a whisper. She spoke those words that she would clearly never say again. Thank you for worrying so much for my sake. But I really don't hate you anymore. Please believe that, Mother. Beatrice. Aww. So nice. Oh. Okay. Chapter end. You already know the drill. Break time. it's riddle time.
あの二人はどう？
Made myself a coffee, so that's why I took a little bit. All right, what about those two?
シャノンちゃん。
Shannon and Cannon?
いいわね。
Sure, it looks like they'll put up a good fight.
お呼びですか？
You need something, Ava and Angie?
姉さん
Don't be stupid, Nason. They're asking us for puzzles.
失
Oh,
礼し
my
ました。
apologies. Welcome back. Thank you. Shannon was absent-minded as ever. However, Cannon looked extremely calm and would probably have a well-polished puzzle ready.
じゃあ僕から先に出すよ
Okay, I'll go first.
姉さんはその間に考えて
Use that time to think of a puzzle, Nason. Okay, sorry.
じゃあ
So if I'm buying time for Nason to think of a puzzle, I'll have to make one tricky enough to keep you stumped for a while. Huh, you've got guts, kid. Let's have it, shall we?
カノンくんの
Show us the hardest one you've got.
蒸発しない。
Don't provoke him. I want an easy one.
エヴァ様のご許可
Now
が
that I have Ava's permission, allow me to present an insanely difficult
失
puzzle.
礼させ
ここは任せて。
Leave this to me.
おばさんが
I'll solve it. The scholarly king once decided to give out prizes to the learned people of the land. The one who won the copper prize got 29 gold coins. The one who won the silver prize got 47 gold coins. The one who won the gold prize got 79 gold coins. How many gold coins were given to the one who won the platinum prize? Plus 18 plus 20, 32. Where are we going with this?
もらえる賞金の前
The number of coins are really different and kind of weird.
ちょっとカノン
Wait a second, Cannon. What are you thinking?
こんなのわかる
There's no way she'll be able to get this one, right?
姉さんが
This is just to buy time until Nason can think of a question, so forgive me.
ごよ
Thank you.
私
I've thought of a question.
了解
Understood.
では
Now then, Ava and Angie.
ヒントを差し
I'll give you a hint.
銅は20
Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79.
これがヒント
That's the hint. What? That's what he said.
問題と何も変わらない。
That's just what you said in the question.
ヒントになってない。
That's not a hint.
銅は20
Copper is 29,
銀は
silver is 47. Oh, so that's it. Huh?
わかったの？
You got it?
ヘンゼもわか
I
る。
get it too.
プラチナは
Platinum is better than gold, so the prize must be more than 79 gold coins.
違うわ。
That's wrong.
その法
With these rules, the platinum prize is probably worth less than the gold prize.
そうでしょう。
Isn't that right?
お察しの通
It
り
is as you say.
すでに
It seems you've already found the
答えが
answer.
分かられている
これは
This puzzle is impossible for Angie.
最低で
You need to have gone to middle school at the very least.
これ
I'll answer.
エンジェちゃん
Is that alright, Angie?
うん
Sure. I'll leave it to you. So it's less than 79? Can I get more? You may need to Google. Uh-oh. The number of coins are really different. Is this the same? Oh, this is the same.
姉さんが
Now, let me think about it.
了解ではヒントを差し上げ銅は20
Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is
これ
79.
がヒントです
That's the hint.
問題と何もヒントになってない。銅は
So
29。
they're saying copper is 29.
わかっヘンゼ
Not the copper prize is 29.
その方そうでしょう。
お察しのとすでに
これは最低。これエンジェちゃん。エヴァおば
And I might need to Google it. Not sure if anyone said it yet, but in the manga they have them play hide and seek instead of doing riddles. Oh, that's neat. I guess because it can't be interactive. Copper is 29. Silver is 47. Gold. So it's not... I don't think it's a numbers thing, right? It's a little Google. Boo, if you think I have to Google. copper is 29. Oh, I'm dumb. Copper's chemical elemental atomic number is 29. That's mean. So what is it? The platinum prize? Platinum atomic number? 78. Okay, I would have never, ever, ever, ever divined that, probably. I would have save scummed it, probably. That's a neat riddle, though. Correct. Awesome, Aunt Ava. Why? Why is it 78? If platinum is better than gold, then why does gold get more coins? Yeah, periodic table. The number of coins you get is the same as the atomic number of the prize. Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79. By the way, platinum is 78. The platinum prize gets you 78 gold coins. I'm not missing these dialogue options, by the way, so I will save scum it if I don't get it. Dad once told me that Aunt Ava was a really enthusiastic studier and really, really smart. Even back when she was in school. Even George, her son, is smart, so Ava must be incredible. Still, that was a pretty nasty riddle to choose. You should have at least given one Angie can understand. You did give me permission to show her the hardest one I've got. Okay, Cannon, you're a scumbag, sorry. Knowledge checking your opponent, and then like when they're like, what do you do about that? You say like, oh yeah, you just push block it. And then you guard break them because they push blocked it. Yeah, very cool, Cannon. That's right, you said it yourself. That's why we got a puzzle that was too hard for me. It's my fault? Sorry, Angie. But look, we got a medal, so please forgive me. We got another medal. Just how many have we gotten so far? We still have a lot left to get. Next up is Shannon. Mine isn't that hard, so you can relax. After all, you managed to think it up. Well, dude, Cannon needs to chill. You're making fun of me. Then do you want to have a go at it too, Cannon? Bring it on. Alright, the riddle is, act like a normal human being. Sounds like you'll be able to understand it this time, Angie. I'll stick to giving hints again. Okay, I'll do my best. Hi, Ditz. I'll solve it. Another medal for me. Let's go then. Listen carefully. Whoa, okay. W equals white chocolate. P equals pepper jack cheese. A equals anchovy pizza. O equals lemonade. And question mark equals black coffee. What letter does the question mark stand for? Why is young Angie here? Oh yeah, a lot has happened. We're in episode 8. I don't know what the last thing you've seen is. A lot has happened. White equals white chocolate. E equals pepper jack cheese. A equals anchovy pizza. O equals lemonade. And question mark equals black coffee. Which letter does the question mark stand for? Okay. White chocolate starts with W. Pepper jack cheese starts with P. Anchovy pizza starts with A. O equals lemonade. What is black coffee? So, my thought here is... Let's ask Ava. I don't get it. What do the letters mean? Could it be the first letter of each word? Well, that's what I thought at first. White chocolate starts with W and all that, starts with all that. But then, how do you explain lemonade being O? Do you get it? If it's about letters, spelling out big words like that is hard. You don't need to know how to spell any hard words. If you and Ava work together, I know you'll be able to solve it. Don't you have any more hints? I do. I'll teach you the letters for some other foods. First, watermelon is W. For P, how about picante potatoes? Albacore tuna is A. Orange lime sherbet would probably be O. It does sound like the first letter is the key. But then how do you explain lemonade being O? I love W foods. cookies and cake are W, right? That's right.
ということ名前
So, it isn't the first letter after all.
どういうこと
What's going on? Is the W group about desserts?
甘納豆
The watermelon isn't a dessert.
デザート
P is picante potatoes and pepper jack cheese.
お菓子
A is anchovy pizza and albacore tuna. Fishy.
S は
O is lemonade and orange lime sherbet.
シャーベット K は
Just what are these?
キムこれ
What are these groups?
わかるよ。
I sort of get it, but I sort of don't.
なんだかもどかし
It's a little annoying.
い。では、
One last hint.
皆様は
I'm sure your parents don't let you drink coffee, but do you know how it's supposed to taste? I had a little once. I thought it was going to be sweet, but I was really surprised.
二度と飲ま
I'll
ない。
never drink it again. Ah, I've got it. Angie, thank you.
あなたのおかげで
Thanks to you, I've probably figured it out. About taste. The white chocolate, cookies, cake, desserts. They're sweet. W's in sweet. The second letter. In sweet. Is it second letter? Well, we know coffee isn't W, right? Because... Actually, I guess we don't know that it doesn't fall into another group. So it has to do with how they taste. Well, actually, we could go with that, probably. It has to do with how they taste. Coffee does not fall into the W group. Pepper jack cheese and picante potatoes. Anchovy pizza and tuna. Those are like fishy. Lemonade and sherbet. Lemonade and orange lime sherbet. Those are like sour tastes, right? Sweet, sour, fishy. Wow. So I think we know that it's not in W or A. B and I are not represented. O. This one is pretty cruel. Save scum time. Oh, I think I understand. You can get it? It's about taste. They said that in the hint. And I guess let's just go with the easy one is the W, right? It's like desserts and watermelon and white chocolate. It's got to be sweet. And so are they coded based on that word? If they are, the W is the second letter of sweet. Pepper jack cheese and picante potatoes. Maybe spicy. It's P is the second letter of how they taste. A would be anchovy pizza and albacore tuna, which is like fishy, I think. A. Second letter A for a taste is like, all I can think of, I guess, is like salty. I guess that does describe anchovies for sure, and tuna. I don't know if I would describe tuna as salty, but like, I guess it probably fits because it's like seafood. And then lemonade and orange lime sherbet. O is in sour. It's the second one. So, black coffee. What's the taste of coffee? I'm actually drinking coffee right now. Let me have a sip. I love coffee. Well, I guess let's go this way. We know it's not W, A, or O because it doesn't fall into the taste profiles of any of those other things. It's not salty, it's not sour, and it's not sweet. This is black coffee. So something that starts with, but it has B in it. Bitter? Bitter makes sense. And then if we're going off the second letter, that's probably right, right? I saved it anyways. Let's go for it. See, Angie? Think about the taste of all the foods. How does white chocolate taste? Sweet. And what about pepper jack cheese? Spicy. Okay, so that is it. And how about anchovy pizza and lemonade? I see. So that's what it is. Anchovies are salty. Lemonade is sour. So what is it? Do the letters match the tastes? That's right. The second letter of sweet is W. Yep. So what does black coffee taste like? Bitter. Exactly. And the second letter bitter is... Wait, when did you drink coffee? Nice job. You got it right, Ava and Angie. Hey, we take it. It's a cute one. Definitely hard. Like, Canada Jettas were hard. Hard dialogue to unlock. And here's my medal. Please take it. I feel so big brain. Heck yeah. I thought this one died. Who's this one? Everyone died. Thanks. You didn't get it, did you, Cannon? I'll bet it was hard. Not bad, coming from you, Nason. The maid? Yeah, well, everyone died. Why don't you try saying sorry for making fun of you? I don't know when the last stream you tuned into either. If you don't, I'll make you meet. I'll make all your meals O and I. Oh, I just stretched it. How good is the manga? Chat can answer that. I haven't read the manga. O is one thing, but eating I all the time would be awful. I want to eat W all the time. Careful, you'll get cavities. But if you ever come to my house to play, I'll be more than willing to share. Yay! I love you, Aunt Ava. In the end, Cannon caved under the threat of I cooking and was forced to apologize to Shannon. Got medal. That's all for our puzzles. Did you enjoy them? Yeah, thanks. Seems the others still have some brain twisters waiting for you. Please be careful. Good point. Everyone left looks like there'll be a challenge. But we'll win. We can do it if we work together. That's right. Let's combine our wits and move on. Goodbye, and good luck. Very good. Different artists do different episodes. Some are incredibly well done. Hey, nice. I'll have to check out the manga. For sure. I hear the anime is not really worth it, though. Shannon and Cannon returned to the kitchen with the serving cart. The dining hall was filled with such exciting and fun atmosphere. But out here in the corridor, one was reminded of the fierce winds and the rain. But they were satisfied with this. The whole point of this noisy farewell party was to forget the loneliness of the rain for just a little bit. So, we've reached the end of this long game. You're telling me. I feel relieved. Finally, we won't have to be toys for anyone else. I'd like to be quietly forgotten, to get covered with dust and vanish. You're wrong. We aren't going to vanish like that. In the world locked inside this cat box, our future will continue, unknown to anyone. You're right. Sorry. That's a world that even we can't know about, so I forgot. Just what kind of future will we make for ourselves in this cat box world? I don't know. That's why it's called the cat box. Good point. Don't you have any regrets, Nason? About George, for instance? Receiving that ring is all you can do for George. As for marriage, living together and all the
そ
rest,
れが叶うのが
our future inside the cat box is what will make it all come true, isn't it?
それは私だけ
I'm not the only one.
カノン君だって
It's the same for you, right?
ジェシカを
What about a future for you and Milady Jessica?
僕は
私が
I could break off my engagement with George, then leave the island and disappear.
その世界で
The future is also that future is also possible for me.
お嬢様と
In that world,
青春
you wouldn't have to hesitate for my
する
sake.
んだよ
You could enjoy your youth to the fullest with Milady.
姉さんがジョージ様との婚約を諦めら
I
れ
can't burst right now. I'm not in a game that has
あ
that.
るかもね
If you give up on your engagement with George, that sort of world might be possible.
だから
So,
私がジョージ
since it's a cat
それが
box,
あなたがお
the
嬢
world where I
様
spend my life with George and the world where you spend your life with
同時
Milady
に存在できる
can
んだ
both exist at the same
こ
time.
の中じゃない
Let me refund those points for you. It's a world where any contradicting dreams can exist at once.
それが
That's the world where we'll be put away in as pieces. So there's no need to be lonely, no need to be sad.
今ここに
Even though the me here, right now, can only observe the part where I accept George's
を
ring.
もらうところまでしか
The other me who lives in the cat box, in a world I cannot witness, will surely build a happy life in that future. The cat box is such a strange thing, a place where any pieces and toys and dreams can be kept. It's no cage sealing us in. On the contrary, being inside the cat box means being free from everything in countless worlds.
全て
A world where we're freed from everything, and yet where all of our wishes come true? However, the me in that world won't be the me here and now.
それがなんだか
That's a bit depressing.
ね
Hey, Canon.
えカノン
何
Yeah?
しよっか
Let's do it.
何を
Do what?
決闘
Let's have a duel.
いいの
Are you sure?
私たちは
We both wished we'd settled this much
な
sooner,
のに
and yet
こうして
we've put it off to the last moment just before the game is going to
いい
end.
よ
Sure,
どうせ終わる
the game is nearly over
最後
anyways.
の最後
Now at the very
僕
end,
らは自分
it's
たち
time for us to settle things by
そう
ourselves.
すれば
That way,
猫
we'll be able to see our future before we're put away into a cat
私たち
box.
はい
いとも
Sure,
やろうじゃないか
let's do it.
何で決め
How
る
will we decide it?
コイン
A coin?
それともまた
Or with pistols
一
again?
方で
とね
Um,
じゃあ
in that case, why don't we have our own quiz tournament?
は
Huh? You're really getting into this?
じゃあね
Okay then.
第1問
First question. Everyone's getting their like little resolutions. This is so sweet. Oh no.
エンジェには
I'm gonna give Angie a really hard one. I'll trick her with my extra hard puzzle and make sure she never gets my medal.
エンジェ解けるの
I'll solve it.
絶対解ける
I'll definitely solve it. As soon as Marie and Angie crossed gazes, they started fighting. The two girls, so close in age, were really good friends, but they also fought a lot. Especially when they were opponents in a game.
マリアちゃん
Maria probably knows a ton of different
楽
quizzes.
しみだわ
This should be interesting.
よろしくね
Let's have it. Not now. I'm the star, so I'll go after Mama.
そう
Really? You're sure it's okay for me to go first? Yeah.
じゃあ
Then
私
let's begin.
行くわよ
Ready? Oh boy. Rokkenjima is about to explode. There's only 1 hour left until the explosion. Rosa can make it to the stack of ingots in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. However, the ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. She starts at the surface and goes back and forth between the surface and the underground VIP room. How many ingots can Rosa carry out of this underground VIP room? Okay, this seems pretty straightforward. Rokkenjima is about to explode. There's only 1 hour left until the explosion. Rosa can make it to the stack of ingots in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. However, the ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. She starts at the surface and goes back and forth between the surface and the underground VIP room. How many ingots can she carry out of the underground VIP room? This seems really straightforward. So she starts at the surface. She's going to go down to the VIP room. Down to the VIP room in 3 minutes. Up with an ingot, that's 8 minutes. So it's 8 minutes round trip. So she will be able to carry 8 is 1 ingot. 16 is 2 ingots. Therefore, 32 is 4 ingots. 40 is 5 ingots. 48 is 6 ingots. 56 is 7 ingots. So it should be 7. Because 8 ingots, it would take her 64 minutes. She would go 56, and then 59 minutes would leave her down in the VIP room. Let's see if I'm missing anything here. It just seems like 7 ingots. I guess you don't need a hint for this one. You're right. I made it for Angie. It's probably a bit too easy for you.
1時間は
An hour, 60 minutes, and it takes 8 minutes for each round trip. Okay.
この問題はおばさんからはノーヒン
Okay, it just seems extremely straightforward, right? I'm gonna save Scum, just in case. But this seems extremely straightforward.
どうして違う
Why is that wrong? Sorry about that. I guess that was a little mean.
ポイントは
The key to the puzzle is the part about how many she can carry out.
ね
Oh, looks like I made a pretty simple mistake. I've been taking so many tricky riddles I'd gotten a bit too tense.
じゃおばさんの問題
That's all for my puzzle.
おしまいね
Man, let's load. What did I miss?
1時間は60分だ
頑張ってエンジちゃんならこの問題はおばさんからはノーヒントね
However, the ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. How many ingots can she carry out of the underground VIP room? Goes down, she grabs one, she comes back up. That's 8 minutes. How many ingots can she carry out of the room? The ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. What? Rosa can make it to the stack of ingots in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. However, the ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. Starts at the surface and goes back and forth between the surface and the underground VIP room. How many ingots can she carry out of the underground VIP room? Goes down, 3 minutes. Grabs one. Carries it up, 5 minutes. That's 1 in 8 minutes. 2 in 16 minutes. 3 in 24 minutes. 4 in 32 minutes. 5 in 40 minutes. 6 in 48 minutes. 7 in 56 minutes. She goes down. Oh, the explosion. Rosa can make it to the stack of the ingots. So what if we say there's another 3 minutes? The ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. Takes her 5 minutes to... Am I stupid? We're just gonna make it a stack of ingots. 3 minutes. Ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. He said she made it a bit tricky. Is it there's a round trip component? So it takes her 3 minutes to get to the VIP room, but it also takes her 3 minutes to get to where she needs to put the ingot. So it's 6 minutes spent on the surface and then 5 minutes carrying it up to the surface. So it's 55. She has 5 ingots that she can grab in a round trip.
どうして
Why is that wrong? Sorry about that. I guess that was a little
ポ
mean.
イントは
The key to the puzzle is the part about how many she can
ね
carry. How many can she carry out? Oh, looks like I made a pretty simple mistake. Does she not need to survive?
60
頑張ってエンジちゃんなら
Is that what it's saying?
おばさんからはノーヒントね
How many ingots can Rosa carry out of the underground VIP room? Carry out of VIP room. You can make it to the stack. It takes 3 minutes. The ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one out at a time. Takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. I guess she would get the 8th one out and then explode. I guess that's what it's saying. Are you sure? It takes 8 minutes to carry each ingot to the surface, right? 8 by 8 is more than 60. That's right. But the question was, how many can she carry out of the room? Rose only has to take one step. Okay, yeah, I get it. Then she explodes. Okay. All these puzzles have really warmed you up good. That was a stupid puzzle. That's right. To do 7 trips, you need 56 minutes. There are only 4 minutes left. However, you can make it back to the underground room, then carry the 8th ingot out in the last minute. Not bad, Angie. Nice one. Ooh. Alright, hold on. Let's make sure we don't freaking die. I'm not gonna lose to you, Maria. Congratulations. Here's my medal. Now you can try the puzzle Maria picked out for you. I feel like I'm losing my game here. So it's finally my turn. You took so long on Mama's easy puzzle that I got a little worried. Shut up. There's no way you'll ever solve this one. I've got Aunt Ava with me and we'll solve it together. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Aunt Ava can't solve this one. Wolves and sheep puzzles are incredibly hard. Oh no, I hate these. From her handbag, Maria pulled out a wolves and sheep puzzle book that was worn out, well used, and had a majestic feel to it like a grimoire. You know what wolves and sheep puzzle is, right? I know. You show me these all the time. They're puzzles about using a boat. Yep. They usually have a few bizarre rules. When there's wolves and sheep, you can't let the number of wolves on either shore be bigger than the number of sheep, right? Yeah, that's right. Send a boat back and forth, moving everyone to the other side, while making sure that there are never more wolves than sheep. But the ones with just wolves and sheep are the simplest, easiest, plainest, beginner's basic practice puzzles. When you get up to the higher levels, you have many things other than wolves and sheep. It's pretty clever. Should we write this down on a piece of paper? Good idea. That'll make it easier for you to sort out your thoughts. Sounds like a puzzle will be a handful. There's no way you're getting my medal, Angie. I won't lose. I'm not gonna lose. Oh boy. You must use a 2-passenger boat to carry each person to the opposite bank of the river. On the near bank, there's a peasant, his wife, a shepherd, a sheep, a cow, some meat, and some vegetables. All of these count as 1 passenger on the boat. The boat can only be rowed by the peasant, his wife, or the shepherd. If the wife is with the shepherd while the peasant isn't around, they'll run away together. Oh no. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are not around, he'll eat it. If the sheep is near the vegetables when the shepherd isn't around, he'll eat them. If the cow is near the vegetables when none of the humans are around, he'll eat them. It's a lot of trouble to unload the meat, so once it's been unloaded once, it can't be unloaded again. The vegetables are easily bruised, so they can only ride in the boat once. Can you achieve the objective in the smallest number of steps? Okay. We need to write this down. Okay. Flashbang incoming. Okay. 2-passenger boat. So we have peasant, wife, shepherd, sheep, cow, meat, vegetables. Peasant, wife, shepherd, sheep will do a B for ba. Cow, vegetables, meat. And we get 2 passengers per trip. Right? Let me just make sure I have all that right. Peasant, wife, shepherd, sheep, cow, vegetables, meat. The boat can only be rowed by the peasant, his wife, or the shepherd. So peasant, wife, and shepherd have to go on every trip. He'll eat it. If the sheep is near the vegetables when the shepherd isn't around, okay. So the combinations that we can't have is we cannot have wife and shepherd together without the peasant. Wife and shepherd are contained by the peasant. They'll run away together. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are not around, both the peasant and his wife, he will eat it. So the shepherd cannot be with the meat unless he is being policed by the peasant and his wife. If the sheep is near the vegetables, when the shepherd isn't around, he'll eat it. That one's pretty easy to maintain. If the cow is near the vegetables when no humans are around, he'll eat them. So the cow with the vegetables just needs the peasant, his wife, or the shepherd. The cow is pretty easy to contain. And then it's a lot of trouble to unload the meat. Okay, so the meat... And this happens when it's in the boat too, right? The boat can be rowed. If the wife is with the shepherd when the peasant isn't around, they'll run away together. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are around, he'll eat it. So if the peasant and the meat, or sorry, not the peasant, if the shepherd and the meat go in the boat. So this already gives us one really big step, is that the wife has to bring the meat over. One of the trips has to be wife and meat, because you can't have wife and shepherd on one shore together. So you can't send peasant and meat when wife and shepherd are over here. You can't send shepherd with meat ever. And you can't send peasant with meat unless wife is on one side and shepherd is on the other. So I guess you could do peasant and meat if wife and shepherd were already on opposite sides of the shore. So, and then vegetables. Vegetables can't go with... Vegetables might have to go first. Vegetables are not safe with cow or sheep. Sheep can keep it safe if the shepherd's over there. So let's just start moving stuff. Let's take our first trip with the wife and the vegetables. And then I guess, what does it count as a trip? On the near bank, there's a peasant, a wife, shepherd, blah, blah, blah. The boat can only be rowed by the peasant. Can you achieve the objective in the smallest number of steps? So the vegetables are over here and they're locked in. Then the wife comes back. So this is one. Wife and vegetables go over. Let me do this over here. Wife and vegetables go. Step 2, wife comes back. That doesn't break anything, because we only care about... Wait, no. The shepherd can't be with the meat. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are not around, he'll eat it. So actually, this already fails. Wife and vegetable going already fails. Wait, this is like impossible then. Hold on, this might be impossible. So consider then that we have to send the shepherd with the vegetables. Yeah, you can send the shepherd with the vegetables. That actually has to be your first move. Because that makes it so the wife and the shepherd isn't alone without the peasant. The shepherd and the meat are not alone without the peasant and his wife. The sheep is not with the vegetables without the shepherd being there. And then the cow is not with the vegetables without somebody being there. So that puts our vegetables... Step 1, we would have the shepherd and the vegetables here. Then we send the shepherd back. So on step 2, it's just vegetables over here. And then shepherd's back. Vegetables are gone. Next step we have to make... And again, this is about being optimal, right? So I think we find a solution, and then we see if we're being too suboptimal. Step 2, then, the objective is going to be to get the meat over here. But you can't. You have to send a person every time. The cow can't row it. Right? You have to send a person. There's a peasant, a wife, a shepherd. The boat can only be rowed by the peasant, the wife, or the shepherd. So thinking about any scenario, so we have to send 2 people. But you can't send the peasant and his wife. And you can't send the wife and the shepherd. So the only option is to send the peasant and the shepherd. That's what you have to do next. You have to send the peasant and the shepherd. Because you can't send the wife and the shepherd. The shepherd can't be alone with the meat without both the peasant and his wife there. The sheep cannot go over. These don't kind of matter. The vegetables are safe because they're just over here. So on step 3, we have peasant, shepherd, and vegetables. Now what we can do is we can send the peasant back. Send the peasant back. So the shepherd and the vegetables are over here. That doesn't break anything. Then the peasant is going to be doing all of the rowing because the wife can't go over here. And if the wife and the peasant go over here, there's no reason. So you would then send the peasant over with the sheep. Because the sheep is going to be safe. Peasant and sheep. So on 5, we have peasant, sheep, shepherd. And then you send the peasant back, of course. So now we are left with the shepherd, the sheep, and the vegetables. The shepherd covers the sheep on the vegetables. So that's safe. And that gets us your sheep over there. Then the peasant can bring the cow over. Then the peasant can bring the cow over. So that's peasant, cow, sheep, shepherd, vegetables. Again, that covers if the peasant heads back. Now, when the peasant heads back, he can bring something with him to prevent us from exploding here. And I think that's actually where the trick is going to start to lie. So we have the peasant, the cow, the sheep, the peasant, the cow, the sheep, the shepherd, and the vegetables. You can't send the sheep and the... You could send the sheep and the peasant back. Because the sheep doesn't really matter as long as it's separated from the vegetables. This is where we might start to get suboptimal. But what if we send peasant and sheep back? What if we send peasant and vegetables back? We send peasants and vegetables back. What's left is cow, sheep, shepherd. Totally fine. And then peasant and vegetables are back. Cow is gone. So then the peasant is going to bring the vegetables over. The last trip has to be the peasant, or no, the wife can bring something over at the end. No, because the peasant has to row it back. I think this is maybe not possible. Just thinking logically, not in number of steps now. We have to create a situation where the sheep and the vegetables and the shepherd are together. And the peasant, his wife, and the meat are together, right? Because if at any point, like no matter how we chalk this up, the shepherd can't carry the meat. So even if the shepherd comes back, the meat is here. And the peasant and his wife are both keeping an eye on that. So then if the wife brings the meat over, that actually might be what has to happen. But as soon as that happens, the sheep eats the vegetables. I think at no point can you get a situation where the peasant is bringing the meat. I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible because of this rule that the peasant and his wife have to keep an eye on. Oh, and the meat and the vegetables can't move multiple times. I totally forgot about that. So actually, the vegetables have to stay over here. So you can't ride the peasant back with the vegetables. You would probably ride the peasant back with the shepherd. So the situation would look like this. Hold on, it might be doable. Thinking. Peasant. So hold on. Step 8, we have peasant, cow, sheep, shepherd, vegetables. So actually, that means the shepherd can't leave. This one is such a good riddle. Yeah, it is. It's fun. Yeah, the meat can only move once. That actually changes everything. Because once we have the vegetables over, which is going to happen at some point, it's almost like too many things have to be the last move. The last move has to be the wife taking the meat over. The last move also has to be... The last move has to be the wife taking the meat over. Because the shepherd can't be alone with the meat or the wife in any scenario. And if the wife has to take the meat over, that means the wife has to take something else over as well. Which means there is a situation where the wife will be over here, which means the shepherd has to get back over here. And if the shepherd leaves over here, he has to bring the sheep with him. So move number 8 is almost forced to be shepherd and sheep come back. But then you're leaving... Oh, no, then the peasant's over here. No, because then the shepherd is here with the wife. And impossible. I'm going to say impossible. I'm going to say... Let me see what Ava has to say. Wait a second. Whoever heard of a puzzle with such complicated rules? Did you only know about ones with wolves and sheep? It's got lots of complicated puzzles you gotta deal with in different ways, see? You don't get it either, right, Angie? Please, give me a hint. You have to organize your thoughts carefully. Only the 3 humans can row the boat. Then you have to memorize all the things to look out for. When the peasant is away, you can't leave the wife with the shepherd. When both the peasant and his wife are away, you can't leave the shepherd with the meat. When the shepherd is away, you can't leave the sheep with the veggies. You also need someone to watch the cow, but any of the humans can do that. So I guess the meat is the real key to the whole thing. I see. You can't put it on the boat again once you take it off. But it doesn't mean you can only take it across once. Oh. That's right. The veggies really can make only one trip. So once you sent them across, you can't get them back. But as long as you don't take the meat off the boat, you can take it back and forth as much as you want. We'll have to write it down. Okay, wait, that might actually make it possible. Who knows? Maybe there's not a contradiction. So if the meat doesn't have to hop off the boat. We haven't put the meat on the boat yet. So let's send back the peasant like we wanted to. So on step 8, that leaves us with the cow, the sheep, the shepherd, and the veggies. No problems there. The peasant heads back. That leaves us with the peasant, his wife, and the meat. Right? Because the shepherd, there's what, 7 things? Ah! Okay. So then if we just send the peasant back, the peasant and the meat can head over. No, but that doesn't do anything. If the meat takes up a passenger seat, yeah, the peasant can bus it over and then hop off, but then meat is just sitting there in the boat, which the shepherd can't drive back. The wife can't drive over and hop off because then she's with the shepherd. You have to have the shepherd with the sheep. I don't think it's solvable, but I think it's very close to solvable. If the meat could row itself back, then it would be solvable. Because then you would send the peasant over with the meat, hop out, the meat would stay there, the meat would row itself back, the wife would hop in, and you would be good. You'd be golden. And it would only be like 10, 12 steps. But I don't think... Because the shepherd can't then hop in with the meat. I'm going to just ship it. I don't want to spend a crap ton of time here. We saved, right? Wrong. You can't even do this one? You suck, Angie. Ouch. Maria, show some manners. Thought so hard before getting that answer, but Maria just burst out laughing. Okay, so that is wrong. It is doable. I think that makes it... There's going to be a crap ton of steps then, probably. Wrong. Right, we're just save scumming it. Apologies, chat. I know you wanted me to solve this, but I'm not the brightest. Well, I said then if it was solvable, it would be there. Wrong. I can't believe this is even doable. Gonna be so mad once you find the answer. That makes me want to think about it another second. Oh no! They can sit on top of the meat, can't they? Probably less than 10 steps then. It's gonna be something dumb. It's gonna be that you can like sit on top of the meat or something. Like throwing things in the river without using the boat, or making the cow eat the vegetables so they can't be carried as can be carried as one passenger. Well, who knows? If that's as far as you can go, maybe you should give up, right? This one's really hard. Even Mama couldn't solve it. But I solved it on my first try. I don't like you, Maria. So did you get it? How many trips does it take to get every person across? This isn't a cheap trick or riddle, right? There's no way you could solve this straightforwardly, right? No, that's not true. I'm sure you'll get it, Nason, smart as you are. How many trips does it take to get every... Ah, I'm gonna scream. It takes like 3 trips. Send the husband and wife. Send the husband back. Send the husband. It takes 3 trips. Ah, I'm gonna freaking jump off a bridge. You just abandon all the other stuff. No, you don't care. 3 trips. I'm gonna... I mean, every one of these riddles has been this, but like, come on. It's easy. The peasant and his wife go across. Drop off the wife on the other side. Then the peasant takes the boat back. Then he crosses with the shepherd. What about the cow and the sheep? What about the meat and the vegetables? But on Ava, it said that every person needed to get across, right? These other things aren't people. As Aunt Ava's mouth flopped open, Aunt Rosa started applauding. After clicking her tongue, Marita joined in. That's right. The question just asked how many moves it would take to move each person across. The animals and luggage never had anything to do with it. They only got it because they kept saying every person over and over again, Mama. Aunt Rosa had probably said it as much as a sort of hint. Without that, even I wouldn't have figured it out. Come on. I was totally taken in. That was a mean question. Go on, Maria. Give her her medal. Ugh. Whining like an unhappy dog, she reluctantly handed the medal over. I grabbed it and started jumping around like a happy dog. As Maria smiled at me from behind, her face was bright, just like a big sister's. Got medal. That's the end of our riddles. Let's play again sometime, okay? Next time, I'll have a really nasty puzzle that's even harder. One so hard that even I couldn't solve it. No way. I'm not playing with Maria anymore. Look, Angie. Your parents are waving at you, so let's go. See you later, Rosa. Sure. Later, Angie. There aren't too many people left with puzzles for you. Keep at it until the end. Make sure you keep cheering her on, Nason. Of course. We got all these medals by working together, right? Yeah. We dashed away. Dad and Mom are waving at me from over there. I'm sure they've thought up some mean problem. Still, they have to be easier than Maria's. I hate Maria. She's such a meanie. You bullied her too much with that puzzle. Well, I wanted to play with Angie a lot. If it was an easy one, she'd have solved it right away, right? You really love Angie, don't you? I hate her. She made fun of you and called you a stuffed animal. Maria pouted as she said this, but her expression didn't match her words at all. I hope Angie finds happiness. I'm sure she will. After all, look at all the people here wishing for her happiness. And now Battler's the game master, and he set up this final game just for Angie. After all, there's no way she won't be happy. Still, even though anyone can make happiness appear, you can only ever grasp it for yourself. That's right. That kid was really bad at finding fragments of happiness. Even though we tried to teach her how, she's been covering her ears for 12 full years. This game might be harder for Angie. That itself might be the greatest lesson we can teach her now. Angie is the girl who doesn't believe and says that everything is a trick, no matter what magic is shown to her. 12 years in the future, that girl will become the last person to inherit Beatrice's name. At one point in time, that kid understood my white magic. Yeah, she understood me too. She even summoned all of the 7 sisters and understood magic itself. And yet, she still can't use magic on herself. Let us believe, just as Battler did once, in the past. Beto! It's easy to cast magic on others, and believing in other people's magic is not so difficult. The hardest thing is casting magic on yourself. Is that something Angie can do? She can. Even Battler managed to understand magic. Of course, his little sister will be able to do the same. You're right. There are some kind of magic that we can only see when we're kids. And there are some that only adults can understand. Right now, Angie is between the two of those. She's lost the magic of children, but she has yet to understand the magic of adults. It's the most painful period of one's life. Adolescence. It's so sad that she didn't have anyone else to her at a time like this. That's not true. We're always by that kid's side. She just doesn't believe. Angie, please, realize that quickly. There's so many people smiling at you from behind, watching over you. If you just turn around, we'll be able to smile so much more, and talk to you so much more. You are Angie Beatrice, the final witch of Mirage Sorcière. Even if you aren't able to do the right thing in the end, I pray that you can at least enjoy yourself tonight. Have fun, Angie. So long. The time we spent together feels like so long, yet so short. Even so, for me, these memories are eternal. How's it going, Angie? Did you get a ton of medals? I wonder how many it is now. Me too. Let's count them later, okay? Seems you've been given quite a few puzzles already. Yeah. Once I get your puzzles, I think only the cousins are left. Is that so? Alright. Time to take a shot at Mom and Dad's puzzles. I'll warn you, they're gonna be hard. Everyone says the same thing, but we just keep on solving them. Yeah, we'll get those medals together. That's the spirit. Okay, I guess I'll go first. Oh boy. There were 3 girls. Miyoko, I'm the oldest. Satoko, Rika isn't the oldest. Rika, Miyoko is a liar. Nippa. Only the oldest of the 3 girls is speaking the truth. So who is the oldest? Why does it say them twice? I am the oldest. Rika is not the oldest. Miyako is a liar. Nippa. Yeah, I figured they're the Higurashi characters. So, we're just playing a little Myrtle here. Only the oldest is speaking the truth. So who is the oldest? So what you gotta do is you gotta find the contradiction. So if Rika says, Miyako is a liar, and Miyako says, I'm the oldest, those cannot both be true. If Miyako were telling the truth, she would be the oldest, and Rika would be lying. But Satoko would not be lying. So actually, if Miyako is telling the truth, Satoko can't be lying. Because Satoko lying would mean Rika is the oldest. So Miyako and Satoko, Miyako cannot be telling the truth. Miyako has to be lying. That's straightforward. Satoko, if Satoko is telling the truth, no, if Miyako has to be lying, Rika has to be telling the truth. It has to be Rika. It has to be Rika. That was an easy one. I mean, it's just because I play Myrtle every day, right? And mimic logic. That's right. Nice job, Angie. Hard to imagine such a smart girl being related to that dolt of a father. Yeah, sorry for being a dolt. Me, every day. Nice going, Angie. Did you think of all the combinations? Yeah. If Miyoko is the oldest, then what Satoko said is true. Only the oldest person is supposed to tell the truth, so that can't be true. That's right. Then what if Satoko is the oldest? If she is, then Rika would be telling the truth when she says Miyako is a liar, which doesn't work. So Rika is the oldest. Yeah, it's the mimic logic rule that, what is it? Mimics can't self-report. Good job. Here's my medal. Congrats. Thank you, Mom. Mimic logic is so sick. Rudolph is up next. I wonder what sort of puzzle he has for us. Well, guess I'll do a liar puzzle too. Hell yeah, give me a liar puzzle. I love these. Oh no. This time, Miyako, Satoko, and Rika are all wearing masks. None of them know who is who. We'll have them write on paper so no one can recognize the voices of the others. Girl on the right. The girl in the middle is Miyako. Girl in the middle. The girl on the left is Miyako. Girl on the left. The girl on the right is Satoko. Of these 3, Miyako is speaking the truth. However, Satoko and Rika aren't necessarily lying. So who are the 3 girls from left to right? Miyako is telling the truth. Of the 3, Miyako is speaking the truth. However, Satoko and Rika aren't necessarily lying. So what are the 3 girls from left to right? Do we have to assume that Miyako would not refer to herself as Miyako? Is that the hinge here? Because that makes this solvable. I'm not saying it's not solvable otherwise. This time they are all wearing masks, so no one knows who is who. We have them write on paper so no one recognizes the voices. So assuming that the girl on the left says the girl on the right is... Assuming that the girl on the left is the only one saying that someone is not Miyako, we have to kind of assume she is Miyako. I think we have almost nothing else to go off of here, because we only know that Miyako is speaking the truth. So we need to be able to identify Miyako. And since the girl on the right and the middle are both talking about where Miyako is, the girl on the left has to be Miyako, I think. So she is telling the truth. So the girl on the right is Satoko. So it's Miyako, Rika, Satoko.
みよこはわかっ左の子が
Miyako's on the left. After all, the girls in the middle on the right both say that someone else is
自
Miyako.
分がみよこ
If they were Miyako, they couldn't lie and say that someone else was Miyako. Oh, that's true too. They can't be Miyako because they are saying someone else is Miyako. So you can even actually discount that Miyako wouldn't just use the third person for herself because they are claiming another one is, and we know she tells the truth.
そのと美代子は正直者な
Miyako has to be honest. So when someone says that someone else is Miyako, they can't be her.
そうなると
So that just, I lucked out
右
there.
側と真ん中の子はみよそしてみよこは本当のこと
And since Miyako speaks the truth, then it's also true that the kid on the right is
と
Satoko.
なれば
Those were easy. Solved it like it was nothing. Angie, you really are smart like your mom. Dad rubbed my cheek and hugged me. You got 1 medal. I can't wait for Battler to be like, who killed everybody on October 4th, 1986? And that's his riddle. Listen up, Angie. Life will lead you through countless puzzles. Aunt Ava is here to help you, so now it's okay to rely on her. However, you'll have to solve most problems in life by yourself.
あなたその時にそれまで助けてくれた人の助言や恩を
When that happens, you must remember the advice you've gotten from those who have helped you in the past. Okay,
わかった
I get it.
エヴァ姉さん
Ava,
エンジェを
take care of Angie.
よろしく
Yes, of
もちろん
course.
よ
Even though the cousins were the only ones who hadn't given us puzzles, Mom spoke as though I was leaving on a long, long trip. Weird.
行きましょう
Let's go, Angie.
あと少しで
This game will be over
おし
soon.
まいね
いっぱいのメダル
I
で
wonder what Grandpa will give us for getting all these medals.
何かしら
Me too.
でも
Still,
そんなもの
we've already gotten many things that are far more wonderful than that prize.
何の話
What do you mean?
みんなエンジ
We've all had a lot of fun talking to you like this, Angie.
うん何のこと
I don't get it.
変な噂
You're weird.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
行きま
Let's
しょ
go
う
then.
あとはいとこの
Now that all that's left are the cousins and Beatrice, I guess. Oh, Beatrice's riddle.
何
What is it? Why did you tell me to come over
エンジ
here?
ェの話
Is it something to do with Angie? No, that's not it. Rudolph put a cigarette in his mouth and toyed with his lighter. Is this where he's going to tell Kiri that Battler's her daughter? Or her son? Though he should have done this easily, he somehow managed to mess up several times. I wanted to take this to my grave. No, to hide it away in a cat box. If I just kept my mouth shut until tomorrow night, I'd be able to do that. It'd be easy. I might be killed tonight. That's what I wanted to talk about.
知ってたわ
I knew it.
あなたが何か
I knew you were
隠そう
hiding
として
something. Did you? Guess I still need more practice.
エンジェの話
If
じゃ
it isn't about Angie, then who's it about?
まさかアス
You aren't talking about Asumu, are you? It's about Battler.
同じような
Comes to the same thing.
私は
I've tried to behave as an adult toward Battler, right?
アスムさんの声
Even though he's Asumu's son, I've tried to treat him the same as Angie.
ちゃんと我が家の
I do think of him as a child of our family, so don't worry. He's not just a kid in our family. He's my kid and yours.
悪いけれど
I'm sorry, but you'll have to let me draw the line there. You don't get it. He's my kid and yours. What?
なんですって
You didn't have a stillbirth? Yes! Asumu did. Back then, when I was double timing the two of you, I got myself stuck and couldn't find a way out.
まさか
You don't mean
まさか
Asumu and I were married. You and I were cheating. Then Asumu had a stillborn, and you gave birth. My head was a mess with it all. The sin Rudolph committed when his mind was at his most chaotic was to switch the two babies. I am so vindicated. I was even better off financially back then. I was young, and I didn't give a damn about what lengths I went to. I threatened the hospital while slapping them with money, and switched your kid with Asumu's. Kiri had a child, Rudolph would have to maintain 2 households. However, if Kiri had a stillborn, and the child who survived was Asumu's, that would settle everything. The stillbirth might even have given him a chance to break off his relationship with Kiri. It was a grave sin, one that simply couldn't be forgiven as an act of youthful enthusiasm and immaturity. I sniped this shit from infinite ago. That's why I should be apologizing to all 3 of you. I forced Asumu to raise a kid that wasn't hers. That woman wasn't anywhere near as generous and accepting as she looked. There's a chance she figured it out. However, she raised Battler, who loved her as a mother with all the affection she had. And in Kyrian Battler's cases, he had to atone for an even greater sin. He stole every moment of everyday family life that they should have shared as mother and son. Until this very day, Kiri had believed that Battler was Asumu's child. Though she had acted kindly towards him on the surface, she had always kept a distance in her heart between herself and Asumu's son. Finally, Rudolph's conscience had been unable to bear seeing her like that. But that doesn't mean there's two Battlers. But Kiri sank into a crouch, unable to speak. You ever get so shocked that you start Counter-Strike crouch walking around the room and like 360-degree turning yourself as you walk around crab walking? Because you're trying to process what you were just told?
Yeah.
Feel free to curse me. In fact, I couldn't complain if you killed me where I stand. That's how horrible my sin against you is. This is the secret I wanted to confess before the cat box closes over us. Battler. I'm sorry, Kiri. And to you, Battler. Feels good, man. Come to think of it, we've already gone through a ton of puzzles. Yeah. Now there's only George, Jessica, and Battler, and then Beatrice. Oh, they're finally here. We could hardly wait. Thought you might have forgotten about us. Finally, we challenged George and Jessica. Sorry to keep you two waiting. So, did you think up some incredibly hard ones for us? We decided to give you one puzzle together. My. Even one riddle from this pair sounds challenging. It's a special puzzle we made just for Angie, so good luck. I'll solve it. I'll definitely solve it. Okay, then let's go. Jessica, let's set them out. There you go. They placed 3 small, colorful cubic boxes on the table. 2 of these are traps. The other has a medal inside. Angie, do you think you can guess which one has the medal in it? Not without a hint. That would just be luck. That's right. So far, this is just a test of luck with 3 choices. In other words, your odds of winning are 1 in 3. Is this the Monty Hall problem? George, this isn't a quiz. Really, it's just a test of luck. The puzzle comes later. Let's continue. Okay, Angie, which of these has a medal inside, do you think? Just say the first one that pops in. This is the Monty Hall problem. I cringe every time the Monty Hall problem comes up. A red box, a blue box, and a green box. There's no way to know which is which. This really is a test of luck. In a way, this is even worse than a hard puzzle. After all, if you solve a hard puzzle, you'll always be right. But in the very beginning, I picked an almond with a 1 in 15 chance. Compared to that, a 1 in 3 is 5 times easier. There's no point in worrying about it. Might as well test my luck again. Me when I'm posting on Reddit? This one. The red one? Then let's set this box right in front of you. Wouldn't it be great if there was a medal inside? Let's start with a little warm-up. What's the probability of the medal being inside that red box? I hate this puzzle. I cringe at this puzzle. 1 in 3. If it really is a simple test of luck. Are you sure, Angie? Are you absolutely sure you're happy with the red box? After all, we're gonna make you open it in a second. If it's a trap, it'd be really scary. Jessica and Nisha grinned at them threateningly. Are you happy with the red box? The medal might be in the blue box or the green box. Do you want to change your mind? Not fair for them to scare me like that. After all, I've already made my choice. And I know. All of these boxes have the same probability of having a medal in them. Whether I try to open the red box or change my mind and try the blue or green boxes, the probability will be the same. So stick with your first choice is my motto. I'll stay with this red box. I won't change my mind. I'm happy with the red box. I'll bet on it. That's the spirit. But seriously, the traps are terrifying. Why don't we show you just how scary they are? Jessica laughed creepily and opened the green box. Ow. And then bang, pumpkin monsters and ribbon came flying out of the box. Scared me a little. No, that's a lie. It scared me a lot. They came flying out of the box I opened right at my face. I might fall to my knees and start crying. Angie, are you sure you want the red box? Something really scary might come flying out, okay? Are you sure you don't want to switch to the blue box? I'm not scared. I'll stick with the red box. You're gonna go a bit overboard, Jessica. So one of the boxes is now gone and there's only 2 left. This is where the puzzle starts, Angie. You mean, which box is the medal in? We have the red box that's been sitting in front of you the whole time, and the blue box here in front of me. Which has a higher probability of having a medal inside of it? That's the puzzle. I hate this thing so much. How do they want me to answer this? Because The meme is you're supposed to switch because now you are presented with a 50-50 instead of a 33% chance. Pick the red box, then blah, blah, blah. Do you want me to open the... So which box has the higher probability of holding the medal? Technically, they have the same probability of holding a medal. Mathematically speaking, you can show that, like, it's more likely to... You get a 2/3, I think they said, if you pick the other one. So I think they're going to want you to pick the blue box. But it is my personal belief, and I don't know... I studied math. But I hate this problem because... Like, the concept that it demonstrates is really good, I think. Wherein, like, new information being added to a situation does change the situation, of course. But, like... It is the same box. The probability of it being in there didn't actually change. If it was right, it was right. If it was wrong, it was wrong. Like, it's the same chance of being in there. You know, that's like saying if you knock over the vase, did it change, you know, the likelihood that it's in that box? But you should switch, is the idea. So let's see what they say. The odds are better for the blue box. And why is that? Because Reddit said so. Think back to the 15-slice cake that you found the almond in. If there was only one almond, the odds of winning were 1 in 15, right? Yeah. 1 in 15. I figured that out when the cake first appeared. I thought that waiting for a lot of people to get wrong ones would make my chances for winning higher. But in the end, no matter when I ate my slice, the odds were still 1 in 15. Still, Angie, what if the servants were also having cake, and it started with 20 slices? What? This is a party, right? It's not fair that the servants don't get any cake, don't you think? So let's say it was originally a 20-slice cake. The servants took out 5 slices, then redecorated it as a 15-slice cake and let you choose a slice. If so, what would your chances of choosing the right slice be? If there really were 20 slices, then the chances would be 1 in 20. However, the servants know where the almond is, so they chose 5 slices for themselves that had no almonds. In other words, they removed 5 losing slices. That would mean your chances of winning were 1 in 15, not 1 in 20. They took out losing slices, so the odds would obviously go up. Just now, Jessica did the same thing. Jessica removed one of the 2 boxes you didn't choose. In other words, the odds that the remaining box you didn't choose was the winner went up a bit, right? I sort of get it, but not really. If you remove a losing box, it's only natural that your chances of getting the right one go up. Just now, Jessica removed a losing box from the pair of boxes I didn't choose. So, doesn't it make sense that my odds of winning with those boxes went up? Now I'm getting confused. Actually, you really are incredible, Angie. Even though you're only 6, you're trying to understand posterior probability, a concept of probability theory. Reddit problem from the Redditor? Probability really is interesting. It's fake. Probability is fake as hell. I'm sure you'll like it when you get into high school and college. Literally everything is a 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't. Probability is such a meme. Go and enjoy studying it all you can. My little head was already filled to the brim. Bewildered, I had to beg Aunt Ava for an explanation. Aunt Ava wore a bitter smile too. I'll bet she doesn't really get it herself. As we felt a sense of connection through this failure, we happily grasped the medals that we had wrangled out of them. Like, how does the Monty Hall problem work if they make you put the box back? Or they, like, reshuffle... Like, they reshuffle the doors or whatever. Because they're like, oh, you took a 33% initially. Now you're taking a 50-50. But it's like, keeping the box is still effectively taking a 50-50. Yeah, your first guess, you're still taking it from the same population. Like, yes, they removed a losing box that you could have picked initially. Like, if you picked the green box and they knew it was a dud, they would open the other dud box. I guess that kind of helps make it make more sense. Like, if you picked a dud box initially, this would have happened. But, like, I don't know. Angie, could you come over here for a second? What is it, George? I'm just going to stop ranting about the Monty Hall problem. George and Jessica were calling to me from the window. Aunt Ava was talking with Mom and the others, and since it looked like they'd been a while, I went over to George and Jessica. What's up? It looks like the quiz tournament is almost over. Yeah. There's only Battler and Beatrice left. I'm starting to get sleepy. It's probably because that adult drank that I swiped from Dad. I felt floaty ever since I drank that. That floaty feeling keeps getting stronger, and I've been feeling sleepy for a while now. I gave a huge yawn. Sleepy? Yeah.
ソファーがあった
If I had a sofa, I'd probably fall asleep.
そっか
I
じ
see.
ゃあもうじき
Then, I guess it's almost time for this party to end. The party will end if I fall asleep, but I just wanted to take a nap while everyone else kept having fun.
僕たちのさっきの問
Was
題
our puzzle just now a hard one?
うん
Yeah.
未だによく
I still don't really get it, and I'm sleepy.
あれは
Called posterior probability. That's what we call it when the probability of something changes, because we learn or fail to learn some piece of information. Did George call me all the way over here to lecture me on math? For some reason, I feel even sleepier now.
もし
So,
10個のケーキ
if
の
we have one almond and 10 slices of cake, our chances of getting it are 10%. But what if we learn that those 10 pieces were chosen at random from 100 pieces?
10分の1
You think that the probability went from 1 in 10 to 1 in 100, right?
エンジェちゃんが
Absolutely nothing has changed about your slice of
エンジェ
cake.
ちゃんが何か
Depending on whether you know or don't know a certain fact, the probability of your slice being a winner
不
changes.
思議な話だ
Doesn't that sound strange?
その話
That sounds hard, so I don't want to think about it.
いい
Angie,
から最後まで
please just listen until the end. Jessica's words grew a bit stern. As young as I was, I couldn't understand what all this was supposed to mean to me.
僕が君に伝えたいのはたっ
There's only one thing I want to tell you, so please don't forget this.
何
これから
In the future,
様々な
various bits of information will affect the slice of cake in your hands.
それらを知るこ
By
と
learning about those, the insides of your slice might change. Sometimes they'll change into things you
で
want,
もおそらく
but most likely, almost all of the changes will be bad ones.
真実は
The truth is always right there in your hands, Angie. Don't you think it's stupid to let it change around, just because you hear other people talking? Just because they think that truth should be one thing or another?
君の中の真
The
実
truth inside of you has been in your hands since the beginning.
そしてその
The
中
nature of that truth is actually something you decide for yourself.
君が何を
You change it yourself depending on what you hear and what you refuse to listen to.
意味がわから
You
ない
probably don't get what we're saying,
でも理解し
but you have to
6
understand.
歳のエンジェル
Even if you can't understand when you're 6, I'm sure you will once 12 years
きっ
have
とわかる
passed.
から
お
With very serious expressions on their faces, they grasped my shoulders as they spoke. I don't know what they're trying to tell me.
君の
The
手の
truth that
中
lies in your hands is not
それ
unchangeable.
は
You'll be interfered with in many ways that'll make it change.
だからもし
So, if the truth in your hands is really important to you,
その真
you
実
need to protect it yourself.
それを
Don't forget it.
わ
Interesting. I mean, good use of that to send that message. Next is Onichan and Beatrice, then I'm done.
そうか
Ah, really?
あれだけ大勢
Even though there were so many of us, it looks like it's finally over.
どうであった
How was it? Did you enjoy tonight's party? Yeah,
楽しかった
it was fun.
でもちょっと
But I think I'm a bit sleepy.
そうね
That's no surprise, considering how much we've been running around. I rubbed my eyes. I must have gotten really excited, but whenever I get excited, I'm always tired afterwards. Right now, I'd rather have a sofa to lie on than medals. I've got a special puzzle just for you. But are you sure you want it? If you're sleepy, you can stop now. No, I've come this far, so I'll keep going. Onishan and Beto laughed at my yawn.
もう
Looks like it's time to call it a day. Indeed. Angie, let us leave my puzzle for later. It's too difficult to be solved with one whose eyes are as sleepy as yours.
そうだ
No way. I've come this far, and I also want Onichan's medal.
欲しい
I'm just so sleepy. Edge. Angie drifted over to a chair in the corner of the room and plopped down on it. Then she closed her eyes and sat there like a doll. It didn't take long before the cute sound of her breathing in her sleep could be heard. When she saw that Angie was finally asleep, Beto spoke softly. Quiet, please, everyone. Angie fell asleep. When she spoke, the peaceful clatter that filled the room fell silent. Everyone looked down at Angie's sleeping face. Each of them wore an affectionate gaze, as if they'd just watched a baby finally drift to sleep.
エンジちゃ
Did
ん
Angie have a good time? But of course, the feeling might not be so strong now, but one day she will surely remember tonight's party and understand how fun it was. You're right.
そうだ
It was fun for us too, getting to play with Angie. By this point, everyone was standing in a wide circle around Angie as she slept. Now that the guest of honor was asleep, this Halloween party had reached its conclusion. So long, my granddaughter. I was so pleased to have this chance to play with you again after 12 years. It matters not if you forget everything about me. Remember me as an arrogant despot. But every now and then, just try and remember how much I adored you. Aww. You will remember. Angie, you have a long life ahead of you. Even after 12 years, there's still much for you to experience. I pray that you will find life meaningful and worthwhile. You are the final grandchild and daughter of the Ushiromiya family. All of us pray for your happiness. Angie, stay well. Happiness isn't something you find, it's something you make. And in fact, memories work the same way. True. There are some things that we only truly understand when we think back on them years later. Make sure you remember my pretty face every now and then. Just having you remember us is the greatest memorial service we could ever have. Oh, come on. It's not like we're dying. We're just going to the inside of the cat box. The other side of the curtain. That's right. Not even a curtain. It's just like we are now. Angie's there sleeping away. The rest of us are right by her side, watching over her. We'll always be with her. All of them still wore warm smiles, but the sound of sniffling came from several places throughout the room. The party wasn't only for the girl who wasn't able to be here this day. It was also for all those people who weren't able to meet her here, who never had the chance to say goodbye. Angie, live life strongly. Our blood flows through your veins. That'll definitely bring you strength. Eva, take care of our daughter. She's not honest with herself, and she'll often be selfish and short-tempered. She might be a pain all the time, but I'll make sure she finds happiness, as long as she wants it herself. Angie, it's okay if you forget my face, but please, at least remember the taste of my cooking. I won't ask you to remember old Kumasawa, but please, at least remember the taste of mackerel juice. Someone said, "Wouldn't you feed her that?" And everyone laughed wryly. Her face looks so cute sleeping there like that. She looks like an angel, just like her name. Ooh. Dr. Doobie, thank you for the raid. Hi, raiders. Welcome, welcome. My name is Rysair. Hope you're having a good evening. We are currently in Umineko, episode 8. So we are trying to finish out this series. Hope you're having a good day yourselves. We are in deep spoiler territory. We are at the end of the 150 plus hour visual novel-ish. So we have maybe like 10 hours to go. Hope you are having a good night, though. If you want to stick around, don't care about the spoilers or have already read it, you're more than welcome to stick around. If you gotta go ahead. Pleasure to have you here. Hope you had a good stream. You were playing some Persona. Hell yeah. She's not an angel. She's a witch. Angie's the final witch. Angie Beatrice. I wonder if that magic will bring her happiness. Will she become a white witch or a black witch? That's for Angie to choose. I've shown her both sides. I'm sure a painful life lies ahead for you. You'll probably believe that you're all alone in this world. I see you've been solving puzzles. Yes. We actually got to play the game after 150 hours. But we will always be there right behind you, cheering you on. Don't forget that. Angie, don't forget. Yourself, your happiness, your faith. These are the things you create for yourself. Only you can choose them. No one else can give you them, and no one else can hide them from you. Don't forget that. Yeah, right. They had to technically be able to call it a game, so they did it at the very end. I'm sure your message reached her. I hope so. I'm certain the tale of the two of us will help Angie understand. Yeah. Don't you have anything to tell her, George? I've already said all I wanted with that box puzzle. Will that puzzle teach her something? I don't know. But I do know that she's wise. I'm sure she'll learn something from it. Angie, I pray that you're guided along the right path as you move towards the future. One by one, they stepped forward and said words of farewell to Angie. And finally, Battler and Beato walked forward. Angie, were you able to remember everyone? At least a little bit. Of course, Angie didn't answer in her sleep. But Battler continued.
確かに後ろ
It's true that the Ushiromiyas are a strange
大
family.
金持ちだし
We're super rich, and that's given rise to all sorts of rumors and
し
stories.
かしそんなのは
However, that's all speculation made by people outside the island.
幼さゆえ
No one will blame you for forgetting these kind memories, young as you were.
しかしそれで
But even so, you must remember.
忘れること
It is not a sin to forget,
思い出さ
but
ない
n-
ことが
but to not remember again is a sin.
俺たち全員
All of us, we're really happy to have you at this party. Right, everyone? Everyone nodded at Battler's words. Everyone knew about the merciless and lonely life that awaited her. It was no longer possible for them to heal those wounds. There was one thing they could do. It was to make her remember what a kind, fun family she once had. It's getting me choked up. Remind her that both today and into the future, they would always care for her and watch over her.
言うまでもなく
It goes without saying that this is an
そ
illusion.
なたは
You cannot come to Rokkenjima on October 4th, 1986. This whole party we shared was all magical illusion, created by the Game Master Battler.
そなた
でも
But you've remembered, right?
みんながどれ
You've remembered the truth about how kind everyone was,
思い出
and how much of a blast we all had at the family conferences, right? Angie breathed softly in her sleep. Who knows if these words truly reached her?
エヴァおばさん
Aunt Ava,
エンジェル
take care of her.
私なんかに
Do you really think that I deserve to become her mother?
あるぜ
I do.
おばさん自身
Even though your own sadness was so unbearable,
エンジェルの母
you
に
tried so hard to be a mother for Angie.
でも
But
私
in the
は
end,
結局
いいんだ
it's okay.
エンジェル
Angie, listen carefully.
聞き
Battler grasped Angie's hand and took Ava's hand and joined the two together.
悲しい運
We
命
know that a tragic fate leads to a future where you two hurt each other.
それはエンジェに
It's a sad thing for Angie, but it's just as sad for Aunt Ava.
お前に心を開け
It would have been cruel to ask you to open your heart to her.
そして
Likewise, it would have been cruel to ask Aunt Ava to keep on overcoming her sadness after being rejected.
そなたも
Neither of you is at fault.
だからとい
Even so, we have no right to tell you to forgive her,
だからせめて
so we won't.
ただ
Just try and
時
understand.
間がかかっ
It
た
doesn't matter how long it takes, how far into the future it
エヴァ
happens.
おばさんのこと
Just try and understand, Aunt Ava.
そしてたまに
And every once in a while, remember us.
わらわの言葉
I concur. And every once in a while, remember this merry, cheerful, attractive paragon of a woman, and chant my name and praise 3 times every day.
朝昼晩
The relatives smiled bitterly, apparently disagreeing with some of that last bit. Ava softly stroked Angie's cheek and spoke one last
お
time.
ばさんを許してくれなく
It's
て
okay if you don't forgive your aunt,
もね
but
おばさんは
it's true that I don't
あ
hate
な
you.
たを責めてそれ
At
だけ
least understand that.
分かってね
Ava wiped her eyes and slowly stood up. Hideyoshi held her shoulder, and Rudolph and Kiri gathered around her too.
ゲンジさん
Genji,
エンジェルを
would you mind carrying Angie to somewhere she can lie down?
運んでやっ
As you wish. Shall I take her to the guest house?
ゲストハウ
It
ス
would be a little too sad to leave her there all alone.
そうだな
You're right.
逆間のソファー
Could
に
you carry her to a sofa in the parlor?
もしも目が覚
That
め
way she'll be able to come back if she wakes up and feels like joining in again.
いつでもそうできるように
Genji gently lifted Angie up and carried her towards the parlor. Everyone continued to watch over her as she left.
シャノン
Canon? In the end, how many medals did Angie gather?
17枚
She got 17 medals. I see. Then place this by her pillow.
はい
Yes, as you wish. Genji carried Angie to the parlor and set her down on the sofa. Shannon quietly laid a warm blanket on top of her. Cannon placed a message card on her pillow, along with that thing Kinzo had handed them. The message card read as follows. We'll all be with you, always. From the whole Ushiromiya family. Ah. That's not just to Angie either, that's to all of us. And there, right by her pillow, was a gift from Kinzo. Oh. I got an achievement, get every medal. Right there by her pillow was a gift from Kinzo, a Beatrice doll. Angie, mumbling in her sleep, held it tightly against her cheek. Let us go. We mustn't wake her.
姉さん
Mason? Yeah. Shannon thought she saw something glittering silver near Angie's eye. Servants left and closed the parlor door. As Angie slept, she was wrapped up in the soft sound of the rain. Surely, she was just reliving that fun evening once more in her dreams. Aww. Nice. All right. That is the end of the chapter. Let's go ahead and take another short break. Stretch your legs, get some water, refill your snacks if you need. I'll be back in 3. Been a rough week for me, so the recent chapters and chats have been soothing my heart. Aw, I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully things get better. I'll be heard through the ad break, but I do hope things get better, Gigas. And I'm glad that this is helping. Helping me too. I don't know what I'm going to do without it. We're going to play some garbage like UFO 50 games and stuff instead. Those games are cool, though. After putting Genji to sleep in the parlor, Genji and the others returned. Thanks. Was she sleeping well? Yes. She is sleeping peacefully. The noise from here won't reach the parlor, right? That's right. The door is closed, so I don't think it will reach. Angie, sweet dreams. Well then, that's enough solemn farewells. Let us begin the magnificent festivities we have planned for the after party. After party. When Banto clapped her hands loudly above her head, a white flash filled the hall, and its entire appearance changed in an instant. The hall had transformed into a golden party chamber, with gold butterflies flitting around and gold leaf dancing everywhere.
さあここからは
Yes, the true party shall now begin.
そういうこと
You said it. Okay, the anti-magic toxin is totally gone. Everyone, come on in. The party after the show is about to start.
始まりだぜ
With a burst of applause and cheering, a tornado of gold butterflies rose up in the center of the room. By the time it passed, the number of faces had grown significantly. Oh yes, the goats have arrived. Let the witch of the future find happiness, and let us of the past be rewarded for our efforts, yes?
でございます
Indeed. Let us enjoy ourselves as well. Come on, haven't we been enjoying ourselves the whole time?
世の
In
中
this world, the one who enjoys the most is the true winner.
でございます
Come, let's have the seven sisters over here too. Seven sisters right here. I can't believe the game's finally over. Yeah, I'll keep the happiness is what you make it message. Yeah, I think that's very important. What do you think you're doing crying at the after party? Crybaby. Lord Battler, Beatrice, thank you for the invitation. I want to see 6-year-old Angie's sleeping face and have it all to myself. I want to see the food and have it all to myself. Then I want a hot guy to have all to myself. Why are you clinging to Battler when you say that? Stop, thief.
よく来たな
Glad to see you, Seven Sisters. Enjoy yourselves.
やはり
Ah, yes, things do get much noisier the moment they enter a room.
急に
にぎや
And what's so terrible about that? In fact, it still isn't nearly noisy enough.
この程度でにぎやかとはな
Another gold cyclone rose up. In its wake, 3 people with bunny ears came into view. Chester sisters are here. It's such an honor to be summoned to a gathering such as this. I haven't had nearly enough fun for it to end yet. There, I agree with you. But fear not, for our game shall continue much longer than this.
猫箱の
For
中
eternity,
永遠にな
inside the cat box. Glad to have you here, Chester sisters. Lord Battler, allow me to express our deep gratitude for your invitation. In the future, we will endeavor to show it even more.
よせ
Come on, don't be so stiff and formal. Tonight, we are all equals.
そういうこと
That's right. Battler gets it.
ダメです
Stop, 410. You're getting carried away. We'll get in trouble. Oh my god, it's Gap. Hi there, Ichi. Long time no see. Wow, how long has it been since we've had so many of us here? Not since Natsuhi's trial, right? And you could hardly call that a party. We're talking about a party.
私たち
You'd better not try and leave us out of it. Dang, just how many of them are there?
この調子
If they keep coming like this, there'll be more of them than us humans. You can come out now, Sakutaro. Oodaloo.
バトラ卿
Lord Battler, it was an honor to receive your invitation.
金券
Let it be known that it is an honor.
立て祭る
よ
Eleanor's here.
よく来てくれたな
Glad you came.
久しぶり
It's been
だ
a long time. How have you been?
元気です
Very well, thank you.
あなたたちと戦って
Fighting with you is always extremely fun.
反抗士は
I've had enough stamping documents.
金券上司
Commander Delanor, know that your to-do box is piling up as we speak.
金券
Please make haste with the approval of our vacation papers.
列に臨
They are exceedingly important. It sounds like living in the Great Court is as boring as ever.
バトラ
Lord Battler, I fear I must bring you some sad news. Oh, what is it? Delanor held out an envelope. It was one of the invitation cards that Battler had handed out for this night's party. The name on the card was Furudo Erika.
私たちも
We did all we could.
尽くしたの
The invitation was filled with stamps bearing the unreadable words of various foreign countries. Even without reading them, it was easy to guess that it had been returned to sender. Destination unknown. Oh. I hate to say it, but I kind of feel bad that Erika couldn't join. She got punished and sent to the hell of eternity, of purgatory.
苦労をかけ
I
た
see. Thanks for trying so hard.
忘却の
The depths of oblivion are like an empty, endless desert, or perhaps the bottom of the sea. No one besides Lady Berncastel herself could find her location.
一応
I did send invitation to those witches too. We'll have to hope they have the kindness to bring her along. Lady Berncastel is like a cat. She'll show up whenever she feels like it, but When she isn't in the mood, she'll never come, no matter how often you call her. Yeah, that kid's totally like a cat. She'll come to get her food, but she won't let you pet her head.
ラムダデルタ
Hey, Lambda Delta.
お前は
You made it.
私
Believe it or not, I'm a busy person, okay? I am Beto's guardian.
冒険にあんたの
Wasn't I your guardian too?
そんな
Anyway, I came because it's my responsibility.
近くまで来た
I happen to be in the neighborhood, so I stopped by.
そこの号台
Hey, Goda.
これ手土産
I've brought some presents. Could you put those wherever for me? For someone who just dropped by because she was in the neighborhood, she brought an awful lot of presents, which included colorfully wrapped bottles and food
ベルン
boxes.
カステルはまだ
Bern Costello isn't here yet.
来ないんじゃない
You really think she'd come?
負けたゲームにのこのこ
She's not the kind of kid who would just drop by to say hi at a game she's lost.
であろうな
Probably. After all, she is very proud.
あいつにゃ
I seem to remember her putting us through hell,
それでも
but
このゲーム
she's still one of the players of the game.
最後のゲーム
I thought it'd be good to have her over to celebrate the final night of the final game.
そうね
You're right.
あの子がいなかった
Without that kid, the game might not have reached its conclusion. Enemies and allies are the bare minimum you need for a game.
そうであるな
True.
敵がいなければ
Without a foe, there can be no game.
私は敗北さ
At least I can enjoy defeat just as another part of the
あ
game.
の子はそう
That kid can't.
仕方ないわ
Too bad, but she's been through a lot. So please don't blame her too harshly.
本当は
Actually, I was planning on thanking
いろ
her.
いろあったが
A lot of crazy stuff happened, but thanks to her, we were able to make it to where we are today.
ありがとう
Thanks.
今度あの子
I don't know when I'll see her next, but if I'm lucky, I'll get my chance in a few hundred years.
その時伝えた
I'll let her know what you said.
そうそう
That's right.
それ招待状が
They
ね
don't have invitations, but I've brought 2 guests with me.
客
Guests?
誰だ
Who?
心当たりには
I'm pretty sure I sent invitations to all the usual suspects.
いらっしゃい
Come on over, you two.
紹介する
I'll introduce you. Ah, these two. Yes, yes, of course. When Lambda snapped her fingers, the empty air exploded and 2 forms appeared.
ウィラード
It isn't Willard. Hey, I see you're as short as ever.
知らぬ客人
Now, here are some unfamiliar guests. Who are they?
いっててて
Ow, don't pinch my ass.
まず自己紹介が先ではありませんか
Shouldn't we be introducing ourselves first? I'm fairly certain that Battler and the others in this world don't know about us.
服に
You have the mark of the one-winged eagle on your clothes.
後ろ見上
Are you an Ushiromiya?
後ろ宮
My name is Ushiromiya Leon. Oh wow, she actually got a. They actually got a little. Lord Battler and his wife. Hold on, I haven't read all these. Fight is against the final game by the territory lord and his wife. At the time, she has interfered with the game board along with Bryn Castell, but now remains neutral, acting as an impartial observer. He is known for having many famous friends from various fields, but the fact that Bryn Castell is one of those is something that should be noted with awe. Battler, the territory lord of the game board, and his wife Beatrice. After their wedding in the 6th game, they became a happily married couple. In the past, Battler emerged victorious at the end of his long-lasting game, and he reached the truth behind everything. Now in the final game, they have invited Battler's little sister, Angie. What sort of tale will they weave with Beto by his side? Willard and Ushiromiya. While carrying out a job as an Inquisitor, Willard met Leon. In the final stages of the tale, he rejected the tragedy presented by the Witch of Miracles. In search of a happy ending, they have wandered through the Sea of Fragments, putting their lives on the line. They are now under Lady Lambda Delta's protection. Sequel? I guess we know we didn't really get a sequel, but... would be cool.
私の世
In
界
my world, we're cousins.
あなたたち
紹介する
I'll
わ
introduce Leon. This is the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship, born only in a world of extremely low probability.
ここではジェシ
In
カ
that world, Jessica isn't an only child. She's Leon's little sister.
そりゃ驚
Now
いた
there's a surprise. So there's a world like that.
もし
Wait, you couldn't be.
はじめまして
Pleased to meet you, Beatrice.
私はあなた
I know quite a lot about you.
私にとって
Seeing you smiling happy is the greatest joy I can imagine. I'm as glad as anyone else that I've made it to this point. I see. So it is you. I'm glad you're here.
来てくれ
Beto realized who and what Leon was. The two of them stared at each other's faces, as though looking at their own face in a mirror.
俺は
Willard's the name. I'm just a passing stranger who got caught up in a game you know nothing about.
彼は私
He's an inquisitor of heresy from the Great Court like myself.
でした
A truly skilled one, though he is now retired.
そうか
I see.
ドラノールの言う
If you're Delanor's friend, you can't be anyone bad. Please make yourself at home.
この二人は
Just where'd these two come from? Baron brought them in and made them pieces. When she was done with them and about to crush them, I picked them up.
後味が悪いのは嫌だって青々に言われてね
Ow said leaving them here would leave a bad aftertaste. Leaving them there would leave a bad aftertaste. Is that okay? If by chance Lady Baron Castell does drop by here, on this game board, they're my pieces, okay? And I can't wait to see the look on that kid's face when she bumps into them in a place like this. I don't really get it, but you obviously brought them here for some shady reason. That's all for my gifts. I'll just hang around for the rest. I'm leaving the rest to you, the host. Come, Lord Battler. If you don't announce it, we can't start. Started tonight's party at the end of this long game. Ladies and gentlemen, your silence please. Our territory lord, Lord Battler, has a message he wishes to convey to you all. Enough of that. It's embarrassing. Come on, it's a wife's responsibility. I'm not letting anyone else take it. Beto sulked and handed Battler a glass of champagne. Come to think of it, everyone had a glass in their hand now. Maria, you're a kid, so drink some sparkling cider instead. I want champagne. Hey Maria, why don't we drink some sparkling cider together? Battler, our drinks are getting warm. Agreed. Begin, Battler. No objections, I see. This way, please, Lord Battler. Renov motioned toward the center of the room. When Battler stepped forward, everyone silently awaited his words. I'm glad you all could make it. This marks the end of my long game with Beto. I've invited everyone who's been a part of this game as a piece, a player, or a game master. I hope you'll enjoy this unending night to the fullest. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses to the heavens as they cheered, and afterward, the soft sound of glasses clinking together rang out across the room. Where's this going? Only I was apart from all the fun noise. Maybe that was what did it. Before I realized it, my cheeks were wet with tears. I was lying on the sofa, covered by a blanket. I can just barely remember getting sleepy and falling asleep in a chair. Someone probably carried me here. Can't actually hear them, but I get the feeling that everyone's still in the hall, having a good time. I want to go there too. No, I will go, over there. It's what I've wanted all along, but I never took the first step. I'll go where everyone is. My head still feels hazy. There aren't any complicated thoughts in my mind. But that's okay. It's okay if my head's empty. I'll be together with everyone. I'll go where they are. That's all that matters. I got up from the sofa and put on my shoes. Let's go. Where everyone is. The parlor door was shut. I tried to open it, but maybe because of my clumsiness, I couldn't get it to open. It was a bit creepy, as though a bad dream I'd just had was still going on. It won't open. Why? It isn't even locked. My mood grew darker and darker. The knob that locks or unlocks the door is on its side. If I twist it, I should be able to unlock or unlock it. I turned it. Click. The door won't open. Did I accidentally lock it just now? I turned it again. Click. The door just won't open. It didn't open one last time, so I should have opened this time. I don't have a clue how I'm supposed to turn it to unlock the door. I kept on alternating between turning the lock and roughly twisting the doorknob. I began to get irritated, wondering why they'd locked me away behind such an inconvenient door. Eventually, I ran out of patience and pounded hard on the door, but that noise didn't bring anyone to me. Why am I locked up in a place like this all alone? Everyone else is having a fun party right there in the hall. Let me out. At that moment, a cold wind blew past me. The wind rippled through my hair. Wind? Inside? I turned around to find the window curtain waving about. There was a sound like scraping or crying. At some point, the double window had opened outwards towards the darkness. The icy wind that came through it made me think that window was only an exit from this room. Huh? I suddenly realized that the darkness behind that open window was glaring at me, and my heart leapt. A cute sound rang out. I finally understood. That sound was a cat's bell. The glaring emerald eyes in the darkness were those of a cat standing in the open window. Its pitch black, luxuriant fur left only the eyes visible, blending in with the darkness easily. Did the Ushiromiya family own a cat? It has a bell on it, so it can't be a stray. It's a cat someone owns. At any rate, the cat was standing by the window and staring straight at me. Who are you? Of course, the cat didn't answer my question. I didn't think it was a cute cat, but I thought it might be trying to tell me something, so I approached it slowly. As I did, the cat did an about face, turning its back to me. Then it turned its head to look at me, almost as though it was telling me to follow it, and it leapt down into the darkness, leaving the jingle of its bell behind. When I peeked out the window, I saw the cat waiting for me under the pounding rain. I finally realized this window was the only exit out of this closed room parlor. The cat must have come to tell me that. The longer I kept standing around here, the longer the cat will have to wait in the rain. That's no good. It'll catch cold. I climbed up to the windowsill and went out the window. The wind was strong and the rain was cold, but I didn't get as wet as I thought I would. It might have been the mansion's shadow. When the cat saw that I was outside, it walked along the wall of the mansion as if guiding me. It quickly disappeared into the blackness, but every now and then it would turn around and set the bell jingling to let me know it was there. Eventually, a window with light seeping out came into view. It was the window to the hall. When I peeked inside, I saw everyone having a good time. I couldn't hear their voices, but they were all right there. Open up! Open up! I pounded the window, but no one heard. Maybe the window was really thick, or maybe it was just noisy inside. Or it might have been so dark outside that I blended in with the darkness. In any event, no matter how much I hit the window, it didn't look as though anyone noticed. By this point, my loneliness was giving way to anger. Why don't you notice me? Why did you lock me up in that room all alone? I'd had enough. I'll get inside somehow and yell at everyone. When the cat realized that I'd given up knocking on the window, it led me onwards with another jingle. But just where's this cat going? I know it followed the wall of the mansion, but that's not the way to the front door. The front door might be locked. I'm sure the cat knows the way into the mansion and is leading me there. Away from the light seeping from the hall, and towards the blackness lit only dimly by the lights in the garden, the cat and I continued to walk. Then I found it. An open window. The cat stood below it and looked between me and the window, as though telling me to go inside. Thanks, kitty. I'd like to give you some milk to thank you. Won't you come with me? When I walked closer to pick the cat up, it slipped away from my hands and flew into the bushes in a nearby flower bed. Then, as though it had really melted away into the darkness inside the bush, all traces of it vanished. No matter how much I strained my ears, I couldn't hear the sound of that bell. Suddenly, the wind changed directions, and the rain started to hit me fiercely. I can't stay in a place like this forever. I'll go inside. What room is this, I wonder? I climbed up into the windowsill and entered the room. Then the window silently shut and locked itself. Good. That saves me the trouble of doing that myself. The room was completely dark. However, as my eyes got used to the darkness, I was able to make out a few things. It was a large room. There was a long table and many chairs. It was the dining hall. Perhaps because I'd realized this and relaxed, it quickly became hard for me to make out the detail. I searched blindly along the wall for a light switch. Then finally, I felt a familiar shape. Wouldn't it be annoying if I pushed this and the light didn't come on? Click. In fact, it was nearly the opposite, and an annoyingly bright light filled the dining hall and made my eyes hurt. I slowly opened my tightly shut eyes. I don't like this. This is Baron Castell pulling Angie away. I don't like this. And then I saw the state the room was in. Yeah. The dining hall was covered with blood. Here and there were humans lying on the floor. Then I realized that two of the people were my own parents. Freaking Baron Castell. Hey, are you having a great time, people? If anyone's not having a good time, we're gonna eat ya! Yell and sing the praises of tonight's banquet. The hall was alive with a mingling of humans and the magical illusions who lived on this island. At first, everyone stayed with their own groups, too nervous to mingle. However, as time passed, people started to move around, and both halves began to chat happily together. But they just never listen, do they? Leadership's important. You need to lead by example if you want anyone to follow you. Maybe some subordinates are like that, but I've never had any success with ordinary methods. Anyway, you're done for if your subordinates don't take you seriously. It's important to scold people loudly, even for small mistakes, every once in a while, and do it in front of everyone else. You can't do that. It'll just make everyone scared. Leader has to lead by example for everyone to follow. You really want to be a leader? Everyone listened intently to the Vegeta Lion's theory on leadership. It was after several rounds of drinks had gone by, and everyone was unnaturally focused on the conversation. Drunk Sakutaro. Kiri, why do you get stronger the more jealous you are? Don't make it sound so bad. If I want something, I won't let it slip away. I always put that theory into practice. There's nothing more to it. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Even more food is on the way. Butting in on the family party like this. And yet, well, I hate to admit it, every movement of his is flawless. Just what sort of hotel did he train at? Too bad Renov just happens to be totally perfect. But I still love Goda more. This one's been cooked just right. The seven sisters had blended into the party perfectly, and they were making things interesting. And yet, many great mysteries are called masterpieces, despite being shut down by Van Dyne's 20 rules. It's not like I'm trying to shut down anything. Mystery novels exist for the sake of your own amusement. If you have fun, that's all that matters. Know that even the great wizard hunting right has gone quite soft. Whether it's literature or forms of amusement, generally accepted rules change with the times. It must be the same with mystery novels, yes? Everyone chimed in on Will's theory of mystery novels. There was no shortage of things to talk about. Yes, that is a fitting attitude for a beginner. However, at any rate, you'll never become a key player in your organization. But know that the regulations are always to be enforced. That's something for newbies to do. Don't forget the regulations and rules are pretty much guidelines for the new guys who don't know any better. You said it. You can't really call yourself an adult until you learn how to move outside the rules. You're still a kid if you let the rules hold you back. I can't stand letting other people do the work. I'm Mamon of Greed. I'll do all the jobs myself. That's some spirit you got there. How much are they paying you for being a sister of Purgatory? Come get a job at my husband's business instead. I'll recommend you personally. The humans and the illusions were now very much on casual terms. I see, so this is how it's done in the world of witches. Yeah, you've got it. Where we come from, you pour the tea onto the saucer, press your palms on the table, and slurp it up like a dog. What? What are you teaching her? Who does that? Natsuhi, what do you think you're doing getting tricked like that? Get away from her, Satan. How can you be so rude to Natsuhi? Huh? Why are you crying? Was I too hard on you? Chester, please stop giving my pure and trusting mother such crazy ideas. Don't worry, it won't leave a mark. Porten started yelling about animal abuse, jumping around in circles and holding her butt. I wonder if there's a prince out there for me. I want to have some hot, passionate love. If I fell in love, could I become a beautiful princess too? Of course. Love is a miracle. Power, a mineral. It grants you invincible strength. Is that the person who once claimed that love equals lust I hear? Indeed. It would seem she's getting her fill every night. Oh my. Shut up, you perverts. The circle surrounding Beta was always a lively one. Yeah, I know how you feel. It's only when we're given orders that we find meaning in our lives. I get nervous when I don't have any orders. Someone needs to order me to do something or I'll die. You can't have that attitude. You've got to find your own meaning in life. Cut your own path. That's right. Your resolve has to be certain and absolute. Back when I was human, I lived like a daredevil all the time. A bit shaky, Lambda Delta started talking about her theory of life. Apparently, she'd also had her fair share of champagne. What a bizarre scene. Yeah, I guess so. Elena, would you like some more to drink? Something non-alcoholic. After all, I am a kid. Shannon will do. Do you have a second? Battler came back into the hall. He was searching for a servant, and the first one his eyes met was Shannon. Of course, Battler. Do you need something? Sorry, but would you mind lending me the key to the parlor? The parlor? I can't get you in with a master key, but why? Well, I was just wondering if Angie was asleep, so I went over there. The door was locked. Locked. After we carried Angie to the sofa, we shut the door, but we didn't lock it. Don't tell me that Angie must have felt like she was being left out of the fun and locked the door in a huff. Silly kid. Shall we unlock it then? Yeah, if you don't mind. Sorry about the trouble. Battler and Shannon left the hall together. In the hall, Lambda Delta started suggesting that they all have another quiz tournament together. Apparently, the Witch of Certainty would be handing out prizes. Everyone seemed enthusiastic about the idea. Smiling contentedly at the ensuing uproar, Battler headed toward the parlor. It really is locked. Shall I open it? She was sleeping, so I didn't knock on the door, but if she locked it, that proves she woke up. Let's try knocking once. Battler knocked on the door and called Angie's name. However, there was no response from the other side. He pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully, but there was no hint of Angie unhappily throwing a cushion at it. She might have fallen asleep again after having her little tantrum. Could you open it for me? As you wish. Dana took out the master key and unlocked the door. Then she stepped back and let Battler go through. Angie, I'm coming in. Speaking in a quiet voice to avoid waking Angie if she was asleep, Battler opened the door. Then, just as the door was opened, a chilly breeze drifted by. The breeze, which felt like outside air, immediately caught the attention of the pair, and they looked at each other. It could be seen at a glance that Angie was not in the parlor. Angie? A blanket lay crumpled up on the sofa. It just sat there as Angie had left it after waking up. The blanket was slightly warm. Clearly, she had been here until a short while ago. Angie, are you there? She obviously wasn't playing hide and seek. Angie was nowhere to be seen in the parlor. Battler peered out in the open window in the rainy blackness. So she had slipped out the window in this rain and went, where? Do you think Angie might have gone out the window? That'd make her one hell of a sleepwalker. She couldn't have left from the main entrance, so she probably doesn't have an umbrella. It's very hard to imagine a reason Angie might have for going outside in this weather. I have a bad feeling about this. This shouldn't be happening. I'm the game master of this game board, but why are we in a situation that the game master can't understand? A large bolt of lightning lit up the surrounding area for an instant, but I was unable to see any trace of Angie. Okay, now it's my turn to think of a question. Okay, so you have a third of a cake, a quarter of a cake, and a fifth of a cake, all on a plate. It takes 30 minutes to eat one whole cake. So how much is left on the plate when you're finished eating? At that moment, there was a roar of thunder and the lights flickered. The cheery voices vanished in an instant, like candles being blown out. None. That's the riddle you were tricked with once, isn't it? Amidst the silence, one voice rang out and answered Lambda's riddle. Baron Castell's here. The crowd parted, and the form of a girl, a 1,000-year-old witch, came into view. She had been invited. She was an official guest holding an invitation to this party. Sorry I'm late. I was busy planning some festivities to liven up this party. As Baron Castell spoke, she looked around at everyone. Oh, and I thought you two were rotting away in the fragment sea. They're my pieces now. Pretty cool, right? She stared at Leon and Will with an unnerving smile on her face, but she seemed to lose interest. Where's Battler? And Beto? I'm a guest, aren't I? Isn't there anyone to welcome me in? I'm here. We did invite you, but I didn't expect you to actually come. I see. This must truly be a miracle. Now that's an interesting way to put it. Why'd everyone get so quiet? This is a party, right? Go ahead and be noisy just for the hell of it. Or is you welcoming me with silence part of some kind of joke? Now it's your turn. My turn for what? You asked where Battler was, so I told you I was here. Now it's your turn. What are you talking about? Did something happen? Angie's gone. Even I, the game master, don't know where she went. That's insane. Isn't this your game? That doesn't make sense. If Angie disappearing isn't a scenario created by Battler, that means there must be another game master. Is that even possible? Oh yes, I was surprised myself. Just when I opened the game board to start a delightful game of my own, I found that Battler had started up this bizarre game at the same time. I never thought I'd be in a game with two game masters. In other words, you're admitting that you hid Angie away somewhere. It would seem so. After all, no one could introduce a scenario you didn't build, except another game master. So is this one of those festivities to liven up the party that you mentioned? You all look like you were having a blast with that quiz tournament. So I decided I wanted to join in.
エンジェは
And you chose to hold Angie hostage for that purpose?
そういうこと
You got it.
バト
Battler,
ルベアトル
Beto,
あなたたちにゲーム
I want to challenge you to a game.
拒否権はな
You
い
cannot refuse.
エンジェが大事な
Not if you treasure Angie as a little sister, that is.
何が望
What do you want?
あんたとベアト
Lambda and I made a bet about a game between you and Beto.
それには
I must acknowledge that I've lost.
少なくとも
At least,
ラム
that I've lost to Lambda.
ベルンってドライそうに見え
We're
て
trying to act all dry, but she's way more persistent than she
つま
looks.
りこういうこ
So
と
you're saying you lost to me,
私
but
には
not to Battler and Beto?
バトラやベアトに負けたわけじゃない
It seemed as though Bernkastel might smile. However, she didn't. Those cold eyes spoke without words. Battler understood. He had played so many games against Beto. Those games had been a wordless message from Beto. So he knew. He understood.
俺たちと
She wants to fight us. Is that it?
恐ろしい
She will be a fearsome opponent,
だが引けない
but we can't back out.
分かっておる
I know.
エンジェを
We mustn't let Angie become Lady Bernkastel's
お
plaything.
もちゃにさせるわけ
Beto understood as well. He understood why Bernkastel was asking for one final battle.
ベルンが
I never thought I'd see Bern fighting openly like this.
笑えば
Do you find it funny?
どうして
No. Why would I?
ありがと
Thank you. Lambda Delta understood as well. Before the tale of Battler and Beto ended, before everything was locked away in a cat box, Bernkastel would finally move from the audience to the stage. The witch, who had hidden off to the side of the stage, unwilling to come out into the light, would now show that she had the courage to step forward onto the stage itself. As a friend, Lambda Delta showed that she understood Bernkastel's human emotions, which had given her this courage.
私にでき
Is
る
there anything I can do?
う私の
Please act as an observer for my game.
いいわよ
Sure.
そのゲーム
If you promise that you'll release Angie if we take part in your game, that is.
当然である
Of course.
その約束
Without such a promise, we aren't obligated to go along with this farce in any way.
義理はないけど
You may not owe me anything, but you'll never see Angie again.
ならばそなた
In that case, you can enjoy being branded as a loser for the next few centuries.
のんびり楽し
ベアト
Beto, don't provoke her.
引けない勝負
This isn't a fight we can back down from. Indeed. Now that a hostage had been taken, their ability to negotiate had disappeared. However, Lambda Delta was agreeing to become an observer if that would make Bernkastel promise to release Angie. Unless she held Bernkastel to a promise like that, the latter would have nothing to lose. To make this final fight, Bernkastel wanted a proper one. Lambda Delta made her agree to this.
無論よ
Of course, Lambda.
約束
I promise.
ゲームが
When the game ends, I'll release Angie.
私の顔
Don't make a fool of me, okay? When I get shamed, I never let go of the one who did it until they regret it. Lambda Delta spoke in a soft, threatening tone. However, Bernkastel laughed lightly as though the look on Lambda Delta's face was merely cute.
誓うわ
I swear it.
私たちの
I swear on our friendship.
ヒュー
Phew. Lambda Delta whistled and grinned. Apparently, this was the most reliable oath Bernkastel could utter.
わかった
Okay. Lambda Delta nodded, looked between Battler and Bernkastel and spoke.
絶対
By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch of Certainty, I accept the role of observer for this fight. Battler, Beto, you have no objections, right? Battler and Beto nodded at each other, then nodded at Lambda Delta to show their determination.
嬉しいわ
I'm so glad. We finally get to fight each other.
いずれ
I had a feeling I'd end up fighting you sooner or later.
いつから
Since when?
わからない
I'm not sure.
ひょっとしたら
It might have been before I even learned your
お
name.
前の名を知るよりも
Battler vaguely remembered her speaking to him somewhere in an unconscious world he couldn't recall. At that time, it sounded like she was giving him advice for his fight with Beto. But thinking back on it, there was a bit more to it than that. She might have been a cat fighting from the sidelines, too scared to go out into the bright sunlight. So I had a vague premonition that, eventually, we would stand opposed to each other on the game board in some way.
こいつも
He was also one of the players.
ゲーム版を
Now at the very
最
end,
後の最後
as this game board is being put away,
こいつは
she's finally found the courage to step onto the stage.
俺はその
I'd like to accept your brave challenge.
お前の
In
駒
the
だ
name of that courageous girl who was
あ
once
の
your
勇
piece.
敢な女の名に
私はエリ
I forced Erica to fight in a duel.
勝ちたかった
I wanted to
そ
win.
れ以上に
And even more strongly, I didn't want to lose.
敗北の味を知るかもしれない恐
The
怖
fear of possibly tasting defeat tormented me. And thinking back on it, I envied you two back
あ
then.
の時のあんたたちに
エリカはお前の
Erica was a great piece of yours, and my
そ
rival.
の最後を見
I
た
won't forgive you for abandoning her in the end and burying her in the depths of oblivion.
どうしろという
Just what do you want me to do?
エリカに会え
Apologize to Erica?
エリカを
Save her from the depths of oblivion, and invite her to this party.
エリカを
Save Erica? I feel the same as Battler. She was a piece who stood in opposition to us, but she was only faithfully fulfilling her role. There can be no game without a rival. She remains our enemy, but she is also an important friend to us. Even though she made you suffer so much, we fought a fair fight. The outcome may have changed our fates, but now that we've dueled each other, we will always be friends. You want to be their friend too, don't you, Bern? That's why you want a fair fight with them now, isn't it? Are you laughing at me? We aren't. On the contrary, we welcome it. Even though I've taken a hostage. If you didn't, you probably wouldn't have been able to come up onto the stage. There had been no need to take a hostage. Battler and Beto had been more than willing to accept this final duel, if Baron Castell wished it. It was hard to make out anything from Baron Castell's silent expression. Fine. What's fine? I'll release Erika from the depths. I'm glad you decided to do this. For someone as proud as Baron Castell, forgiving the piece who had caused her defeat should have been nearly unbearable. Battler knew this, so he realized how much this bit of compassion had cost Baron Castell. Baron Castell snapped her fingers and a black cat slipped out of the shadow. I tossed her all the way into the deepest parts of oblivion. It might take her a while to get here. It matters not. There's no danger in the food and drink running out. Go, kitty. Guide that kid here. When she gave this order, the cat melted into the darkness, its bell jingling. I can hardly believe that you'd forgive Erika. I don't plan on forgiving her. She's not my piece anymore. Anyone feel like picking her up? After all, you already picked up Leon and Will. Baron Castell, you have my thanks. Okay, enough with the sentimentality. I've already had as much as I can bear. Sure. Where will we have this game? As far as I care, we could have it here with all the noise or the usual quiet spot. Lady Baron Castell has already shown that she has the courage to stand before a great many people. There's no point in making her suffer any longer. Good point. Then let's go to the usual place. Any objections, Bern? None. Sorry, partygoers. We'll be heading out for a bit, but please continue to enjoy yourself. Zepper, Furfur, liven this place up. When Erika gets here, let's have everyone give her a warm welcome. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. Your wish is our command. Now then, let's take her to the usual room. A fitting place for a battle of wits. When Battler snapped his fingers, space shattered. They were now in the smoking room of the witches, the place where the witches had debated, schemed, and reasoned all they could. Baron Castell had been invited there once again, and the final game would now begin. You have a game prepared? Of course. I worked hard on this game, and I'm pretty proud of it. The Bern will be the game master, and Battler and Beto will be the players. It is nostalgic at this point, right? Will it be a normal game where Baron creates a murder tale and the two players have to reconstruct it with human tricks? I'm interested to see what sort of scenario Lady Baron Castell develops. We'll explain things with the blue truth and you'll knock it down with the red. Are we okay with those rules? My game will be a simpler one. It's just a quiz of guessing the culprit. I don't feel like trading red and blue with you. Oh? What kind of game will that be? Would you mind letting me have a look first? Baron Castell held her palm upwards, and a palely glowing fragment appeared there. Lambda Delta brushed it with her hand and shut her eyes. See? It's a simple game, isn't it? You're right. It's much more straightforward than the mind games these two have played in the past. This isn't even a game about witches and humans anymore. That's right. This is a game about humans. What a surprise. The game Bern created to combat Beto's fantasy is a genuine mystery. Please explain. It's extremely simple. You'll watch the tale Bern has prepared for you. There are several rules to it, but if you follow them as you read through, it'll lead you to a single truth. In other words, an answer. So it's an ordinary mystery novel? I see. In that case, there's no need for combat between red and blue truth. In Beto's games, the argument had been about whether the story was a mystery or not. However, Baron Castell's game was a mystery. Excuse me, there was no need to argue over that from the start. I've even cut out the motive and the tricks. There's only one question I'm asking you. Who done it? What a simple, yet fitting game to conclude our fight. Yeah, no cheap tricks. Just a stoically simple game. This is a genuine duel. As the observer, I'll say this. The game is made to be solvable. In other words, I guarantee it's a suitable setting for your duel. Baron, I know I keep saying this, but are you really sure? Battler and Beto's relationship started because they both loved mystery. I agree it's a pretty tricky scenario, but I'm not sure I'll be enough to stop these two. If my best tale can't stop them, then what comes will come. The important thing is that Lady Bernkastel put everything she had into this game. You're right. Will that be enough to stump us? That's all the simple game is about. Thanks, Lambda. Thanks to you, we now know this duel will be a fair fight. You're welcome. I'm happy too. It'll be an honor to witness Baron fighting this precious fight. I am also honored to have you as an opponent. Same here. I underestimated you, and I did it without even stepping onto the battlefield with you. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. So let me fight. Indeed. Show us what you've got. If I win, I'll be able to look down on you for real this time. And if I lose, I'll surely be reminded of the emotion I know I've forgotten. Indeed. Bernkastel, whether you end up winning or losing, I promise you one thing. What's that? When this duel is over, we'll be friends. Enough of that, please. The sentimentality is killing me. Who would have thought we would have gotten here? Lambda clapped her hands. A pleasant sound rang out. Will you be the reader, Bern? Or shall I do that? I don't need a reader. Huh? A reader, Miko, can use her own voice to embellish or distort the tale. Even if there was no cheap trickery in my game, by having a reader, any amount of trickery could be added. Yeah, that is true. That's another of the Game Master's privileges. I want to have a straightforward duel with you, so I don't need a reader. You can read this tale with your own eyes and ears. Are you sure? That means you've lost almost all of your advantages. Understood. You don't need a reader. We'll read the tale ourselves. There is no reader. Does that mean there will be absolutely no falsehoods contained in the narrated text? We're ready, Bernkastel. A showdown over genuine mystery, without any cheap tricks. If you're gonna play fair and square, we'll challenge you head on. Thank you. And I don't plan on losing either. No. That's no good, Lady Baron. She's right. If you're a witch challenging us with a mystery, you can't have an attitude like that. Yeah, it's all useless. Oh yeah, she's got to let that Ushiromiya battler rip. Bernkastel, realizing what Battler and Beato were asking for, snorted. Lambda Delta nodded at her, telling her to enjoy this final duel to the fullest. What were you expecting? A happy mystery chat between humans and witches? Come on, don't make me laugh. Let's see if your cheery mysteries are any match for the one I've prepared. Let's see what you've got. We wouldn't have it any other way. Yes, we'll accept your challenge, Lady Bernkastel, Witch of Miracles. Alright, time to start. I, Game Master, Ushiromiya Battler, and Beatrice, the Endless Witch, will be your opponents. Don't start crying when we wipe the floor with you. Take this. Here's my mystery. Bernkastel took a fragment containing the game and smashed it against the table, shattering it with a brilliant light as the game scenario laid itself out. The curtain rose on the mystery Bernkastel had created. I'm excited. Oh my gosh. No sound but that of falling rain filled the room. It covered the tragic scene in the bloody dining hall. At some point, Angie had fainted and fallen to the floor. Now her consciousness was slowly returning, forcing her to remember what had happened in this room. She reflexively averted her gaze even before the memory overtook her. 6 bodies lay in the blood-stained dining hall. Strangely enough, as her consciousness returned bit by bit, the terrifying scene before her seemed somehow less intense. This time, Angie was able to look at 6 corpses well enough to make out who they were. First, those are my own parents. They're a pitiful sight, colored bright red by bloody makeup. And lying next to them are Uncle Hideyoshi and Aunt Ava. Uncle Hideyoshi, The uncle who always says funny things that makes me laugh. And Aunt Ava, the aunt who seems to be so fond of me. Genji, the servant, is lying over there, and the one lying right here is Aunt Rosa. 6 people, a full 6 people had their lives taken from them, and are laying in this room. Maybe I cried myself out before I fell unconscious. The scene before me was terribly painful, but I was somehow able to look at it without losing my head. I already felt the sadness as my parents' deaths. The next emotion that rose up inside me was the desire to check and see that everyone else was okay. In that instant, I heard a scraping sound. Just as I was about to relax again, thinking I must have imagined it, I heard the same sound again. It was probably coming from the door. Someone was clawing at the door from the outside. Of course, I had no way of knowing who it was. However, for some reason, I was sure that it was that black cat scratching at the door. The black cat was telling me to leave this room. I understood and put my hand on the doorknob. I immediately noticed something odd. The door was locked. The same bad feeling I'd felt after being locked in the parlor crawled up my spine. However, unlike the time in the parlor, this door unlocked itself easily when I turned the knob. I unlocked it and slowly opened the door. Beyond that door, I could see the dimly lit hallway and a cat dashing down it away from me. Then it stopped, its emerald eyes glittering in the darkness, as though it was waiting for me to follow. The hallway was dark and wrapped in an eerie silence. When the black cat saw that I was coming, it walked forward as if guiding me. I could hear nothing except the creaking of the floor, the bell of the cat, and the sound of the storm outside. The party being held in the hall. I should be able to hear at least a little of the noise from the hallway. Maybe it got really late when I was unconscious in the dining hall. It was a reasonable conclusion. Then we finally reached the main hall. The hall was frigid, and no trace of that party remained. Could all of that fun have been just an illusion? The black cat's bell rang out. When I looked up, I saw it had its feet on the stairway on the 2nd floor, urging me to follow it. Are you going to the 2nd floor? The black cat seemed to nod, and then silently went up the stairs. Guests were allowed to go wherever they wanted on the 1st floor, but the 2nd floor was Krause's family's house, and I remember getting into trouble for trying to go up there. However, at that moment I couldn't think of any options other than following that cat. Walked along the dark hallway with the black cat. Eventually we reached one of the doors. Black cat scratched at the door and then turned to look at me. It must have been telling me to open it. Okay. I'll open it for you. I put my hand on the doorknob and felt the resistance of a lock again. The door is locked. I turned around to tell the cat this, but inexplicably, a single key lay right in front of the cat. Angie picked it up and stuck it in the keyhole. As she did, she finally noticed something strange with her fingertips. Blood. Somehow Angie's fingertips had been stained red with blood. She let out a short cry, and the key slipped out and fell to the ground. She finally realized. In the darkness she hadn't noticed before, the black cat's key was covered with blood. The emotions that had gone numb in Angie sprang back. A terrified scream rang out through the dark hallway. Even so, Angie would eventually open that door. The door led to Natsuhi's room. Natsuhi's room was a terrible mess. Blankets and sheets were torn. Cosmetics and books lay all over the place, just as though a typhoon had ripped through it. And there were corpses. Krause and Natsuhi's corpses lay sprawled on the floor. Very shortly, Angie will step into this room. Hello, Kai. How's it going? She will then scream in terror once more. And it isn't limited to the dining hall in Natsuhi's room. In the stormy rose garden, Shannon's tragic corpse lays exposed. Partway down the path to the rose garden is Jessica's. When Angie finds that, she'll probably dash crying and screaming into the guest house. And death awaits her inside the guest house as well. Just inside the front door is Nanjo's corpse. In the servant room nearby, even Goda and Kumasawa lie dead. The total number of corpses is 13. A full 13 corpses are waiting for Angie. They wait in the mansion and the guest house on this desolate Rokkenjima for Angie, exposed to the wind and rain and tormented by thunder, to find them. Oh boy, we got a mystery. I will do one more chapter tonight. I believe. Time for one more chapter tonight. And then we'll keep it going probably tomorrow. Yeah. The First Twilight. Let me save. We're on a 2-minute. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to fill up my water. And yeah, we got one more chapter tonight. Also, you're a very kind person. I appreciate that. I do what I can. I will be right back, though. So, get some water. Stretch your legs. Do what you got to do. Be right back. Never been more back. All right, one mystery to end it all, huh? Let's see what this looks like. The tragedy of the first twilight was discovered at 6 in the morning on the following day. Goda, who had woken up to get breakfast ready, went to check on the adult siblings, who had remained in the dining hall since the previous night because of the family conference. Tell me if you've seen this one before. Tell me about when you discovered the crime. Whoa. The dining hall was locked up. Of course, there's a lock on the doors in the dining hall, but it usually remains unlocked. Purple? Dining hall was locked. This is like at what, claims that have been made? I knocked, but there was no answer. That's when I arrived. I recommend that he try unlocking the door, just in case. When I unlocked the door with the master key, a terrifying sight awaited me inside. Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa, and Genji. 6 people in all were lying there, covered in blood. A great tumult followed. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. Yeah, purple is definitely new. Should I be writing this down? I can always look back on it if I need to. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. I don't want to remember it. The sight of all the sobbing children crouched over the corpses of their own parents. There was a chance they might have been alive still. Everyone was shaking them desperately, but it was no use. Each of the children confirmed the deaths of their own parents.
僕と南條
Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed that Genji was dead.
むごたらしい
Such a gruesome way to be killed.
してなくとも
No one is going to mistakenly confirm a death, even those other than myself.
犠牲者は
Looks like all of the victims died instantly.
食堂の
After inspecting the interior of the dining hall, we determined that all of the doors and windows had been locked, making it a closed room.
分かった
そして
Nothing suspicious was found inside the dining hall.
もちろん
Of course, there was no one hiding in the dining hall either.
隠れるも
Naturally, all of us are here right now.
誰も隠れ
It's
てい
clear that no one is hiding.
でも父
But Dad, if that's true, that doesn't make sense. 6 people were killed and the dining hall is a closed room. How could someone have killed them and escaped?
考えたくはあり
I'd rather not think of it, but perhaps the servants used with their master keys are the most suspicious.
6人を
They killed the 6, then left,
マスターキー
then locked the doors with their master keys.
相当な推理だ
It is a logical theory. No. Doesn't check out. Genji was one killed. So they could have taken Genji's master key. Anyone could have done it. That's absurd.
ありません
Since there was no chance of the culprit hiding inside the dining hall, it made sense to assume that the culprit locked the door after committing the murder and exiting the room. It was only natural that the servants with their master keys would fall under suspicion. Sadly enough, none of the servants have an alibi. Then again, it wasn't only the servants. Everyone else lacked an alibi as well.
マスターキー
Is there
が
any way to lock up from the outside without a master key?
存在しない
No, there isn't. That's not enough. I'll say it with the red.
全ての
All doors can only be locked or unlocked with a master
も
key.
ちろん
Of course, it is possible to lock or unlock the doors from inside the room even without a master key.
だそうよ
There you have it. Any other questions?
マスターキー
Shouldn't there be keys to each individual room in addition to the master keys?
本来なら
Normally, those would exist. However, they make the game more complicated, so I've eliminated them.
赤き真実
Red truth. We'll consider master keys to be the only keys that exist.
つまり
In other words, all of the locks that appear in this game can only be locked or unlocked by master
開
keys.
け閉めが
そうなる
That's what it means.
実にシン
It really is a simple game.
となれば
In that case, we should now check the number of master keys and who holds
所
them.
持者を確定マスター
There are 5 master keys total. One is held by each of the 5 servants. The keys will be managed in a special way. The servants keep master keys on their person at all times, so it is impossible for them to be stolen, handed over, or used by a human other than themselves.
なんだそれ
What the heck?
これはもはや
Now they're sounding less like keys and more like fingerprinting system.
もう面白い
That's an interesting metaphor. In other words, in the world of this game, it isn't the master keys, but the 5 servants themselves that can lock or unlock doors.
開閉はできぬというわけ
源氏さんの
We tried to retrieve Genji's master key but had no luck.
後のトラブルを
Guard against trouble later on, we destroyed Genji's master key. This was the crime of the first Twilight. The scene was a locked closed room in the dining hall. None of the servants holding master keys have alibis. And again, no one else has an alibi either. The second Twilight. Everyone returned to the parlor to discuss what should be done next. The phones were out, so they couldn't contact the police. Was the mysterious culprit hiding away somewhere, planning to attack their next victim at this very moment? Or was the culprit in here with them, mentally sticking out their tongue and tasting their next prey? None of them had alibis, and any one of them could have been a culprit. Cannon is the most suspicious right now, I think. However, that tense feeling didn't last long. But midday, everyone got tired of arguing and they decided to take a break. Kraus and Nazi announced that they wanted to talk with each other alone and went up to the second floor. This was the beginning. And after that, everyone went to their separate ways to head to the bathroom or to gaze at the endless rain. So, Kraus and Nazi here dying. However, no matter how much time passed, Kraus and Nazi were the only ones who didn't return. Calls were sent to both of their rooms using the extension phone line, but there was no answer. Something might have happened. Everyone headed to Kraus and Nazi's rooms together, and in Nazi's room they found Kraus and Nazi lying sprawled on the floor. Madam's room was locked. It's just like the dining hall.
皆さんの
After getting everyone's permission, I unlocked the door.
部屋の中に
Kraus and Nazi lay sprawled on the floor inside the room.
夏日さん
南條先生
Dr. Nanjo checked their pulse.
脈を取ったぜそして
Then he announced that the two of them had died instantly.
はい
Correct.
私が
I confirmed both of their
いや
deaths.
間違いな
There
い
can be no doubt that they died instantly.
私は
I searched all over the room looking for a clue. In the end, I found that the windows and doors had all been locked, making it a closed room. Another closed room. We servants all have master keys, so we'll be suspected again. But have no fear. After Madame began to suspect us, we started keeping an eye on each other.
私たち
All of us servants were together the whole time.
一緒におり
僕たち
All of us servants can provide an alibi for all of the other servants.
全員のアリバイを
こりゃ面白い
Now that's interesting.
今度はさらに
So you're saying that this closed room is even more complete.
最初の寝室
In the case of the first closed room, no one had an alibi.
そして今度の
So for this one, all of them have alibis.
この世界で
In this world, the servants themselves become living master keys.
使用人たち
Since those servants have perfect alibis, it was impossible to lock Natsuhi's room.
施錠は不可能だ
僕たちは
We decided to preserve the crime scene as it was.
外から
We put packing tape all over the outside of the doors and windows, sealing them.
したよ
きっとこの部屋
I'm sure the culprit left some sort of clue in the room.
が来るまで
We made sure that no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived.
となりゃ
Then we did the same thing to the dining hall. We also sealed the dining hall in the same way.
そもそも
We reached the conclusion that the entire mansion itself should be preserved. We also sealed the mansion itself, and all of us took refuge in the guest house.
しました
屋敷全体に封印
They sealed the whole mansion? Packing tape on all the windows? They even used a ladder for the windows on the third floor?
ゲームが複雑
The game would get complicated otherwise, so I've simplified it.
な窓に
All of the windows had steel bars on them, so it's impossible to enter or leave by them.
玄関
Therefore, we can say that you can seal the whole mansion by sealing the two doors, the front and the back.
なるほどな
Got it. That makes it
そ
easy.
りゃ簡単だ
どう考える
What do you think?
夏日おばさん
Actually, killing the two people in Aunt Natsu's room would be easy. Someone just had to knock and get them to open the door. However, they couldn't lock it afterwards.
施錠は使用
Only the servants can lock
使用
doors.
人全員
But all the servants have alibis.
使用人全員
Unless the servants are all in on it
こ
together.
れはそれより
More importantly, the first Twilight has me suspicious.
食堂で死
You think that one of the 6 who died in the dining hall was actually alive and committed the crime?
という
エリカの
It's because of Erica.
どうにも
I can't help but be suspicious when people are examining corpses.
つまり
Do you think that one of the first 6 victims was alive?
ああ
Yeah. I think that's probably true too, and we also didn't seal up the parlor until after the second Twilight.
そしてその後
Afterwards, they killed Kraus and Natsuhi. Then they locked the door from the inside, hid inside the room, and found a good chance to escape. That makes logical sense.
推理
赤で語るわ
I'll say it in red. The culprit of the first Twilight really did kill 6 people.
殺しているならば
Hmm.
わらわ
Then I'll take a shot with the blue truth.
密室の正体
Here's the true nature of this closed room.
犯人は
The
内側
culprit locked the door from the inside, then hid in Natsuhi's room. Then after everyone left, they found an opportunity to escape. Sure, I'll deny that in red. The group sealed the room at the same time they left.
その体質
No culprit joined the group as they
そ
left.
して夏
Also, all of the seals on Natsuhi's room, the dining hall, and the mansion will not be broken.
ってことは
In other words, you can't use that trick where they hide under the bed and slip out later. Interesting.
なかなかだぜ
Nice going, Brent Castell.
カステレ
どうも
Thanks. This was the crime of the second Twilight. The scene was Natsuhi's room, a locked, closed room. This time, all of the servants with master keys have alibis. The whole group, realizing the dangers of being inside the mansion, took shelter in the guest house. The fourth Twilight. All those who took refuge in the guest house decided to hole up in there until the typhoon passed. There, if everyone watched everyone else, they could be able to prevent further crimes from both inside and outside. However, they wouldn't be able to keep up with any breaks until the typhoon passed. Once again, their actions left a weak point open, and they were faced with yet another tragedy.
用事で表へ
Shannon and Cannon went outside on an errand and still haven't come back.
ジョージ兄さんがさ
George got upset, so we all went outside to look for them.
シャノンたちを
We found Shannon lying there in the rose garden. Poor Shannon.
生きててくれ
I prayed she was still alive. However, I was forced to acknowledge that she was dead.
無論
Of course, I also examined her and confirmed her death.
彼女のし
When the two of them left, we were busy checking the locks around the guest house, so not one of us has an alibi.
僕が殺すものか
Me? Kill her?
僕に殺せ
How could I have killed her? That's right.
ジョージお兄ちゃんに
George Onichan couldn't kill her. Who?
その後
Later on, we learned that George alone had an alibi. At the very least, George couldn't possibly have killed Shannon.
逆に
To turn it around, anyone other than George could have killed her.
殺すた
犯人に悪用されるのを防ぐため
To prevent the culprit from using it for any mischief, we destroyed the master key Shannon had on the spot.
で破壊しました
シャノンが殺され
At the time Shannon is killed, Cannon goes missing forever.
以後
From now on, Cannon is treated as being killed. Also, Cannon's Master Key is treated as being destroyed. Well, I thought it'd be rude, so I kept quiet about it, but that's what happens when Shannon dies. In other words, we can interpret this as Shannon and Cannon being killed at the same time, even though we're missing a corpse. That's right. Yeah, I mean, Shannon and Cannon are the same person. Looks like the crimes are moving along. This was the crime of the fourth twilight. The scene was the Rose Garden. There were no locks or doors. It wasn't a closed room. So the master keys were no longer a factor. Then the pace of the crimes began to accelerate. They're just giving you all the info right now. That's kind of nuts. Everyone took shelter in the guest house. They carefully sealed all the doors and windows, locking themselves in a closed room. However, several closed room murders had already occurred. Could locking themselves in a closed room do anything more to invite another tragedy? After arguing fiercely in the cousins' room about finding the culprit, they decided that they should double-check Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Goda's testimonies. And there they learned that a tragedy had occurred once more. In both Goda and Kumasawa's cases, such wounds would have resulted in instant deaths, I believe. Such a gruesome way to die. Like hell they could survive with wounds like this. Goda and Kumasawa are both dead. The ultimate Myrtle? But we've been busy keeping a lookout and looking up all that. Once again, none of us has an alibi. That's not true. Look. If they were killed in that way, the culprit would definitely have gotten blood splatter on themselves. But Dr. Nanjo and all of the cousins have no blood splatter on them. All of us, in other words. The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda or Kumasawa. In that case, it's clear that the culprit is someone other than us. I guess that someone might have snuck in, so I checked around, but the guest house was still completely locked up. Perhaps the culprit has a master key after all. That's impossible. No master keys exist anymore except the two keys on the two people who lie dead here. Since the two master keys that exist are here inside the guest house, that makes this guest house a perfect closed room. Well, since someone's dead, it obviously wasn't perfect. This was the crime of the fifth and sixth twilights. The scene was the closed room known as the guest house. Goda and Kumasawa's master keys were also destroyed, meaning that all master keys have now been lost. Now, no one can break into this closed room guest house. At least, that should have been the case. Well, I know what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking it's Kinzo. We haven't said anything about Kinzo. This time, Dr. Nanjo was killed. He died in the entrance hall of the guest house. It was far too foolish of him to come here alone and check that everything was locked. He's dead. He's been killed. Even I can say for sure that this was an instant death. They're instant deaths. They keep saying it's instant death. Everything is locked up perfectly. How did that happen if this is a closed room? That means the culprit is one of us. Impossible. Judging by the circumstances, Maria, Battler, George, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. In the first place, no one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. And look at this. Simply put, this is proof that Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. That means no one could kill Nanjo, right? How was he killed? No one could answer that innocent question. This was the seventh twilight. Once again, the crime scene was a closed room known as the guest house. Various bits of evidence made the crime seem even more impossible. Then the tragedy reached the eighth twilight, the final one. By now, it was clear that holding up wouldn't keep them safe. Jessica might have chosen anger as a way to numb her fear. She flew out of the guest house in a rage, searching for the culprit that surely hid somewhere outside. George, Battler, and Maria hurriedly chased after her. Then, outside the building, they found Jessica lying on the ground. It was, as anyone could tell at a glance, a gruesome corpse. Poor Jessica. She probably died instantly. There's no way anyone could live through this. Kinzo's not present. The three of us were together the whole time. George, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Yeah. The three of us couldn't have killed Jessica. As if Maria could kill someone. Maria couldn't kill anyone. Thanks. George couldn't kill an adult. He could kill a kid, though. I don't understand at all. What the hell is going on here? This was the eighth twilight. The crime scene was outside. However, the three who chased after Jessica have alibis. George, Battler, and Maria couldn't have killed Jessica. So it really is someone hiding on this island apart from the Ushiromiya family. The curtain is lowered on this tale, for now.
これで
That's all for my tale.
私の
なかなかよくでき
Pretty
て
well
る
made.
ちゃんとロー
If you had a full-on reader, it'd stand well against Beto's games.
それは
I agree there. You did a good job. Well, the real work comes from taking this, reading it, and making it worthy of a proper theater going.
しかし
Still, I'm stumped. On the face of it, the culprit has to be some mysterious person outside of the Ushiromiya family.
それはマジ
And that would be the same as acknowledging the existence of a witch. We can also suspect the existence of some accomplices aiding the culprit.
疑えるだろう
そもそも
By the way, what was that purple text all about? A new rule?
紫の
I call them purple statements. It's a rule I made to make a story a bit easier to follow. Just think of the purple statements as important spoken statements. In other words, you might be able to ignore the spoken statements that aren't purple. Oh. Well, that's nice of you.
では
Then, are the purple statements as reliable as red truth?
ええ
Yes. You can think of the purple statements as having the same power as red truth. Whoa, that's powerful.
ただし
However, there's one exception.
それは
A culprit can tell lies with purple...
紫の発
Oh!
ができるという
Oh, this is awesome! A culprit can tell lies with purple statements. So the culprit can lie, but nobody else can if they're speaking in purple. That's awesome. I see.
逆に言えば
To turn it around, anyone who isn't a culprit can't tell lies.
紫の
Purple statements. These seem to be the key to Lady Baron Castell's game. Yeah, that's right. I'll explain the
ルー
rules.
ルの前提を説明するわ
Should have warmed up with that big myrtle. Shh, no. The definition of culprit is one who murders. It is possible for a culprit to lie. It is possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with a culprit. A culprit must carry out all murders directly by their own hands. A culprit must not die. A culprit must be among characters appearing in the story. Purple statements are as absolute as red truths. However, the culprit alone may lie with purple statements.
以上よ
That's all.
犯人の
The definition of culprit is one who murders.
友な話だぜ
Makes sense.
犯人は嘘を
Possible for a culprit to lie.
これももっと
That seems reasonable enough, too.
犯人は殺人以前に
Possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Well, no surprises there.
犯人でない
Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. How convenient.
犯人でない人物は
Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with a culprit, right?
これはつまり
So the culprit can't make accomplices tell lies to match their version of the events.
やられたな
Damn.
犯人をかば
My guess was that someone manufactured an alibi to cover for a culprit, but...
疑ってたんだが
お会いに
Oh, too bad.
犯人はす
A
べて
culprit must carry out all murders directly by their own hands. In other words, there are no remote or indirect murders of methods of murder, like traps.
ないという
犯人
A
が
culprit must not die. In other words, they can't commit murder from a closed room, then commit suicide.
自殺
それは
Doesn't that also mean that dead people can't be culprits?
それは
That's a simple yet vital piece of
犯
information.
人は登場
A culprit must be among the characters appearing in the story.
人物が
So this isn't about some mysterious stranger who snuck onto the
な
island.
しってわけだ
登場
The
人物
appearing characters are the same old 17 people after Kinzo is
そ
removed.
れ以外は
No one else appears in the story, so no one else matters.
紫の発言は
Purple statements are as absolute as red truths. However, the culprit alone may lie with the purple statements. Now there's a troublesome one.
ゲームの肝って
It might be the heart of this game. Does that cover all of the game's
終
rules?
わりか
最後につけ
Besides that, I guess there's only the reader will tell no lies. In other words, outside of spoken statements, there are no lies in the narration. I could have added the stuff if I wanted, but it'd be a pain and make things complicated.
魔女の特
So
権
you willingly abandoned a witch's privileges. You seem quite
そ
confident.
れでも勝て
He
る
probably plans to win despite that.
私からは以上
That's all from me.
これ以上は
I don't intend to give you any more hints or answer any more questions.
立ち会いに
As the observer, I'll proclaim this once again. I guarantee that it's possible to pinpoint the culprit with this information.
よし
Okay,
了解
got it.
腕が鳴
I
る
can't wait to get started.
そなたと
I can't believe the two of us are going to take on the same mystery together once more. Yeah,
楽しませ
I'm looking forward to it. This is a real game between you and me. I recommend finding some paper and something to write with. That is, if you really intend to fight me. Wait, are you talking to me? If you do get completely stuck, maybe you should listen in on Battler and Beto's reasoning. We'll have those be hints for when you get absolutely stumped and can't move forward. Still, I'd rather fight you one-on-one. If you plan to enjoy our little duel, then try defeating me by your own power alone, without relying on hints. Okay, let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Enjoy this game that I've created. Just for you. Hold on. That's kind of sick. Y'all, wait. We gotta solve it? Okay, hold on. Okay, we might have to end here. Okay. Holy. This is going to be a process and a half. I cannot wait to do this. I am so excited to do this. This is peak. Using the perp to find the perp, though? Like, I can't. It's so good. I cannot wait to solve this. And we will solve it. I will take hours if I have to. Days. So I think this is where we stop for now, though. And we can look at hints if we want, but I think we should start just by giving it our all go. So we'll do a stream tomorrow for this. Episode 8 might take a little longer than expected. So I guess a lot of what's left is like hints, right? Yeah, I wonder where we go from here. But in any case... Oh yeah, there we go. In any case, thanks for watching. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. It's been a fun one. Pogging out. Okay, we're back. I'll be live again tomorrow. Are you hopping on the climax Ogun bracket? What's Ogun? Umineko Golden Fantasia. Oh, is there one at Climax? I'm so in. Wait, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Climax of Night Season 6, The Golden Land. Entry will be $5 at the venue. Spectator pass will be required. Tournament locked to 16 entrants, but can rise with demand. Page is work in progress. I'm so in. Who's playing? Oh, shit. Silent Masoma. Kiri. You. I'm so in. Well, I'm going to sign up right now. I don't care if I get washed. It's just going to be peak. Join now. Yeah, I'm not making it far, but I will be there no matter what. Absolutely. Get me in. I'm in. And I will be looking up tech. Rest assured. Yeah. Heck yeah. Wait, did I say join? Registration complete. Okay, we're in. We're so in. Sick. All right. Let's raid out, and then yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. We're gonna solve this mystery. We're gonna solve this mystery. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Probably a little later, like more my normal time, 7 or 8. Depends how my day goes, but probably like 8, and then we'll just spend a lot of time solving this mystery. And then we will we'll roll from there. We'll see what's up. Let's see. Tokyo Game Show Arc System Works. Oh, they showed off Under Night. Dang. Whatever. Raid. Sir Alex is playing 100% orange juice. Base. I think that is probably where I will raid out to. Alright. See y'all tomorrow. Be good. Make good choices. Have a good night. Bye-bye.